support pedophiles. My video didn't do anything wrong. Here I'm so far, it's a long way back. I've been so far before. Here I'm so far, it's a long way back. They took down my video about rad queers. Tell me which part was about child safety. Because supposedly that's the reason the video is gone. Because apparently I didn't censor it appropriately. But I highly disagree with this and find it very wrong. Hello, everyone. No, we were gonna do a stream anyway. You know, I was gonna edit my Sonic Sega Gamer video. And then I was like, you know, I was gonna watch the rest of In Praise of Shadow's terrible video. Because as it turns out, the rest of it that isn't about Wendigoon is actually even funnier. So that was gonna happen. And then I looked at my thing, and yeah, the rad queer pedo hell site featuring minors is no longer available on YouTube. I did tell people to download it just in case, because I saw this coming, but I saw this coming for, you know, different reasons, I suppose. I saw this coming for Ezra getting mad and making it a privacy complaint or saying this is hate speech or something like that. No. As it turns out, YouTube has also recently implemented a new thing where they tell you specifically the timestamp for the offending thing in a video. So as it turns out, the specific exact moment that got that video taken off of YouTube, a very popular video, might I say, was watched on stream by Chud Logic. A lot of people were watching it. A lot of people were learning about the horrible horrors therein. YouTube decided they didn't want that. They decided they didn't want that in spite of the fact that the video was extensively censored and every minor's name was censored. There were no uncensored images of children. The video was taken down for a child safety concern, which is just obviously extremely fucking ironic. So I sent them a little, you know, an appeal. And, you know, they tell you the lie that the appeal is going to take them 72 hours to work on or something. They tell you the line, that lie. What happens actually is they see that you appeal it, and then 3 seconds later they decide that you go fuck yourself. That's the real case of it. They lie to you and say that they'll email you within 72 hours, sorry. It's not even 24, it's within 3 days they'll make their decision. No, it was about 3 minutes later. They magically reviewed my hour-and-a-half long video and decided that I was indeed guilty of a child safety concern. My appeal read as follows. This video contains no explicit material and was extensively censored to protect any minors depicted. The video is exposing a dangerous website operated and maintained by child predators It does not violate the child safety guidelines and is in fact meant to warn people about a website which is abusing children. The timestamp provided, 1247, contains nothing graphic whatsoever beyond words on the website. There are no uncensored images of children in the video. That's the appeal. It was immediately rejected. And, you know, I don't mean to be all hyperbolic. You know, I'm not gonna do the YouTube is secretly... Well, I guess that is what the title says, isn't it? Well, I mean, realistically, that's probably not the case. However, it's a different situation. You know, that's what Mama Max did. Mama Max, though, of course, was famously faking his videos. Like, my video was just a real website that, you know, that people have confirmed exists. So, I mean, like, it's a little bit different from, like, Mama Max raising up a stir and saying YouTube supports pedophiles over his videos that weren't real and were just, like, fiction. Versus me being, I would say, rightfully incensed that this website has decided that I'm not allowed to expose child predators. Or I guess if I do so, I'm supposed to do it in the fucking, you know, I'm supposed to...
Everybody, these youngins were SA'd. This was heckin' ungood, my fellow scrows. This is R-slurred and very, very triggering.
You know, I guess I'm supposed to do that. I'm not allowed to say the words, maybe? I don't know what it is, because I said 1247. If you have the video downloaded, or if you have it privately re-uploaded or whatever. In my opinion, re-upload it as you fucking wish, but according to YouTube, it's a child safety violation. So, like, I mean, do it at your own fucking risk, but as far as I'm concerned, they've rejected my appeal, so fucking go ham. Do whatever you want with it. Remix, re-fucking construct, sample it in a song, go for it. Whatever you want. It's fair use. It's free real estate. And you know what? They not like us, frankly. But 1247 in the video was specifically a moment in the video where I was reading through posts on the site by Ezra. Not anything to even do with minors. I mean, it was, ultimately, ostensibly. I believe it might have even been the post. At that point, it might have been reading the post about how they were... Ezra was on a couch with their fucking... their little niece or whatever, and it was just some like somewhat wholesome story about a Christmas memory, but obviously it was not wholesome because of the context of the thing. So I mean, yes, minors were tangentially involved, but no names were mentioned, no pictures were shown. And in that moment in time, specifically the time I think it's a bad idea, honestly. Like, I get what they're going for with YouTube. They're like, oh, well, we're gonna make it easier for people to understand what they did wrong in their video, and you know, they'll learn that way. Except then the very first example of this that I get, it points me to something that is not a thing. It's not a thing. There's no child safety anything there. Taking down the video is an affront to child safety, frankly. I don't mean to get too hyperbolic. I don't. You know, it's not like it's YouTube trying to... YouTube's trying to censor me! They know I have the truth! No, I mean, probably not. End of the day, it was probably just too many mean words, too many, you know... times I said the word rape or something, and that probably triggered it. You know, it was probably the worst part of it is that it was probably something completely automated. Automata. It was probably completely automated. A human probably did not review it at all. It was most likely just caught up in the maelstrom of the computer. And then when I appealed it, it was immediately rejected by the computer. It was probably not even a human involved in this thing. I guess it's possible that it was flagged, it was like reported for violating child safety rules by Ezra or one of those people, like to as a gotcha or something. I don't know exactly what would get that done. Maybe somebody did report it and that's what happened. It's possible that like some angry user of that website wasn't happy and they decided to do something fun. I don't know necessarily what it was or why it happened, if it was the computer or what. All I know is the video's apparently not going back up. I'm not bothering to re-edit it. I spent off and on over the course of like 5 months. I was editing it and I'm done. I'm just done, frankly. I'm very mad. You know, it's always this way, too. I get this, like, you wonder, maybe you as a viewer have wondered, why does Deadwing not post videos for, like, a long period of time? It's because of this. It's because this happens most of the time. It's because I get, like, some wind under my sails, and I'm like, oh, this is great. I'm enjoying editing videos again. They're doing well. I'm really excited about this next one. And I just, it's all gone now. It's all evaporated. It's black pill. I have no hope for ever making another good video. I mean, like, I probably will, whatever. I might finish the Sonic Sega Gamer video, but, like, what? Then he'll just flag me for fucking child abuse or something, whatever. It's just, you know, apparently I'm not allowed to talk about people on the site, and I've learned that. I learned that years ago. This is just me poking my head out of the... What's the line from Vice City? I poke my head out of the gutter for 1 second, and fate shovels shit in my face! Indeed. Also, I changed the settings on my mic. You might notice I sound different. I changed the settings on my mic. That is the reason. So, yeah. It's a bit of a black pill. Again, I'll probably work on more videos, but it's like streaming, this doesn't happen with streaming, you know? I don't get this happening. Typically, when I stream, you know, the streams pretty much go under the radar. People don't get mad about. For so long, I've been like fucking Pavloved. For so long, I've been like, oh, they're gonna take this one down. Oh, Dark Viper's gonna get mad at me because I watched the Willie Mac vid. No, nobody gives a shit. Nobody has ever given a shit about me streaming. It's always when I make a video and edit something. And then that's when it gets taken down and shit like this happens. Streaming is safe. Reasonably. Not really, but... It's a black pill. It really sucks. It really sucks. So yeah, I mean... And there's not too much of a way that I can... I don't know, like, there's no additional appeals that I can make. I appealed it. It's done. It's not coming back. There's no additional appeals I can make. You know, it's just like, I don't know. I mean, I guess, you know, the fucking Brian Mullins video, you might want to save that one too. You know, who knows? Any video outing pedophiles now is apparently... You gotta be careful. Like, can we just analyze this, though? Like, let's look at things, though, in 2024, right? We got people like Ethan is Online... and fucking that Praise of Shadows guy, who are, like, kind of softly trying to couch for pedophiles and predators, and like, oh, well, they're just scared men! How dare they treat those poor men so badly! And then YouTube taking down videos of mine that are outing pedophiles. It's like, I don't know, it's just there's... The zeitgeist seems to be going in a certain direction, and I'm not sure I fucking like it. I don't really like it. You know, people like Brian Mullins, his videos are still up. All of his videos. Like, my video about him maybe might get taken down, but all of his videos, probably not. Probably not. I have a reasonable worry about my video being taken down now. His? No, most likely he's fine. He'll be fine. There's a non-zero chance that I'll have that video removed, and then Brian Mullins the Fox will still be up on YouTube, unaffected, no videos taken down, no punishment whatsoever. One thing I will say, YouTube has apparently eased up on their rules somewhat, because I don't actually seem to have a strike. That's the one, like, silver lining, is that I had not actually been punished. They've just taken the video down, which hopefully I can keep the fucking, like... The money that I made off of AdSense on that, because that was fully monetized for like a day. God damn it. God damn it. They fully monetized that video for a day, the video that they've now taken down for a child safety violation. That's very cool, YouTube. Very cool that you did that for a day. That's so interesting that you did that. Yeah, but, no, I mean, Brian Mullins' channel is probably fine, you know. There's a person we're probably going to look at, a couple of people. if you saw the new Turkey Tom video, and I know I said in the last stream, I think I said Turkey Tom is annoying. I want to specify, I mostly mean Tom Dark. His main channel is fine, but it's like when he does his streams and he goes into the Gainsbro aesthetic, I'm not there for Destiny simp Tom, necessarily. I don't even have any problems with Destiny, it just comes across, I mean, personally, it just comes across a little. But, you know, he makes good videos, though. I mean, all razzing aside about him looking like a caveman unfrozen from a block of ice. He makes good videos. I like his main channel, for the most part. I think there's some question about what he said about Pyrocynical, I don't know. But he made a video about these people. The fuck is the name of their channel? Hang on. Their channel is called... did I save it? I think I did not save it. Their channel... Oh god, I'm getting doodle tones recommended to me. Jesus fucking Christ. What the fuck was their channel called? Does anybody remember the name of it? Because he made a video about this trans couple that had a child and apparently has been abusing their child for years. And the child has come out. They're now an adult. The child refers to themselves as Spawn, which is not a cool thing for a young person to... It's just like, you know, someone abused as a child calling themselves, like, a spawn is not very humane, I guess. But, yeah, uncomfortable video, generally, I would say. Some real horrible shit in there. And I was gonna look at this channel. That channel is still up. The channel that, you know, has been, like, apparently abusing their child for years or whatever. They're still up. Their videos are fine. The videos from the child abusers, no problem. My video about child abusers, on site. On site. You know, I guess watch out Turkey Tom. Watch out anybody if you're making any fucking comments about the new... let's just be real. It seems we're moving rapidly toward pedophiles being the next protected class. Like, that's kind of what it seems like. That's kind of what it's like very subtle language here and there to be like, you know, to... And the whole Keffels thing, deflecting to the thumbnail, you know, I don't know. It's a lot. It's a lot lately that all seems to be... A lot of shit, different shit seems to be singing the same tune. I don't know what to fucking say. I don't know what to fucking tell you. Poppy and Xena, that's the name of the channel, right? And they're apparently furry transgender therapists. And, yeah, fun fact, actually, about them. Their channel is still up. Fun fact about them, there is a Gamergate... I guess we'll jump into it. I don't think we'll start with this, but I think we might look at their channel a bit today. There is a Gamergate individual who is associated themselves with these people. This trans couple that abused their kids, apparently. There's a Gamergate individual, Liana Kurtzner, who in Gamergate was essentially known for... She was one of many individuals referred to as a literally who, which is... it was a term that ostensibly meant somebody who, like, was not really anybody or had any... Nobody knew who they were before they said they were harassed. Just imagine I said that in a Bane voice. She came out of the woodwork and she was kind of like half defending Gamergate, half against it. And that was her thing the entire time. She was like a boogie fence sitter. But she was constantly like cry bullying and whining about getting harassed all the time and just like... And it was like, lady, nobody knows who you are or gives a shit. This is just, you're just Brianna wooing. We know what you're doing. Everybody back then was doing the same thing. Where they just claimed they were getting harassed, and then they got like Patreon bucks. That was the grift. And you know, not to say she's necessarily a grifter, but Liana K was one of them, and she is now apparently one of the defenders of this couple that is now generally reviled by everybody. I say they're like a furry trans therapy couple or something. And that obviously makes you think that there might be a certain group of people that have some problems with them and another certain group of people that might be trying to defend them. Of course, like with the Keffels thumbnail bullshit, there's of course still defenders of them. But like with Keffels also, most people have decided that they're not to be trusted, you know, generally trans people, whatever, their followers, furries and other kin, non-system fucking whatever. Yeah, they're all systems too, apparently. The two parents and the child, I think, are all systems. They're all plurals. That's cool. We'll get into that in a little bit. I think we're gonna get into that in a little bit. I'm just setting that up. I want to look at some Xena and Poppy, because I was not aware of this channel. The videos are still up, and I think, you know, we're probably not gonna get any like on-camera child abuse, which we know that's not allowed on YouTube, obviously. Nor is talking about it or trying to put a stop to it by exposing a website that is engaging in it. But you know, that's fine. YouTube just doesn't want. It's fine. YouTube just supports that website being up. It's fine. I mean, that's, you know, it's fine. If you just joined, YouTube took down my video about the rad queer pedo hell site, and yeah, I mean, it's not a big deal. I didn't get a strike, so it's fine. It just means that YouTube supports pedophiles. Like, that's all it means, right? Like, it's okay. It's not a big deal. But yeah, they did that. So you know, YouTube supports pedophiles, but they we're not gonna look at any child abuse stuff on the Poppy and Xena channel, but I think it would be very interesting at the very least to learn about the trans furry therapy lessons that I'm sure they have to impart upon us. But to begin with, though, I did promise this the other day. We're gonna get into trash, and feel free to leave if you are not interested. I understand, but this is a very, very funny video, and I need to watch more of it. If you were here a couple days ago, we watched just the last 35 minutes, the Wendigoon segment of the video from In Praise of Shadows that everybody's been talking about. And the thing is, I've since seen other people talk about the rest of the video, and it's so funny. It's so bad! It's unbelievably bad. And it's so pathetic, and it's such a self-report. It's very funny. So we're gonna take a look at that, and it's like 3 hours, you know. It's like 3 hours. But I think he actually took the video down. Oh, he took it down! He not only did he take the segment down, he took the whole thing. For those that weren't here, he slandered a bunch of YouTubers. And then when people got mad, he removed that segment from his 3+ hour video. But you know, the rest of the video it was like a 2 hour and 45 minute video after that. And now it looks like he's gotten rid of that too. What the fuck? Oh man. Okay. Oh, thank God somebody has it. Rob's Media Archive has come in clutch again. This fucking goat over here. Rob's Media Archive is the one who had the Wendigoon part and now has the full version here. So that is pretty epic. We got Blows Blacks here too. But we're gonna watch this. We're gonna watch this here, and yes, I guarantee you the entire video is funny. I don't know if we'll watch the whole thing, right? I mean, like, it's 3 hours and 20 minutes, but like at the very least, I want to watch like the first hour or something, because again, I want to remind people that this video is called Bad Conservative Horror Movies. And I said on a comment, which is one of the top comments, by the way, because I'm very special and cool, on the Mudahar video about this situation. I said, like, I would probably want to watch a video that was about that actually gets into, like, conservatism as a political alignment and how that affects your mindset in making stuff that's scary and what you are representing as scary. And a lot of people have commented on that and said, like, yeah, I mean, like, you could look at, you know, Frankenstein or Dracula or whatever, a lot of classic horror as being inherently conservative in some ways. And so there's a great video that could have been made with this title. Even if you are conservative or whatever, I think it would have been an interesting thing to, you know, to just analyze. You know, if it was being done by somebody who wasn't an insane leftist Nazi who thinks people shouldn't be allowed to think things. That's the unfortunate part, is In Praise of Shadows he is a fascist. I don't know how to make it not what it is. He is a fascist. He wants people to not be allowed to think things privately. So if you were here the other day, you caught up with that. But let's get into the beginnings of this. Let's try to see. Let's try to find where he starts talking about conservative horror movies. Not even just conservative horror movies, but bad conservative. This title is just, I'm gonna just spoil it for you. I'm sorry, it's a spoiler. It's such a lie. None of the video is about that. It's a complete lie. It's not even clickbait. It's just a lie. It's like if I titled my video like, they blew up the Pentagon, and then it's just a user stream, you know? Well, it's just a lie. He never gets into anything that can be, even analyzed as a bad conservative horror movie. The entire thing is just him whining about various grievances and inconveniences. Spoilers. The 3-hour and 20-minute video called Bad Conservative Horror Movies has nothing to do with that title. But let's get into it. Yeah, I've got the video saved, and I told other people to save it. I made a specific point of saying when it was uploading on my Discord, make sure you save this one, because I knew that Ezra was probably going to not be happy. Didn't think it was going to be YouTube that supported the pedophiles, but I knew that Ezra wasn't going to be happy. Apparently I was kind of right about that, because I maintained that one comment that I got was from Ezra, but no, I did tell people to save it, so it's fine. That's fine. And the like to dislike, well, this is a re-upload. He took down the full video. He had a video that was, you know, called Bad Conservative Horror Movies. The entire thing was secretly just like a means to cancel. Good God, another video about Lily Orchard. I swear to fucking God. It's all because Turkey Tom's video actually swings back around to being relevant to Lily Orchard, surprisingly. I was pissed. I was like, I've tried my best, because I don't know who Lily Orchard is, but I just keep getting fucking recommended videos about them, and I just don't care. Like, I've decided that whoever they are, I don't care. I'm just annoyed at being fucking shoved in my face videos about Lily Orchard and how evil they are, and I don't care. I can't be made to give a shit. But apparently they're related to they're involved in some way with the couple that abused their kid or something. So maybe that's why that's coming up. But yeah, for those that just joined, this is a re-upload, because not only he put this whole video up, the whole video was just a means to cancel Wendigoon and other YouTubers that are bigger than him, because he's a weak little bitch, and he's pathetic and not happy about having a failing YouTube channel, which is fair, I guess, but I mean, skill issue. When people got mad, he took out the Wendigoon segment that was 35 minutes of unrelated footage to the title of the video, but that's okay, because the whole video isn't related to the title of the video. But then, since then, in the span of the last 2 days, I guess, since I streamed about it, it seems he's taken down the whole video. So the remaining 2-hour and 45-minute segment is also no longer up on his channel. He also made like a community post about it to try and rile up sympathy, but people were still not on his side. Like, his own community does not agree with how insane he's being. Like, there are some people, by the way, who are on his side, though. There's the r/YouTube drama subreddit apparently loves this guy, hates Wendigoon, thinks that being conservative should be a crime punishable by death, and somebody made an angry comment about, well, okay, they weren't angry. They were saying that I was angry. Me and Mudahar and one other video, they screen capped 3 thumbnails that were my Wendigoon evil stream, and then the Muda video, and then another one. And so it was like, there's just this whole thing, like, screaming about how he's evil, and I just, yeah, I mean, it's just a complete echo chamber. I can't deal with people who are just, you know, mentally ill. Like, I don't know what to tell you, you know, it's not like, so there's someone came into the comments on my stream, and they, there's this individual who has a protect trans kids trans flag avatar, which I want to say is inherently not embarrassing, but it's just contextually, a lot of retards use that kind of iconography. And, you know, like clockwork, this person was a retard, supposedly following me for 2 years, but they came in with Mudahar is a fascist, Wendigoon is a fascist. They were in the comments of everybody that was positive about my stream. They were like, fuck you, Wendigoon deserved it. And I mean, I tried to reason with them a little bit. I just tried to be like, listen, you are supporting a fascist. You are supporting a person who thinks that you can't believe things privately, and like that's and you don't and like I get that you don't recognize that the person you're supporting is himself displaying fascist traits, but like I obviously this did nothing. They just kept spouting Mudahar fascist or whatever at me. So yeah, there's some people that are just mentally brainwormed and they're like lost cause humans. I'm sorry. I hope that you can fix yourself somehow. And let me point out, that's not a comment about any kind of sexuality or identity thing. That's exclusively about the stupid ass way that they acted in my comments section. Lost cause human. Hopefully you can right the course someday. You know, Maybe you're a nice person in real life, but Jesus Christ, get off the internet. Anyway, so yeah, a lot of backlash. Mostly people are not on this guy's side, though. Like, this is just kind of, it's like the Keffels thing. It's like the Mudahar Keffels video. Basically, this is just outing everybody who is, like, a fucking creepy weirdo. This is outing everybody that you probably shouldn't, you know, I mean, anybody that supports this shit is like, oh, you've got some shit going on. You're probably, like... You've probably got some brain worms, you know, whatever. You probably got the RFK special, you know, whatever it is. Yeah. So I mean, we'll get into it here. Let's watch.
You know perfectly well what I'm talking about. And if you wish to stay here under my jurisdiction, you will toe the line as I see fit, for your sake as well as mine. You have a very evil mind.
Hi, YMS Highlights. Welcome. Reminder that, reminder that this video, is something we should all be able to get behind. Regardless of who you are, if you think that people should be allowed to think things, you should not be supporting this video. I just want to put that out there for everybody. I just want to put that out there for anybody who's new here, or anybody who is not aware of this situation before we get into this. I want to blanket outright state that this video, it's deceptive. It's one of those things, because some people might not be following the scenario. Maybe you didn't click on the Wendigoon Evil stream, because you're like, I don't care about the drama, but you clicked on this one because it's a user stream, ostensibly. But, you do care... maybe you don't care about this, but I'm telling you, this video is extremely funny. Let's watch. Now he's got some like movie footage here, I guess, and I'm not sure. This is a video supposedly about bad conservative horror movies. This is some footage from a movie. Is this even a conservative thing? Chapter 1, The Guest of Honor.
You know perfectly well what I'm talking about. And if you wish to stay here under my jurisdiction, you will toe the line as I see fit.
Irony.
For your sake as well as mine.
Reminder that at the end of this video, this man says that Wendigoon, because he may possibly privately be conservative, possibly, should not be allowed in public society. So I'm just... throwing that out there. This is an interesting clip to start. I guess this is to establish, like, how fascists are or something. It's not something you want to do in your video that decries wrongthink, though. So, like, I don't know if this is the best image.
In my jurisdiction, you will toe the line as I see fit.
I mean, not only, like, should he not be allowed in public spaces, that's the bad one, but more specifically, the one that's not quite as bad, but even more closer to the jurisdiction thing here, is he says that Wendigoon and people like him who might possibly privately be conservative privately in the, you know, in the comfort of their own home or whatever, they should not be allowed to be on, well, I forget the exact wording, but essentially he said, They should not be allowed to be on social media sites with, you know, with us, the right thinkers. So, yeah, my jurisdiction. This is our land, Wendigoon! Get the fuck off! I'm not even sure if this is supposed to be... This might be fully unironic, this clip. This is his, like, message to Wendigoon. Fuck off. You have the wrong thoughts, maybe. Get out of here.
For your sake as well as mine. You have a very evil mind, Aunt Phoebe.
Amazing lack of self-awareness to include a clip like that. That's unbelievable. Just like, yeah, thank you for like defining what like an evil fascist would look like, and then being like that for 3.5 hours. Thank you. Pretentious. Oh,
Over the
so
weekend,
pretentious.
February 16th through the 18th, I traveled to Concord, North Carolina to attend this year's Mad Monster Party, which was far and
worst Banjo-Kazooie level.
away the most redneck and unprofessional convention that I had ever been to in my life that was operating at this level of scale. The only thing that I could really compare it to for you is that it felt like something that was being run by that guy at
I
your...
gotta turn this up to extra speed. I forgot how much this fellow's voice can be annoying. I will say also, on this guy's defense a little bit, I know that's crazy. I did remember that he actually made a video that I watched a while ago, like a year or two back, that was really quite good. And in fact, for the sake of being, you know, fair, I would like to find that video real quick. And, let me see here. I would like to find this video because, I said that, I talked about how I've watched this guy's videos before. You know, generally I find them not to be that interesting. But I remembered that the reason why I've continued to try and give them a chance, even though I generally don't like his videos, is because there was one that I watched that I really did like. And it was from a while ago. It was from... let's see. So he's been doing this for years now. 4 or 5 years. Right, it was this one... it's got 8.7 million views. It's a very popular video. I believe it was this one. Yes, it was this one about Zdzisław Bekzinski, a Polish horror painter, and it was a very good video. And I remember putting it on and feeling things. You know, the thing that he probably wanted me to get from all of the thing that he wants people to get from his videos, I would assume, is
born in
feelings.
1929, his birthplace.
You know, he wants people to watch his videos and feel things and look at this art and come away from it with feelings. And I will say, like, I feel like maybe this guy's art is doing a lot of the heavy lifting. And also, I believe, if I remember correctly, he has a pretty tragic story associated with him too. So, like, it's possible that it's just the subject matter that got me in, but, like, this was a good video. I will stand by this video that he made 4 years ago and say that this fellow has, at some point in time, made videos that are interesting. So it is really unfortunate to see that this... And again, this is a video. The title of this video is something that I would have been interested in. Not interested in horror movies, necessarily, but, you know... analysis of media and stuff. It's stuff that I do find myself interested in. It's just such a shame that this guy fell off the rails so completely. Such a shame, because, you know, he seemed like he at some point had some talent. You know, at some point he was a pretty good video maker. He got it. I think it went to his head or something. I don't know.
Local small-town comic book store that had somehow gotten out of hand. The reason for my visit was due to a large amount of negative attention that the convention had received surrounding their headlining guest of honor, the alleged rapist, Kevin Spacey. But before we get to that, I think that we should talk about the convention itself, because once I arrived there, I realized very quickly how these conditions resulted in a Spacey invitation. As everything in the way that this was conducted is like
Thank you to Demon Cringe with the 10 gift memberships. Wow.
We have a new enemy in town.
We have a bunch of them. Volume up 2. Hang on, I need to check the volume, actually, because my volume... Okay, it's, like, fine. My volume's fine. I changed my, settings on my mic. So, yeah, fun fact, I think it was actually when I was, like, watching back the... When I was watching one of the videos talking about Wendigoon, the Wendigoon video, he brought up some footage of Shoe on Head at one point. And Shoe on Head, I guess, also has a Blue Yeti, and I saw the settings on the back of her mic, so I was like, ah, fuck it. Mine doesn't sound very good. I'm just gonna steal Shoe on Head's mic settings and see if it works for me. So, I don't know. It's a work in progress. It's a trial and error in progress, but, yeah.
Epitome of a misguided and mismanaged mess. Now,
Demon Mama.
booking Spacey is, in any sense of
Demon
public
cringe,
optics, a
sorry.
very dumb idea. And you could try to write these people off as...
Wasn't Demon Mama the fucking... Hang on. Wasn't that, like, Keffels' girlfriend or something? I've heard that name. That's like a drama user. I'm sorry for equating you to that person. Demon Cringe. That's the name that person should have.
Just straight
You
up
are not cringe.
But they
Thank
fully
you.
understood what they were doing. As
So right, once again here, we've been talking over this. This is a horror convention that this guy decided to attend, which has invited Kevin Spacey, famed rapist, as a as a guest, which is a very strange thing. And I saw one person point out in a video talking about this. I saw one person point out, like, why didn't this guy just make a video about how, like, unsettling, like, it's a horror convention that has invited Kevin Spacey. This is a terrifying premise. You could have just made the video about that. You could have just made, like, even, like, maybe not 3 hours, maybe, like, an hour-long video, even, about, like, your experience at this con. You could have made it a horror video about, like, the lingering evil of Kevin Spacey. You could have even made it a political thing and made it like, why were we not able to cancel him effectively? Like, whatever. You could have made it something instead of what he does do here, which is just bitch for 3 hours. But also some points were made that he complains a bunch about how this convention is, like, morally wrong for supporting Kevin Spacey. Yeah, he paid the money to go there. So, anyways, let's back up a little.
mess. Now, booking Spacey is, in any sense of public optics, a very dumb idea. And you could try to write these people off as just straight up morons. But they fully understood what they were doing. As on all of their public
content looks more tolerable than Mama Max. Shoutouts to Mama Max, by the way, who also knew that YouTube was supporting pedophiles.
advertisements, they just happened to forget to include
He just did it with his heart in the wrong place. That's the problem.
Spacey along with all of the faces of the other big guests. They knew that they had to spend this. First of all, I arrived at the convention and their small main parking lot was already filled, and they gave me directions to their overflow parking area that upon arrival...
I don't know why it's necessary that we're watching a video within a video right now. I mean, like, this is a re-upload of it, so the quality is not all there, right? One would assume in the original upload you could probably actually make out the guy in the TV a little better, and it wasn't all just a mess of blurry pixels. I mean, I don't know why this is necessary. Is this just supposed to add, like, an extra aesthetic? The fun thing, too, is, I don't know, maybe he's been on video before, probably. I don't feel like in any of the videos I've seen from this guy that I've ever actually seen him on video before this one. So it is funny that he chose to reveal to the world that he looks like gay Ned Flanders. I'm sorry, that's offensive. I think he is gay. I'm sorry. That's horribly offensive. I didn't mean to be a fascist. He looks like homosexual Ned Flanders. There you go. I gotta use the right terminology.
Realized was well over half a mile away from the event, and that they had arranged
Copyright, but most of this is his own footage. That's what I don't get. Like, I get it if it was the movie clip that he used in the beginning, but not this.
Shuttle services whatsoever, meaning that I had to walk down a dirt trail that had large rocks in it in the February cold to get back to their main building, which, was fine for me. I'm in relatively good health. But you can't expect all guests who want to attend your public event to be able to physically do that. At night, I then had to walk the same trail back to my car in pitch black darkness, which is just a...
We're 2 minutes in, he's just whining about how he had to walk on a trail one time. Not all... suffering isn't a competition, right? I had somebody years and years ago tell me that when I was just saying to them, like, I'm going through it, but I don't know, other people probably have it worse than me, and they were just like, suffering isn't a competition. If you're feeling really bad, it doesn't matter that there's people dying in Africa or whatever. Sucks for them, but, like, relatively for every individual person, they all have their own thing. So it's like, I guess what I'm getting at is just this is really giving away the low tolerance that this guy has, and, like, how easy of a life it sounds like he's probably had. to whine about how he had to walk on a dirt path a little bit in the dark. Like, I'm really... Was your video not long enough, dude? Come on, whining about that? Like, have you never been even, like, have you never even had a cold? You're fucking kidding me with this. Oh, I had to close my car door myself. Oh, God. This is just so bitch-made. I don't know what to tell you, man.
Lawsuit.
It's not all suffering is, you know, it's not a competition, right? But, like, man, you have not experienced much, like, torment if you're, like, whining about a dirt path you had to walk on, dude.
At night, I then had to walk the same trail back to my car.
My
in pitch black darkness,
glasses!
which is just a lawsuit waiting to happen. I'm not someone to ever actually make a complaint about something like that, but the reality of the situation is that not providing shuttle services to guests who can't walk when you make them park so far away immediately makes you seem totally unprofessional. When I finally got inside to purchase a weekend ticket at the front desk, they tried to put a paper wristband on me. I tried to clarify saying—
So, again, a minutely reminder that this is a video that's supposed to be about bad conservative horror movies. So far, we maybe have the word horror, because this is a convention. Conservative, because everything he doesn't like is conservative, and movies, because I guess probably they talk about horror movies at the convention. I'm trying to establish how this is, like, at any point in time relevant to the title of the video. This is probably the closest it gets, too, which is sad. Like, it gets into, I guess you could also argue the Hills Have Eyes segment, where he like, bitches, spoilers, he just bitches about people totally not getting the time when he said that the inbred troglodytic cannibals in the hills have eyes were supposed to be referencing POC, or like representing POC or something. We just didn't get his deep meaning there, apparently. So he goes off for that for a while. So maybe that counts as bad conservative horror movies, but I don't think The Hills Have Eyes is considered a bad movie, let alone a conservative one. I think it's his argument that it's actually got some liberal, well, not liberal, we know he's a militant leftist, so he's not liberal at all. It's funny how the rightoids are actually becoming more liberal in a lot of ways. Most of the right people, you know, just don't want to hear about people being, you know, whatever. Meanwhile, it's the, you know, I always want to call people like this liberal, but they're anything but. This is, you know, I mean, at this point, maybe, you know, whatever, but, like, later on, when it gets into just, you talk to someone one time, kill! Like, this, anything but that word, right?
that I didn't want a day pass, I wanted the weekend pass. And they said that that was the weekend pass. I asked if they didn't have any security badges, which are the norm for essentially any con of this size, and they said no. They instead expected me to wear this paper wristband at all times for 3 days straight. By the second day,
yeah, apparently everyone was confused by the Hills Have Eyes take, Olivia. I mean, like, I haven't seen the movie, but it's like, it's one of those things where he managed to, it's like smug leftism, so it pisses off, like, you know, center people, closer to the center like me, and right people, but it also, it is also inherently kind of fucking racist, and is essentially just saying that, like, these cannibals in the fucking hills are, like, supposed to be representing fucking, like, natives or whatever, like, something, and it's just like, the point he thinks he's making just managed to be stupid to everybody that heard it. It was incredible. I would like to maybe watch that video, but I don't know. I'm good just at this point, just watching this.
was falling apart because I had taken a shower, and it became very soggy and uncomfortable.
He's now whining about how his wristband became soggy, everybody. I just... Hang on. Just... Oh, God! Why didn't they laminate it? Oh, God! I bet it's because I had to walk in the dirt! Oh, God! I wouldn't have been in the rain if it wasn't for the conservatives!
To wear. There were no posted schedules of the events anywhere in the building. I asked the front desk.
Not soggy! It's the worst thing that could happen, really.
If they had any printed flyers or brochures of when the Q&A events were going to be held, and they told me no. They had nothing printed, and that the only way to find out what time things were happening was to go to the Mad Monster website and find their schedule there. At their Q&A events, the first 10 rows of the auditorium were reserved for VIP ticket holders only. The problem with that is that next to nobody purchased the VIP tickets, which resulted in the celebrities being separated from the audience by 10 mostly empty rows, really killing any kind of ability for the guests to build any kind of energy with the crowd.
And it's like, okay, so I'm trying to put myself in the position of somebody who is not familiar with how this video turns out and all of the discourse after the fact, just like a fan of this guy's or whatever. Like me, if I had just clicked, because I saw the video recommended to me, because I think just a few days before he uploaded this, I had watched his video about dangerous movies or whatever, and you know, I was kind of underwhelmed, as I had said before, but you know, I'd watched that. And so, like, you know, it's something I watched recently. It's in the algorithm for me. He puts out the new video, and I saw it recommended, and then I saw people talking about it, and I was like, oh boy, this is a video that will probably annoy me. But that wasn't enough for me to go, oh, this is probably going to be something funny to watch on stream. That came later. But, like, I'm trying to put myself into the perspective of if I had just watched this video that day, like the day he uploaded it, and didn't know anything about it, and I'm just like, oh, bad conservative horror movies. Tell me all about it, sir. And I do feel like if, like, by 3 minutes and 48 seconds in, I would be annoyed. I would be pretty annoyed. I would be annoyed because it's a 3-hour and 20-minute video, and so far, all of this has been irrelevant to the title of the video. Like, I like long videos, but when you're starting out with it, every second of this is irrelevant to the video. Like, to the title of it, anyway, that I clicked on, I would be like, so this is just going to be a waste of my time. This is just going to be largely a waste of my time, probably. And I think I would have been wrong, because it is very funny, but in terms of watching it for its intended purpose and what the title of the video is, yeah, I would have probably clicked off already by this point.
Resulting in the panels being painfully awkward at times. Also because the guests were not actually
filler.
that famous, which we're gonna get to. The audience often just didn't have any questions for them because they didn't know who they were. So most of the Q&As only lasted for about 20 minutes or so, even though they had all been scheduled for an hour. I didn't eat before I got there the first day and expected to buy a snack at some point while I was there, and was very upset to learn that there was...
I was expected to buy a snack! The way he words this. It's like his mommy forgot to pack a lunch for him and he had to forage for berries himself or something in the fucking wild. Like, what the fuck, dude? This is why, when he starts talking in the later segment about Wendigoon and how he's a stupid idiot child who doesn't know better or whatever, and it's like, you look younger than him. He looks younger and he acts like a baby. He's acting like a baby. So he's very child-coded. Especially that part where he defends the predator that gets shot and calls him a scared man.
Only an alcohol stand in the convention floor, and no food whatsoever.
Stalker
So I didn't end up
child.
eating until about 10 p.m. later that night. The next day I did actually learn that there was a food area for the con set up in the lobby of the hotel next to the convention center, but there were no signs telling you of this, and it was very much hidden.
So in other words, you're stupid and didn't... This is like the game journalist thing. You know, sometimes the game is obtuse, but sometimes it's just DSP didn't fucking press the circle button for 30 hours of playing Jak and Daxter to recognize that you could spin. That's real, by the way. That's real. I don't think it was 30 hours, but it was like part 30 or something of his Jak and Daxter playthrough before he decided to press the circle button on his fucking controller and go, oh, I can spin? Oh, I didn't know that. Oh.
Luckily, the first night after having a late dinner, I could relate
There's nothing I can do!
advertised as having, which was just magnificent. Although, I guess I can't blame that on Mad Monster. Now, okay.
Yeah, did he just not think to ask, I guess? He didn't want to have to talk to one of those filthy redneck conservatives. So he just went hungry. It's so funny to think this guy, like, almost, I'm just imagining him like everybody's inside the eating area and he's just out in the rain, like, like his arms crossed, like, I didn't want to eat with you chuds anyway, you fuckers!
First off, the argument should be made that even if the past 10 years of his life had not happened, should Kevin Spacey himself be the headlining guest at a horror convention in the first place? Most people, if you ask them what horror movies Spacey had been in, would probably space on an answer, which that answer being is that he has been in exactly one horror film, Seven, which
isn't even really a horror film.
the primary visual theme of the convention.
It's not a horror film, it's like a thriller. It's like a suspense thriller. I would not call Seven a horror film. It's a very good movie. It's not a horror movie. I mean, there's some scary moments, but I wouldn't call it a horror movie.
As they really emphasized that they had gotten Spacey as a guest by having all of the staff at the convention being marked by having these bright red shirts on them that read, "What's in the box?" The photo ops with him were a staged event with a desert backdrop, where you could get on your knees in front of Kevin Spacey, with your head through a hole that they had cut in a cardboard box.
Yeah, this is very strange. I mean, like, there's a point, this is the thing, too, is there are points that are buried in this video that are just, like, trodden upon by how terrible the thing is in its totality, but, like, yeah, it is very weird that this convention just decided to, like, it's a horror convention, and they decided to bring in Kevin Spacey. It's also weird, like, the way he describes it, he's, like, mostly whining, but he did mention, like, they really they were, like, secretive about him being involved in this thing. Like, they had a bunch of other guests on the posters, the like, billboards and stuff for it, the advertisements. They had a bunch of other guests, but they were not super public that Kevin Spacey was coming. Yeah, bit weird. There's a video, you could have just made a video about the weird fucking horror convention that decided to have Kevin Spacey. That would have been an entertaining video, maybe. But that's certainly not what he chose to do, huh?
That he was holding. You can't actually make that
up. Someone should do a better video on this.
Over the course of 3 days to pay Kevin Spacey, whose assets are estimated to be worth between $16 and $20 million, $300 each to get on their knees in front of him. After the announcement in January of his inclusion at the convention, Mad Monster, as most people sadly do when they are being publicly criticized, refused to cancel Spacey's appearance, instead deciding to double down and buckle up for a rough ride. They stopped posting on their Twitter and locked all of
that's what most people do when Kevin Spacey is around.
Their comments, instead deciding to focus their promotion on the more pedestrian and less socially vocal social media platforms, like Facebook and Instagram.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying, too, chat member. Like, there's a legitimately a video you could have made, and it's sad that he decided not to do this because he was being a petty little loser, but he could have just made a video where he was like, isn't it like, like, okay, so it's a video about this horror convention, but it's secretly, actually, meta-narratively, a horror video about being trapped in a convention with Kevin Spacey. That would have been really interesting. It could have been funny. It could have been actually scary, maybe. It could have had stuff to say. He could have done something. If this guy's such a fucking artist, it's like, I shouldn't be able to come up with a better video than you, fuck ass.
Those platforms. They reportedly began to block anyone who said something negative about their decision or the
significantly lamer Noah Samsen. Yeah, at least Noah Samsen was, like, in the military or something. There's, like, a photo of him where he looks like a buff dude. And now, now he does thirst traps for his community members or whatever.
Convention. One of which was...
I don't know if anybody's seen that, but I saw that on a Kamal stream. There's a video, there's a picture that he posted, I think, on his, like, members-only community thing, Noah Samsen did, of him, like, half naked in bed. You know, the kind of, like, bed shot where it's, like, the covers are kind of seductively... strategically covering the spots, but, like, his leg is out and everything. It's supposed to be, like, a thirst trap, I guess. But it's the guy that, like, whined for an hour about, think before you sleep or whatever. I don't know. It's not a very effective thirst trap, in my opinion. But then I'm, straight. One of the straights, so, like, I don't know.
Drag queen Naomi Monroe. According to WCCB Charlotte, one fan of the convention who had been going for years named Will Kinsler, who you may know as being involved with sports video games, was blocked by the Mad Monster page for expressing his concerns, and would later tell reporters, "I was dumbfounded, right? Shocked. I was disappointed immediately. It doesn't make me interested in attending this time or ever again. To invite somebody with these sorts of allegations of sexual misconduct surrounding them into what feels like our home of our community. It was really concerning. It feels like a bit of a betrayal, right? I just wanted to tell them I don't think this is right and I don't like it. And now they've kind of taken my voice away from me."
In a quote given to a reporter for the news, this person said, "They've taken my voice away from me." I just thought I'd point that out. There was I wouldn't have caught it if another commenter whose name I forgot didn't point it out on a different video, but that's really funny.
I'd hate for people
they're really taking away your voice. Live on Channel 6 News.
That don't know and feel like we're a different kind of community than we are. And that we would welcome somebody in our community that's accused of doing these things that he's doing is disappointing for me. That somebody might find that that is a reflection on us. And I want people to know that that's not the case at all. They would also delete any negative comments on their posts so that it looked like everyone universally supported what they've been doing. They posted a clip from House of Cards onto their Facebook page, where Frank Underwood confronts a homeless man who has been accused by the police and is suffering from a psychotic dramatic episode where he tells him, "Nobody can hear you. Nobody cares about you. Nothing will come from this." They also posted on their Instagram story an image of Spacey with the text, "Nobody cares about you." One major convention manager of a different event, who will go unnamed here, criticized their decision by saying, "As convention organizers, it's so important that we look at the big picture. People watch us.
The big picture. It is an election year, people.
They watch what we're doing, and who we put our dollar behind. Hiring on performers and celebrities is an endorsement, not just of them, but of what they've done over their lives."
Normally, I don't know if I'd necessarily agree with that, but in this scenario, it does seem like they're very in favor. Somebody involved in this thing. I have a feeling it's some sort of scenario where it's like one guy really wanted this, and everybody else who's in charge of this convention was probably like, "Dave, that's a bad idea. We really shouldn't." "No, I like 7!" And then he shoots his guns in the air like Yosemite Sam. Like, I assume it had to be something like that. I don't know. Because the social media stuff that he's showing. And this is, by the way, if we can trust anything he says. I have to point that out, because this guy's clearly demonstrated that he's full of shit and lies out through his teeth constantly to like, spin narrative. So it's possible that all of this is, like, out of context or something. But based on what he's showing, it's like, yeah, it does look like they were weirdly gung-ho about having Kevin Spacey there, and they had all this, like, get on your knees in front of him and take a picture, like, weird shit, you know, based on what he's saying, at least. Normally it's like, whatever, you just got a guy at a convention, that doesn't need to be an endorsement. Of course, to weirdos like this, it would seem like one. This guy who thinks that if you breathe the same conservative air as someone, that you need to be chemically castrated or something, so that you can't pollute the future gene pool and, you know, fuck up the chances of the next Joe Biden victory. But, like, yeah, no, I mean, in this scenario, I definitely would say, based on what he's demonstrating here, at least based on this, it does seem pretty weird. It does. I'm with him here. Seems like a pretty fucked convention. I don't know why they're. I mean, that one person was being kind of just entitled a little bit, you know, the one who got their voice taken away. Oh, God! Make sure you get my good side, reporter. But yeah, no, generally, I mean, this seems like a weird convention, sure. He did support this financially, though. Like, keep in mind, as he's talking about how morally bankrupt this is or whatever, well, they ain't financially bankrupt because you paid to be there, dude. So, like, whoever, you have voted with your wallet and voted for more Kevin Spacey, please. So, I don't know what to tell you, man.
Their convention, called Days of the Dead, posted on their social media a great little piece announcing that Ian Wyatt would be at their event in January, saying that he was going to be the only Predator at Days of the Dead.
Yeah, he is. Kevin Spacey is technically, he was acquitted, but it is one of those, like OJ, or I think Weinstein is also technically, like, free of all charges. It's one of those ones where it's like, I don't know, the guy's probably got enough money. I'm willing to believe that this is maybe some bullshit happened, you know? Like, I don't know. Sometimes, maybe not, but...
Hi, everybody. It's Kevin Spacey here, your mad monster, coming to Concord, North...
But, like, that is interesting, though. I say that whoever wanted this guy here might have been, like, high on meth or whatever the fuck, but, like... maybe this was just a big artistic fucking move to have... Kevin's, like, I am the mad monster. He is the titular mad monster of this convention. He is the scary, evil, gay rapist Kevin Spacey. And he's, yeah, I mean, maybe that was the point. It's a weird thing to do for your convention, but maybe that was the point. And I mean, I guess that's kind of funny if it was. It's interesting if it was. This video stands as, I guess, a testament to that decision. Like, maybe this video wouldn't have happened in the same form that it did if not for the decision to have Kevin Spacey at this convention, Butterfly effect type shit. I don't know, but he is the mad monster. That much is right.
Carolina, February 16th through the 18th. That's right, all 3 days, and I'm looking forward to getting there. Also, while I got you, just want to take a moment and thank all my fans for all your support through all these years. It's meant so much to me, and I hope you can make it.
I don't know why all of the footage is still on this tiny TV. It's like we're watching a fucking YouTube re-upload of Star Wars. And it's just like in a small box, and it's reversed, and like it's in black and white,
it'd be nice to meet in person.
And the thing about all of this is that for security reasons, Spacey was never once actually seen on the convention floor itself. He did not have a table, he did not take selfies, he did not do a Q&A. It was like he wasn't even there. They just had him locked in the back like he was the fucking Wizard of Oz, for staged photographs, because anything else could have exposed him to uncomfortable questions. And to that, I just gotta ask, if he isn't even going to be participating in the convention itself, why ruin your own reputation and name by having him there? Why choose to die on this hill? Because despite him not physically being seen, just him being in the building for 3 days lingered over the event like a haunting spirit. The vibe—
Wow, you were uncomfortable. To paraphrase Harmful Opinions, wow, so you felt uncomfortable and horrified at the horror convention? Terrible. Like, maybe that's the point. I'm starting to wonder if that was the point and this guy is just, like, not able to see that. This is clear, like, is it just me? It seems like they made the point of this convention, like, it's like a sociological experiment or something. I don't know.
Vibes of this place were truly awful.
But also, I don't know, are the vibes truly awful?
Because lingered over the event like a haunting spirit.
Apparently, the Kevin Spacey lingered over the event.
The
but
vibes
then,
of
like,
this place.
I don't know, does this guy with his gun hanging out look like he cares about the vibes? He looks like he's having a fine time. Kind of seems like the only one whose vibes are awful in any of the footage we're seeing is actually, you know, Zane, in Praise of Shadows, the video maker. It seems like everybody else is, I don't know, just standard convention goers. Whatever I'm supposed to get from this footage being like haunting fucking Auschwitz footage, I'm not getting it. It's not happening.
Were truly awful. Because they booked him, it resulted in many reputable vendors or guests refusing to even show up by either not booking the convention or canceling their reservation. And this drastically hurt the overall tone and the experience of the convention itself. The atmosphere was genuinely depressing. I'm not trying to be an asshole when I say this, but one of the biggest guests that they could book was Tim Capello, the featured extra from the Lost Boys that plays the saxophone that is only on screen for a few seconds. One of their other major guests was Michael Lerner, who was not Michael Myers in Halloween 6, but instead was that guy's stunt double that was only used in a few shots in the film. I've talked to both of those guys and they're really nice, and I genuinely mean no disrespect to either of them, but even they would probably agree that they are not horror A-listers. They do not draw in crowds. Because they decided to back Spacey, they really had to scrape the bottom of the horror barrel to get anyone to come to this thing. And
I'm just amazed, like, the guy must have been so blinded by his, like, rage to Wendigoon or whatever. It seems like he had a golden opportunity to make a really interesting and entertaining video. He was there. I mean, someone in chat was like, somebody else should make a better video about this. How could they? He has the footage. He's the one that went. He's the one that, you know, all jokes about him, like, financially supporting it aside, sure, if you want to call it, like, investigative journalism or something, like, yeah, okay, fine, you're doing it for your video. I get that. I'm understanding of that. It's just that he wasted the opportunity because this is just a footnote. We're 10 minutes in, by the way. This has nothing to do with the video title, and we're 10 minutes in. But, like, yeah, I really wish that this guy had made the video be about, like, the meta horror convention with Kevin Spacey as the monster. Like, life is the movie in this scenario. Kevin Spacey has been cast in the role of the real-life monster rapist. And all of the people at the convention are the actors, are like the survivors or whatever. Obviously, nothing was going to happen. But, like, the way he's describing this, I can kind of see the fucking blueprints of what video this could have been. That could have been really interesting. And he just fucked it up so hard, and now no one can make that video, because he's the one that went. He has the footage. He's the one he was the only option. He was the only choice. He was our only hope to get Kevin Spacey RapeCon footage, and now it's never gonna happen.
Despite what they would say about having record numbers, the attendance felt completely dead. It really felt like there were about half as many people as there should have been there on a normal year. I mean, we're talking about a convention that not too long ago had Art the Clown and Captain Spaulding in the same room doing a joint clown photo op. They used to—
Oh, Art the Clown and... right, those two. Absolutely, yeah. Those guys are horror icons. You know, I think Chucky, you know, Jason, Freddy... Art the Clown, definitely.
Have legitimate guests,
yeah.
And by comparison, this thing was a total joke. They only had 23 guests at the show, including Spacey. 5 of them were old retired wrestlers who had nothing to do—
I don't think Kevin Spacey was conservative necessarily, but I think he's kind of pivoted in that direction recently. It's a weird Politics is fucking weird, man. Because Kevin Spacey is like a gay rapist, but for some reason, certain rightoids have decided to, like, hold him up as, like, an example of cancel culture being bad, and it's like, this feels like something you guys should be against. I don't know, but alright. So yeah, he's been kind of playing to that crowd a little bit here and there when he gets work at all. So, I mean, he's not real. I don't know if he's political at all. He's just trying to get what he can, probably.
With horror. One was Taryn Manning, who basically has nothing to do with horror. They had two of the Dukes of Hazzard boys. You had Tom Welling and Michael Rosenbaum from Smallville. You had Chaz Palminteri from The Usual Suspects, who was there because of Spacey. You had Tom Cavanaugh from The Flash. There were only a couple of people who actually had anything to do with horror at all, like Shannon Elizabeth. The only other big names they got were Lou Diamond Phillips, who has nothing to do with horror, and Kiefer Sutherland, who was only there for a few hours on one day. And even though I do love them, and I mean no disrespect when I say this, Felicia Rose and Kane Hodder were both also there, which I'd say this in the nicest way possible, but they're basically at every single one of these things, so them being present is neither here nor there. So you can see that by booking Spacey, they totally ruined the show that they were throwing, even being about horror. Because
your video's not even about horror, dude. I mean, well, I don't know. It seems like they got a fair number of, they got some regulars at these conventions. They got Lou Diamond Phillips. They got Kiefer Sutherland for a little bit. He tried to paint this as like some, I don't know. I mean, is it exclusively a horror convention? Because like he's talking about like a guy from The Flash. Like they had monsters in it. I don't know. It might. I guess maybe. I mean, but he's been in other things too. Tom Cavanaugh. I don't know. I mean, it seems like the convention had some guests. Maybe they aren't all like fucking Wes Craven or whatever. But like, I don't know. Not every convention's gonna be a fucking hit out of the ballpark, dude.
Because they couldn't get anyone with any major clout who was both respectable and majorly relevant besides those that I've mentioned within the genre to actually show up. Fellow horror YouTuber Cody Leach was actually also at the convention and made his own videos.
Somebody says, I hope you're not mad I had your video taken down. Oh, so it was angry pedophiles. That's cool. No, it's cool, bro. I've got other people that are going to re-upload it, so it's fine. The word's already gotten out, and a lot of people are going to, spread the message, so it's all right. Fair play, though. Fair play.
On his experiences with it. He's a guy that I have not historically agreed with on most things. He listed Midsommar and The Lighthouse on his worst of list of 2019, complaining that horror shouldn't be this pretentious and snooty, his words, not mine, and should focus instead on being entertaining and not trying to be cute by using art house aspect ratios. Again, his words, not mine. He also did not appreciate the homoerotic basis of the—
I also hope you don't mind me reporting you for child abuse, by the way, chat member. Hope you don't mind that. No big deal, right? No big deal. What's going on here?
To actually show up. Fellow horror YouTuber Cody Leach was actually also at the convention and made his own videos on his experiences with it. He's a guy that I have not historically agreed with on most things. He listed Midsommar and The Lighthouse on his worst of list of 2019, complaining that horror shouldn't be this pretentious and snooty, his words, not mine, and should focus instead on being entertaining and not trying to be cute by using art house aspect ratios. Again, his words, not mine. He also did not appreciate the homoerotic basis of the movie, and complained that it was just weird for weird's sake, and to me just didn't try to appreciate the film on its level.
So, okay, so there's a YouTuber that came here. There's another YouTuber that he's decided to throw into all of this. And, that's cool. And apparently this YouTuber was also at this convention, and he decided against talking to this YouTuber because he's just too good for that, I guess.
In my personal opinion, he is a deeply unserious critic, and can actually be, to an extent,
You are a pathetic blob of emotion. I would not call you a deeply serious anything other than maybe a deeply serious loser. I don't know.
Symbol of what I want the message of this video to be about. Because if you watched his video about Mad Monster Con, you would think it was a great time. A wonderful convention. There is a clear dichotomy between our two experiences, and I think there's something interesting in that.
Yeah, because he probably went there and wasn't like a weird loser with a stick up his ass,
And this ties into this theory that I've had for a long time that is kind of the thesis of this video, and that I think there's actually not one, but two distinct horror communities that do not overlap. One that is more concerned with writing and thinking about how our own experiences and world are reflected through art. A group that overall is less concerned with how much a movie makes.
The phrasing of deeply unserious is... I mean, I think I've said it before too, but it's just like, man, that is pretty pretentious, isn't it? The way it's that coupled with the way he talks. I don't know. I guess you can't help that much with the way someone talks, right? But like, man, that's just, he just sounds, it's like there is this, I talked about this before, there's this like fallacy where he started to, I guess people were pushing back against him, and they started calling him the F slur, amongst other things. And it's like, I don't know, dude, it's the internet, and you just have to recognize that you sound a certain way that some people might, you know, that word might be the word that they use, right? Like, it's just, you sound very pompous and annoying and full of yourself, and you are all of these things. So, like, when people use it's not like maybe they shouldn't use that word, but like, you are bringing it upon yourself with your own actions, and people like this never understand that. They always just go, I was harassed, I did absolutely nothing to deserve it. Like, you totally did, dude. You started, like, you pretty much started all of this, like...
at the box office, and more with what it is trying to say as a work of art, and how it relates to ourselves and culture as people. And then you have another that is more conservative, and traditionally capital A American.
So this is his two versions of horror, by the way. This is his take. Horror, according to him, I don't know if we passed this part, but according to him, horror is inherently meant to be leftist. As are all things, as is life. So his version of horror is very different from the capital A version, the American version of horror, or whatever.
But two distinct horror communities that do not overlap. One that is more concerned with writing and thinking about how our own experiences and world are reflected through art. A group that overall is less concerned with how much a movie makes at the box office and more with what it is trying to say as a work of art, and how it relates to ourselves and culture as people. And then you have another that is more...
I hate the way that he's trying to... Like, yeah, I think there's a fair point to make that a lot of art tends to come from people on the left, and not necessarily as much of it comes from people on the right. I mean, there are things, I mean, there's like gospel music is pretty much exclusively whatever, like Christian rock or something, right? But like, people make the claim of like, why are lefty people more artistic and rightoids aren't? And it's like, there's some truth to that, you know. There's a little bit of something there. You know, a deeper need to search for meaning or something, rather than just kind of accepting. And you know, the conservatism, everything stays same, everything good, stay good, family good. You know, you don't have to think too much with that, right? So it's like, I don't know, there's like a point to be made there, but still, when he is essentially making the argument that all art enjoyment is left-wing, and anybody who, like, that's just dumb. That's just so dumb. I hate politics brain, dude. There's a lot of people that have made some really great art that are not left-wing, and you can argue that you don't like any of it, but it's like, I don't know, like, when we get into classical fucking pieces, how many of, like, was the Sistine Chapel, I don't know, how many of these people were like, out here being, like, fucking rad queer, you know, commies? I don't know, probably not many of them. Probably a lot of them loved God and were very, you know, simple fucking... whatever. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I have no idea. But, like, there's a lot of stuff out there. It's just yet another stupid argument that this guy makes, because he has nothing but that.
Or conservative, and traditionally capital A American, and is based more in basic consumerism, and viewing movies strictly as entertainment and nothing else. A group that often gets angry at the very notion of subtext existing within a work of fiction, and views art not as a means to express what it means to exist, but instead that sees the value of creation just within the context of how fun and experience that product is.
This is also a falsehood. He's talking about this like rightoids all hate anything with a meaning, and that's not true. A lot of media that rightoid people like and talk about isn't just dumb guy shoot gun, you know, like a lot of people on that side of things enjoy a lot of classic films, that have a lot of themes. Maybe they don't necessarily all like them for those themes, but they still enjoy the films. The problem typically comes with annoying cucks like you that just have to shove your fucking, college degree into every episode of Veronica Mars that they write. Like, that's not... It's not like, oh, E.T. was bad because it had a message about fucking, like, whatever E.T. was about. Probably some commie propaganda. But no, I'm sick of watching Star Trek and having a Democratic presidential candidate show up as a guest star, and have them wink at the camera and say, vote for Stacey Abrams. Like, I don't think she was presidential. Was she? I'm not sure. But she was a candidate. She was an active candidate for office. And they just had her on, and it's like, yeah, that's the problem. It's not Thing have moral. It's Thing is incredibly fucking brain dead about how to deliver message. Yeah, and there's some people that are just, all things should be dumb. There's definitely some of those, sure. I mean, yeah, you got, like, some Daily Wire people that are just like, why does media need to have themes? Like, that happens, sure. But it's still a big time straw man. And you'd think that people like this would be sick of the fucking straw mans. Like, wouldn't they? This is what's so annoying to me is, like, shouldn't they at some point be like, man, I'm sick of everybody assuming that I chug soy and watch my wife get fucked by another man after he gives me his Nintendo Switch to play on. I'm sick of that, because that's only half true. I don't like soy. But, like, maybe at some point he'd be like, yeah, maybe, like, broad brushing the entire other half of humanity is, like, a bad thing to do. No, obviously not. Otherwise we wouldn't get a video like this.
And product is the right word here, as this side of horror is obsessed with money and defending companies, and even when putting on a mask of pretending to be left-leaning, everything that they do is in the service of capital and big business. I hate to put it in terms like this, but I think deep within the heart of horror at the moment, and the country as a whole, there's a problem of anti-intellectualism.
I'm sorry if it sounds like I'm streaming from a can. I changed my microphone settings, so I might need to start talking into the microphone like this if it's going to be a problem. Normally I'm like back here, so I don't really know how it sounds to me. I'm going to have to listen to this later and be like, oh, this whole stream is null and void because my fucking mic was bad. But, that's the process.
Raging at people who want art to be more, or to stand for something important. A group of people yelling, just let people enjoy things, while the other side argues that we can do better. We can be more.
We can do better. Why are these people so insecure? It just feels like insecurity. It's like this constant need to improve and do better. Why are you, like, what happened to you as a child that you're, like, unable to just be happy with yourself or people around you or anything? Everybody needs to do better! It's like the grind set thing, but in, like, a different way. It's like you can't just rest and relax. Everybody must constantly be striving to do better! I'm so fucking done, dude. I'm so done. We're fucking who gives a shit.
Which is something we are going to get to soon, so just bear with me here. I know this is a long video. In his 33 minutes of talking about the convention and everything that happened around it, Leach fails to mention Kevin Spacey outside of a single joke about the situation over 20 minutes into the video.
Kiefer Sutherland was outside in the actual hallway with his own isolated room. That's that star power right there. The only other person that had that was Kevin Spacey. He was on a different floor for completely different reasons. But
not only that, if we look at this footage that I shot, compared to the footage that
yeah, this is insane schizo shit, guys. This is the first... Like, it's been bad so far. We're like 15 minutes in, almost. This video is not at all about what it says it's going to be about. So, like, it's bad. But this is the first sign that it's going to be fucking insane schizo bullshit. This is the first sign.
Reasons. But
not only that, if we look at this footage that I shot, compared to the footage that he shot, you can see that he has clearly framed his angle standing roughly at the exact same spot I was, so as to not show the giant Kevin Spacey banner hanging over the lobby. At another point, he includes a tape.
He framed his footage similarly to mine! Ree!
With some photographs of Spacey near the very end. But outside of that, you wouldn't even know that he had been there based on his video. And I think that people who are in my line of work have a certain level of responsibility to appropriately cover the things that we choose to talk about. So in my opinion, making a glowing...
Charitably, he's arguing that this guy has he's like not properly documenting this convention. He's like reporting on it in a biased fashion. That's not... But he has said that Kevin Spacey's there. I mean, like, the argument could be made, and I mean, I agree that having him at a convention like this is a weird choice, but the argument could be made that this guy is the one who's overblowing Kevin Spacey being there. I know, he's over there blowing Kevin Spacey, I know. But, like, Kevin Spacey is not in any of the promo material, and it's like he's like a secret guest who's there, so I guess it makes sense a little bit that the other guy wouldn't really be talking about him that much if he's like a very small, minor part of the event. You could argue that his presence looms large for a lot of fucking reasons, so I mean, like, I don't know. I think it's somewhere in the middle. There's a point to be made that it's weird to have him there, but acting like this guy is like restricting the truth of Kevin Spacey or something. I mean, you know, I don't know about that. It just kind of seems like he's reporting on his being there to the degree that he is there, you know, like the reasonable relative level of coverage, like for the amount of I don't know, for the amount of like presence he has there, but I don't know. This is a tougher one.
Half-hour-long video about how cool Mad Monster is. And
he could have, again, though, they both went to this convention. He could have walked up to this YouTuber and spoken to him. He could have said, hey, I'm also a YouTuber, and I make videos, and I'm also a horror YouTuber, and he could have made a new friend, but he's such a pompous cunt that he needed to, like, he apparently saw him and then just, like, I mean, you know, we know what this guy looks like. He's sloped shoulders, pudgy, like, mustache. He looks very, as Brandon Buckingham put it, a low testosterone freak. Which is apparently a gay slur, because apparently this guy thinks gay people are either low testosterone or freaks or both. That's what that means. If you think that's a homophobic to you, that means you think that of gay people. That's what that means. But I wouldn't have made that connection, but he did apparently. So he's like a bit of a, you know, he has his look to him, and then you see this guy. I don't know, guys. You remember the other stream I did where the general takeaway was that everybody he was shit-talking looked like they could probably bench press him? Or at the very least, fuck his girlfriend. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like there's maybe some reasons why this little man decided he didn't want to talk to the scary YouTuber he doesn't like. You know, he could have had same reason why he could have just DM'd Wendigoon or whatever, you know, talk to him privately, talk to him on a stream, talk to him at all. But, of course, if he talks to Wendigoon, then he becomes a fascist. So, he's not allowed to do, by his own logic, speaking to a person who might have spoken to a person who might have spoken to a person who might have spoken to a conservative, that makes you a conservative. So he can't have that. So it makes sense. His logic makes sense.
Things that we choose to talk about. So in my opinion, making a glowing half-hour-long video about how cool Mad Monster is in the wake of them trying to publicly rehabilitate Spacey's image into a right-wing personality at a convention held in the South, which happened within weeks after he appeared on Tucker Carlson's show, is not a very responsible...
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He is kind of pivoting into that direction. Good on Tucker Carlson for having Kevin Spacey on, too. Real cool individual.
Use of your platform.
I saw his video where he goes on Joe Rogan and he just like pretends evolution doesn't exist. And Joe Rogan is apparently, I'm amazed at how bad of a podcast host Joe Rogan is, because I don't really watch or listen to him or anything, but when I see clips and he's got some guy on like Terrence Howard or Tucker Carlson and they're just babbling a bunch of fucking nonsense, and it's clear that like, Joe knows that this sounds like bullshit, but he's, like, apparently too much of a bitch to be like, wait, hang on, Tucker. What do you mean? What do you mean adaptation and not evolution? What the fuck are you talking about? He just lets him go. He just lets him just lets them go. I you know, maybe that's the point. Maybe he just wants them to dig their own grave or something. I don't know, but...
And, you know, he did have his complaints about the convention, including talking about the outrageous parking situation in the footage where he actually walks pretty close to my car. He talked about the layout of the convention.
He walked close to your car, so he's stuck. This is insane, though. This is this is like your second hint that this video is insanity. I feel like if you're watching this, you know nothing about the scenario. It's the day it got uploaded. You don't know why Wendigoon is in the thumbnail. You don't know why it's 3.5 hours. If you're 15 minutes in now and you're hearing that he walked near my car, this is maybe the second sign that something's not all right with this guy. Something's off. There's a problem that this man needs help with. He bless his heart. In Praise of Shadows, seems like he has got some kind of mental thing going on that is making, like, I think he might have fucking snapped or something. I don't know what this is.
Outrageous parking situation in the footage where he actually walks pretty close. He talked about the layout of the convention being not very professional.
Daniel Larson's stream 2 has to happen soon, by the way. I didn't realize I'd let it go so long without Daniel Larson's stream 2. You know, things got in the way, video editing and rad queer pedos and whatnot. Which, by the way, reminder that YouTube has decided to stand by pedophiles. YouTube has decided that my video exposing a site that is actively predating on and has a bunch of people grooming children. Not allowed to do that on YouTube. YouTube's not okay with that. Just pointing that out again. Just putting that out there. YouTube not okay with people outing pedophiles. Just thought I'd acknowledge that.
The lines being disorderly, but never once does he have a single word of criticism about Mad Monster as an organization for their attempted rehabilitation of Kevin Spacey as a public.
I mean, literally hashtag pick a side, YouTube. Because what I said was like, okay, but Mama Max was a bullshitter though. He didn't have anything real. My video was real, god damn it. My video was real. You know? Yeah, take down his stupid ass videos that are like telling people to go dox people. Whatever. Fuck it. Mama Max is a retard. My video towed the goddamn line. I spent like a week censoring people. Not enough. According to some guy in chat, apparently that might be because he like falsely reported it. Which again, it's fine, because like, I mean, I made money from the thing. I'm good. I still get the money from it, and other people are gonna re-upload the video, so if anything, more people are gonna see it now. So this is what I said. This is I'm not even that surprised is the thing, because I literally said on a stream, like, definitely don't take my video down and make me fucking infamous for this. Like, make me, don't do that. You wouldn't want to do that. It would be real unfortunate if I made a video about this whole thing, about how certain people from the pedophile website decided to take my video down. That would be a real shame. Oopsie poopsie, it would be unfortunate if that happened. Unfortunate, uh-oh, fucky wucky. Looks like other people might upload the video. I mean, again, do so at your own risk, because allegedly it's a child safety violation, but I strongly disagree. Let's just put it that way.
Figure. Or the fact that he is greatly profiting off this appearance from people who are probably struggling. And honestly, probably can't...
Link that person's chat, link that person's page if you've got it. You say they live in filth? That sounds funny. Yeah, if put it in the live discussion on the Discord, I'll check it out. That sounds funny. Shouldn't be throwing stones from glass houses there, friend. I don't know if that person is still here, but that sounds pretty good. I'm excited. I'm excited.
Or at least shouldn't afford the $300 fee that it costs to get in the room with him for maybe 10 seconds. He then
YouTube loves pedos or YouTube protects pedos. No, we don't. Do we need a hashtag? The thing is, I didn't get a strike, so, like, I'm not that mad. It's like, the video was gonna get spread, I made money, I didn't get punished. I'm not that mad, really. Do we need a hashtag? I don't need a hashtag. You can do a hashtag. I don't. Here's the thing. I said, like, jokes aside, YouTube probably didn't actively, there was probably not a human that decided to do that. It was probably like an algorithm thing. Or yeah, just some retard falsely reporting it, which I expected that, so like, yeah, I mean, whatever. We'll see what happens. We'll see. This is a developing story. Never you fucking mind.
He goes on to say that he looks forward to going to Mad Monster Con again next year.
Oh, alert Muda about this? Well, I don't have a direct line to Muda, but I know someone who does. Interesting suggestion, you know? Interesting. I don't know how much he's gonna want to get on this bandwagon after Keffels, but maybe he'd be more inclined to. That would be funny.
But even if you look at some of his footage within his own video, you can just see how dead this place was. Most of my footage...
we'll get Rev Says Des to talk about it, sure.
...was taken from the busiest times of the day, but the majority of the con before noon and after 2 p.m. just felt totally empty. And
so right now, Praise of Shadows is trying to make the argument that this fellow YouTuber that he hates, this Chad YouTuber that he hates, is like, you know... showing the footage of the con that sort of spins a narrative that it's more successful than it is. You know, it's apparently, but I mean, this is just he said, she said. You've got two different footages from two different people. Frankly, in Praise of Shadows' footage also looks like there's enough people there. There's a lot of people. I don't know what point he's even making. He's arguing that this guy's showing off footage that has more people, but like, why should I believe? You have slandered tons of people. Why should I believe that you didn't just specifically show footage when there was nobody there? I have no reason to trust this guy. That's the thing. When it comes down now to a scenario of like, should I trust this guy or this guy's word? Well, obviously not in Praise of Shadows. He's demonstrated he's clearly he's an unrepentant liar. So yeah, I would say that I believe this guy's footage is more accurate, yes.
Depressing visuals that he's showing in his video do not match with his glowing review. I don't want to make presumptions about Leech.
We'll still be watching this for a while, but we'll look at that after. This is such a long video, dude. This is such a fucking weaselly long video, dude. Such a little... I need that on the soundboard. That's the only thing Hassan has ever contributed to existence, is the weaselly little liar dude clip, which is so funny because he's saying that to Destiny. I feel like Destiny believes the shit he says a lot more than Hassan, whether you agree him or not. From what I can see of Destiny, whether you agree with Destiny or not, from what I've seen of him, he at least seems like he believes the stupid shit that he says, rather than Hassan, who's just saying stupid shit, you know. But that is the best. That is the only clip. I've compared that to, it's like Yandere Devs. Stick him up! This is a robbery! Which is similarly the only thing he's ever done that I've ever... I mean, I guess he's also been a funny lol cow, but, like, mainly that's the only real contribution he's ever made. That's an unironically very funny meme clip. I enjoy it. He's, you know, similarly, Hassan. Shoutouts to Hassan for weaselly little liar dude being very funny, you know.
Opportunity to talk with him that day. I saw him walking around.
I am double speeding this up, by the way. I mean, it's at 1.5, but we're going even faster. This is to go even further beyond, and fellow here is going to be, you know, it's great. He's pompous and he's a fast talker now. It's going to be great.
A few times, but decided against it. So we've never...
What was that?
Just felt totally empty. And the depressing visuals that he's showing in his video do not match with his glowing review. I don't want to make presumptions about Leech. I had the opportunity to talk with him that day. I saw him walking around a few times, but decided against it. So...
Yeah, why'd you do that, buddy? Is it because you're terrified of this man who appears to be bigger and, you know, a bit bigger than you, and probably, like, in better health, and probably not a miserable loser? You know, like... I know why you didn't talk to him, sir. You can try to spin it however you want to, but we all know why you didn't talk to him, buddy.
So, we've never actually met, but in his video, there are a couple of red flags that really scream out at me.
Jan and Elizabeth were the objects of my youth. If you like really crass comedies from the 2000s before everything got all sensitive, definitely check out Sorority Boys.
So to me, he is one and the same.
These are things that stand out to him. These are things that stand out to him. So the two clips are him saying that Shannon Elizabeth was an object of his desire or something. He, like, misspoke what he was trying to say. It's a very common turn of phrase. I guess if, like, wackos want to try to make it, like, you know, anti-feminist or whatever the fuck, I guess. But it's a pretty common term of phrase. He kind of misspoke it. So I guess it came off maybe a little weird. He kind of objectified her, but it's not really what he meant. And then the other one is just a very light acknowledgement. I don't know, like, would this guy not acknowledge, though? Like, would In Praise of Shadows not agree that things are more sensitive now? Wouldn't he think that's a good thing? I don't know. I guess it's this guy's tone implies that that's a bad thing, is the difference. I'm struggling to find what specifically is the problem. It's a very light comment that he made. It's not like, everything sucks because it's woke now and gay! It's just things are a little more sensitive now, and if you like raunchier comedies, check out this comedy. Like, that's nothing. But apparently that makes him one and the same with Kevin Spacey or some shit. I don't
Past
know.
comedies from the 2000s before everything got all sensitive. Definitely check out Sorority Boys.
So to me, he is one and the same with Mad Monster, both spinning content for money while ignoring the potential harm that the event itself might cause. And I'm really not trying to harm Leach's image by comparing his experience to mine. Again, I don't know the man. And to be honest, I don't actually really think that he would be that bad of a guy. Just painfully centrist, seemingly leaning a little towards liberal. Like, he tweets pro-LGBT stuff, anti-racist stuff, but then he says things like, said it before and I'll say it again. Right or left, the extreme political people are fucking nut jobs. And
this is one of the point. This is where I would have, I would have already stopped watching the video, but this is where I would have known that this was going to be a very funny video. If I had managed to persevere to this moment, is when I would have known that, oh, this guy's going to be a problem. This is going to be a whole thing. This video is going to be like this is going to be like watching Lord of the Rings. And I was right. I was correct about that. Basically, now shitting on a guy for being... This is specifically what I'm saying, too. I'm right about this. I'm absolutely right. Left-wing people have forever been the synonymous with the term liberal. That's the term, liberal. Those fucking liberals! But they're not. They just aren't. At least people like this are not. This is anti-liberalism to the fucking extreme. I mean, he explicitly says later that because Wendigoon might be conservative or maybe knows people who are and maybe has guns, that he should not be allowed in public spaces. So, this is like, yeah, no wonder he doesn't like a guy who's like mildly pro-LGBT, liberal, normal human being who's just a normal, rational guy. No wonder. Because, no, this guy is a militant, weirdo fascist who wants people to not be allowed to think things. This is like your third sign now that this guy's fucking insane. This guy is insane. He's just insane.
And I despise a review being a political statement. And I have no clue why politics has to work its way into literally everything, but I despise the fact that it does.
What was the other one? Try to avoid bringing everything in political review. Despise a review being a political statement disguised as a review. A sentence on abortion and Black Christmas and getting hate for weeks. Yeah, I mean, it is like... This is the thing, too. People like... I saw a comment someone posted that said, like, I miss when Deadwing covered weirdos and now he's all drama channel. And it's like, at this point, I am interested in the drama. I'll admit it does well for views. Not always, actually. Some of the super mega cancellation video when the second one came out recently, that stream did not do all that well. I thought I was right on the money on that one, but no, the drama doesn't really do that great for views, actually. Sometimes it does, though the last Wendigoon stream did. But I am just interested in the drama now, and one of the main reasons is because, like, I'm recognizing how everything moves in waves. We found the users and their petty bickering bullshit nonsense drama about random film differences of opinion and canceling each other over that. And this is just the same shit. It's exactly the same. And we keep seeing that. We keep seeing that throughout a lot of these, like, drama things when I've been covering them, is how fucking funny it is that at the end of the day, it just winds up being this user is the opinion basher. At the end of the day, that it all comes back to Dogs Eating Dogs 6. By the way, there's a video that came out a little while ago, I think it was a few weeks ago or something, from the channel Lazy Bedhead, which is a channel I kind of enjoy. I get what she's going for. Elements of the channel are annoying to me, but, that's fine. However, she made a video about Star Giant Productions, Mr. Enter's cool editor who has been abused for 26 years of life by Mr. Enter, apparently. And early on in the video, she references Tamatoa Grooming Da. So the word is out there. And they didn't give me credit for finding the lol cows. They didn't. You know, like 5 years ago or whatever, there was those guys. One of them was Mersh, female cop, gun drawn, female cop, gun drawn, dog shot, gun drawn, female cop. How bad is Dayton, Ohio? Oh, God. One of them was him, but it was also like his fat friend or whatever. And they had this podcast, and yeah, they were the ones who found Dayton Hypernova. And they accused me of like stealing their lol cow and not giving credit, which at the time I remember finding pretty stupid. I did feel bad though, because like a lot of the videos that I watched were the same ones that they had covered, so I was like, oh yeah, no, I guess I should probably, because I did just get it from a YouTube comment, but now it's like 5 years later and I'm just like, no, I think I do at least understand it a little bit. You know, when you start seeing random other YouTubers talking about people that no one knew about until I fucking found them and made the video, and it's like, I'm just saying, a little shout out, you know, I'm just throw it back my way a little bit. Just throw it back, that's all I'm saying.
Statement. And I have no clue why politics has to work its way into literally
credit to the creators.
The fact that it does. So, you know, a bit of a mixed bag there to me. I don't want this whole section of the video to just be about him. He's a small example.
That's right, I created Tamatoa Gaming
of a greater problem that I think is an issue within horror, which is that the existence of centrist and liberal views, mixed with a love of genre, acts as a shield and breeding ground for right-wing harm within our community. Because as we will see time and time again throughout this, people who hold these liberal stances will side with conservatives over progressives at every single given opportunity.
So he's basically having this like brain rot thing where he's encountered like its unstoppable force and immovable object. He is now recognizing, well, not exactly that, but I don't know. He's now recognizing he's come up against like, wow, moderates are getting really annoyed with how they never seem to side with us insane progressives. It's crazy. Yeah, they're always siding with conservatives and say, it must be the conservatives' fault. Like, man, dude, God, you people need to do some self-reflection, and I know Trump winning again is not gonna do it for you, but like, you understand, I'm gonna be right. It's not like I want him to win, but it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. They did the same shit again, 8 years later. It's the same fucking shit. They learned nothing. And they will continue to learn nothing, apparently. This small subsect of lefties that are just like, why won't they agree with us? We're right! It's because you're insane, bro. It's because you're fucking insane. You're a fascist. You are a fascist. You feel like people shouldn't be allowed to have thoughts. Yeah, a lot of people not gonna be on that side. Not a lot of people not gonna be okay with wrong think as like a political party motto. Yeah, it's a fucking wonder why moderate liberal people are now siding with conservatives instead. Take some fucking note of what's happening, dude. You have no one but yourself to blame. I'm personally blaming this guy when Trump wins. It's gonna be his fault specifically. Nobody else's. Not even FD Signifier or Hassan. It's gonna be this guy. Specifically.
And will not criticize horror unless it is art house, and also will not stand for other people to criticize horror. You know, I myself have never once in my life described a woman as an object. I think that he should put more thought into
oh my god, you called her an object? Oh god! Yeah, we knew this was coming.
Words that he says publicly, and how he uses his platform. But also, he genuinely seems like an alright guy.
I like the way he talks. These people always talk about the use of the platform and your responsibility on the fucking platform. You've gotta constantly tell people not to kill other people in your videos, or else some rando might kill someone, and it's your fault if they do! And yet, like, your video is just a hit piece. It's a dishonest, lying fucking hit piece. Your video is also clickbait. We're 20 minutes in and it's still not about the video title. I hate this man. Holy shit, your platform. You have wasted your platform, sir. You had the opportunity to give us a cool video about either conservative horror movies or how weird it is that you were at a convention that featured Kevin Spacey as a guest and you did neither. Well, no, technically he did both, but he did neither well.
issue here. The slow creep of conservatism within all forms of art, and every aspect of life, is marched down a road that is paved by smiling friendly liberals. A centrist view of this event didn't even think that it was worth mentioning the active harm that was being done here, because we were just all there to have a good time after all, right? It is a mindset of consume the product.
Yeah, joke's on you. I was there to be miserable, as usual!
And ask no questions about how the product was actually made, or
He's talking about consume the product now, as if, like, your video is not consume the product, dude. Your video doesn't want people to ask questions. If you ask questions, you're a fascist. If you ask questions and you, like, you know, who are you supposed to ask? Who are you supposed to ask the questions of? Other people that agree with you? Because you're not allowing yourself to talk to people that don't agree with you. So, like, when he's arguing, like, oh, we're just here to ask questions. No. You're here to, like, reinforce your own fucking beliefs in an echo chamber. It's like there's so much shit that it's like, you have just admitted at this point. Like, this or that. You've admitted you're a fascist. You've admitted you want an echo chamber. And shit like that. Like, you'll never hear them say it. They'll never admit to that. They have, in as many words, admitted to it. You know, but they'll never admit to it.
Harmed in the making of this product.
I'm in here, and if I see him, I will be very happy to see him. But at the same time, I understand the allegations against him, and that's kind of weird. But Mad Monster is an amazing thing that I'm glad I'm at. And whether or not he's here doesn't stop how awesome this convention is.
Again,
Yeah, and, I mean, is that not just more, I don't know, mature? Is that not more mature to be... Like, yeah, I mean, I don't know, this one guy is here. I mean, like, I guess it is weird they had him here, at this convention. Yeah, it's a little strange. I'm not totally convinced that's not the point, though. Kind of fucking feels like that's the point. Like, they had him there as, like, a meta fucking fictional thing to, like, but maybe not. I might be reading too much into it. I feel like that's the narrative I would have gone for if I was making the fucking video, and I would have done it better because I'm cool. But, you know, he just fucked it up super hard, and I mean, yeah, you know, he also paid to be there. It's so funny for him to, like, point the finger at all these people. It's like, well, I'm okay to be on the Epstein jet because I was questioning it the whole time and asking about why societally this is okay. Dude, you're in the same place. You're here for the same... reasons. You wanted to go to the convention that Kevin Spacey was at. End of the day, same reason. Same fucking reason, dude.
I mean the man no ill will, genuinely. I do not wish to harm his livelihood whatsoever by including him here. Please, do not go say mean things to or...
I don't believe Kevin Spacey was framed. You see the way he's been acting since all of that. It comes across as insane sociopath. It doesn't come across as, like, innocent man who was framed. I don't believe that. The guy seems like a nut job.
Him. I will not stand for anyone who is mentioned here to be harassed in any way. Do not do that. I think as a culture, we need to learn where to actually direct our anger in constructive ways based around unity that will result in actual tangible good. Which is something I shouldn't have to outright say, but after my Halloween video last year, a lot of people sent Sean death threats and threats of violence, which is absolutely 100% genuinely unacceptable. It is behavior that I would never under any circumstances condone or encourage, and I'm deeply ashamed of any person who did that on my behalf. It should not be our way, and the real problem in this situation is clearly those actually facilitating Mad Monster as an organization. The companies themselves are almost always the problem here. People like Leech are merely side effects of the real issue. The day after the convention ended, Mad Monster posted on their Facebook, "Thank you all who joined us for a record-setting show. Your support always means a lot, but this time it really hit home. The overwhelming amount of you that took the time to express your love
A
and..."
record-setting show. So it seems like everybody was on board for this except for you. You're the one weirdo that was there. That was, like, balking at this whole thing. I mean, I get it. It's weird that Kevin Spacey is in attendance, I guess. If you want to get into it, though, I mean, the guy's technically not a guilty criminal, is he? I mean, like, technically he's a free man. It does start to get into, like, a whole thing of, like, I mean, I get it, too. I think he did it, you know, but I'm just saying, like, it gets into, like, I guess we're just, like, gonna forgo, like, you know, innocent until proven guilty. Oh, he wasn't proven guilty. Well, he's still guilty. Whatever. I guess that's, I mean, yeah, I mean, I do believe that. I do believe that he did the thing, but, like, he's legally and officially not a criminal, right? So, like, I don't know, it is a moral thing, you know, I guess. but like he's just a famous actor at the end of I don't know. I'm mixed about this. I think he's got a point that it's fucking weird to have this rapist dude there, but like I just don't think that this is like some huge fucking slight against these people that made this con. It's also a record-setting show. So like him trying to paint this narrative of the convention being like a ghost town that was depressing. Like, no, apparently it was record-setting.
Appreciation made this easily our favorite party that we've ever hosted. We will continue to throw a Mad Monster party for you, not for random autograph collectors on the sidelines, basing their attendance on the current guest lineup, not for hypocritical virtue-signaling keyboard warriors, many of which still showed up. We threw this party for
well, at least one of which, yeah.
the Mad Monster family that have grown with us over the years, who get their tickets and hotels before the first guest is even announced. We know you're here for each other as much as for the guest and the vendors. Samantha Osborne, who worked the convention and has been employed by Mad Monster for the past 2 years, said on her Facebook page, "This weekend, Mad Monster hosted Kevin Spacey's first ever convention appearance. Despite varied opinions going in, there were no protests, and Spacey was received warmly. As a guest, he was nothing but gracious. That's all I have to say on the matter." Which,
yeah, I mean, there's a level of like neutrality that you... This is sort of getting into, like... I think, yeah, also Harmful Opinions brought this up, too. Like, this gets into an element of, like, the sort of, like, gay cake thing. Like, once you start to weigh in heavily on, like, you should morally oppose this man being here. Why? This is a real slippery slope, dude. Like, I get where he's kind of coming from with this whole point, but... Like, at a certain point, then it's, oh, well, we don't want him here because he's gay, and morally we don't like that. Like, it opens a can of worms where it's probably for the best that Kevin Spacey was just allowed to attend, dude. Like, it's not, I think this is not everything can be perfect, man. Like, this is the unfortunate, consequence of fucking certain other things that, maybe... I don't know. You got to pick your battles. I don't know. It's just like this opens a can of worms. You don't want to go down the road of not allowing people to attend a con because they're morally wrong. Because and I mean it's the same thing. It's like the whole you can't be a conservative in your brain. Okay, dude. There are probably people who think you're not allowed to in your brain privately want to suck dicks and be a man, right? Like, and so. And they also think they're right. It's the same mindset. It's exactly the same. And so, yeah, to have this, like, you need to ban this person because he doesn't align with my morals. That's a bad idea, friend. For a smart-thinking college liberal, you should really know better.
A woman on Twitter said, "A lot of vendors are pulling out of Mad Monster Con in NC because of Kevin Spacey being on the guest list. It sucks because a lot of greats will be there." She then tagged several of the prominent guests, including John Glover, who played Riddler on Batman the Animated Series, who said, "No one pulled out. It was a lovely weekend. I don't appreciate tags in this nonsense. There are real dangers in the world. The Mad Monster guest list is not one of them." She responded by saying, "I know a few vendors personally, but please tell me more." To which he didn't respond. The Daily Wire in this time ran a piece to...
Stupid John Glover from Gremlins and Smallville. Stupid idiot. Didn't get involved in the Twitter feud any further.
Defending the convention.
I love there's like a smugness.
But please tell me more. To which he didn't respond.
He didn't respond. He didn't want to engage in our rigorous intellectual Twitter discourse. Yeah, he didn't want to become a terminally online politics weirdo. The guy who played fucking Lex Luthor's dad wanted to have a fucking life. Yeah, what a loser.
The Daily Wire in this time ran a piece defending the convention and their booking of Spacey. And just my opinion here, but no horror event should ever fumble the bag so badly that you get the Nazi news force coming to bat for you. That's like a shining example of how badly you have failed your community. And their booking of Spacey.
Oh, the Daily Wire. Okay, Kevin Spacey's attending first ever comic book fan event. I mean, is it even... It seems pretty... neutral, doesn't it? Just, it's not even like heroic heroes attends event, loser SJWs are mad. It's just saying what happened.
And just my opinion here, but no horror event should ever fumble the bag so badly that you get the Nazi news force coming to bat for you.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a news... I mean, like, I get it, the Daily Wire sucks, but, like, in that scenario, it's just a reporting of a thing that happened. It's not... All you show is the headline. Maybe the article gets into, like, Kevin Spacey did nothing and he was based, and like, maybe, I guess, but You're sure not showing us that. You're just showing us an objective headline that fairly reports what happened. You're not doing a great job of convincing me even that the Daily Wire sucks, which is a fucking outstanding accomplishment. Good for you.
That's like a shining example of how badly you have failed your community. In the week after the convention, Kevin Spacey tweeted a video, which is something that he almost never does. In fact, since his fall from grace in October of 2017, he has only tweeted 5 times. This was his 5th tweet. A video thanking Mad Monster for welcoming him back into public life, saying that he had a wonderful weekend, and how grateful he was for the opportunity, ending by saying that he was looking forward to appearing at the next Mad Monster event. He has since announced that he is
Why are we not allowed to read this tweet?
working again in Paul Schrader's next film.
He shows tweets and stuff, but then he refuses to show this one? Why? Why is he not showing the tweets that he's reading right now? It's, I guess, just an artistic choice. It comes across very strange. When we already know that there's a lot of stuff in this video that he's, like, spinning and lying about. He fucking repeats a Sneeko rape claim. Like, there's a lot of stuff in here that is just false. So when you're telling me a tweet and not showing me, I mean, there's nothing... It's probably a real tweet, I don't know, but why not just show me?
And little by little, he is attempting through events like Mad Monster Con to establish a base within American culture.
Hey everybody, I'm just back from an incredible weekend I spent in Charlotte, North Carolina at the Mad Monster Convention. It was just so much fun, and I'm so grateful to all the fans who came out to say hello. Your kind words meant so much to me. And, you know, people brought things also that I've never seen before. Posters I've never seen, and memorabilia, but in particular, it was the new stuff. This amazing clay guy.
This is for you, sir. This is awesome. I signed a number them all, you have number 1.
First of all, what is your name? I'm Barry. Barry, thank you, Barry. This is incredible.
Great. So, Kevin Spacey was at this thing, and... Right. So we're now all the way through chapter 1 of this video, and we're still not talking about bad conservative horror movies. The video, spoiler alert once again, will never talk about that. It's a complete lie. Of the many things that this man has done to fuck up this video, I think just lying about what it is one of the most egregious to me. Because as I've said before, I would have probably watched this video if not for the fact that, you know, and if I did, I would have been annoyed at this 3.5 hour fucking nothing. We're 25 minutes in nearly, and he's got nothing. Chapter 2.
I'd like to talk to you about the worst week of my life. So, January of...
Cool outfit, dude. Nice tassels.
2022. Okay? I made a video about The Hills Have Eyes that went...
Okay, so he's gonna talk about the Hills Have Eyes video now, where he compares cannibal, rapist monsters to, native people or black people or something. I forget exactly. But, let's watch. Also not about the title of the fucking video, but whatever.
Very badly. And I've never really spoken about this or even really addressed that it was a thing, except for maybe just a couple of times on Twitter. I guess...
I like, by the way, that he starts this with, I'd like to tell you about the worst week of my life. Yeah, it's gonna get worse, dude. Like, it's just so, it's a little sad. It's like you see him say that, and he doesn't know. He doesn't know how bad the pushback is gonna get. Like, he thought this was... Man, and I don't support whatever, you know, don't dox or anything, whatever. Think before you whatever. Don't do anything, don't engage. Don't even engage, don't even look in this man's direction. But, you know, that being said, you know, that's already happened. I mean, there's like 50,000 videos talking about him, calling him a loser, calling him a fat loser, calling him a stupid, ugly, fat loser with a dumbass tassel jacket and a stupid fucking hick lib mustache and trucker hat. You know, things like that. Things of that nature. So, it's, for example, I'm not saying that. That's just things I've heard. I've heard those from somewhere. But it's gonna get worse for him. I don't know if he knew at this point that it was gonna be worse than the Hills Have Eyes video.
So, January of 2022, okay? I made a video about The Hills Have Eyes that went very badly. And I've never really spoken about this or even really addressed that it was a thing, except for maybe just a couple of times on Twitter. I guess when it happened, I just hope that it would...
I will say shoutouts to this dude for refusing to call it X at any point. I will give him that. I like that he hasn't even done the X, formerly Twitter, you know, or it's just Twitter. I appreciate that. I gotta give them some credit where it's due, you know?
Disappear, but it never has. And I think that we should start here by addressing the elephant in the room far too long after he arrived. So, this is a brief reanalysis of Wes Craven, The Hills Have Eyes, and the internet's general response to some pretty basic things that I said about him and his work about 2 years ago. In the time since making that video, very often it is the case that when conservatives want to criticize me, they will go back to that and use it as a weapon, by twisting my words in very bad faith to make it look like—
I mean, there's just no option for someone to criticize him that isn't conservative. That's... I mean, I guess maybe there could be. I don't think he's inherently saying that, but that is sort of the vibe. Is like, the people criticizing me are conservatives. Not necessarily everyone ever to criticize me will be a conservative, but, or has been, but it definitely comes across like it's just them who are mad at this video, and it's not. That's not the case.
Like I said something that I obviously did not intend if you had watched the video. Usually in an attempt to make me either look crazy, or cartoonish, or racist, or that I don't know what I'm talking about, and I'm unqualified to have this job. A recent example of this happened in this—
Yeah, he just used the bad faith, lay epic bad faith, very bad faith even. So he, you know, it was very bad faith, you know. All the stuff with Wendigoon, good faith, but that's the other thing too, is even if it's used in a context that's like, you know, even correct, it is still subjective. It still comes down to like what this guy considers to be good faith. Even if you're not using it in the new context of just, you disagreed with me and I don't like it and I won't bother to explain why or argue my point. It's bad faith. It's bad faith. But like, even when it's, you know, the real meaning of the term, it is ultimately very subjective, and when you get somebody like this using the term, you know that like, I don't have any faith in anything you fucking say, dude. So like, you're not. It's not valid for you to say that.
It's January, when Mark After Dark on Twitter said, IPOS himself has said some really—
Speaking of valid, reminder that my video was taken down about the rad queer pedo hell site featuring minors. I told people to download it and potentially re-upload it. I'm not saying you need to. I mean, according to YouTube, it might be, you know, you might have it taken down. I'm not suggesting, you know, that you do. I'm just saying it's available. It's available, and it would really be unfortunate for the people that were on that Oddball website if it was, you know, still available. And allegedly, according to one person in chat who I reported for child abuse and banned, allegedly they're the one who reported it, you know, and I remember that they were like a map who was stirring shit when it was premiering. I remember that name. So, yeah, it would be very unfortunate for the Oddball website if that video was to continue to be available on the internet. That's all I'm gonna say. That's
racist shit towards Native—
Anyways, back to this.
First Nations people.
If you don't like pedophiles, it would be a real shame if that video got re-uploaded. I'm not saying anything else other than that.
Have Eyes video too. He's not one to talk. In fact, Mark After Dark—
Wait, did I word that correctly? No. If you're a big fan of pedophilia, it would be very unfortunate if that video was continuing to be in circulation. There you go. There we go. That's the soundbite. There you go.
And slandering me pretty consistently now for years in relation to The Hills Have Eyes.
So he's now complaining about a random guy on Twitter. I guess he's also like a YouTube film critic or something. He's been slandering him, everybody. In Praise of Shadows here is talking about another YouTuber slandering him, everybody.
And I'm unqualified to have this job. A recent example of this happened in this past January, when Mark After Dark on Twitter said, IPOS himself has said some really racist shit towards Native First Nations people in his Hills Have Eyes video too. He's not one to talk. In fact, Mark After Dark has been slandering me pretty consistently now for years in relation to The Hills Have Eyes, often getting hundreds of likes every single time.
There's a good point to make about this, which is that, you have made a review. I think this is one of the videos sort of said this. I've been watching a few people talk about this, and so I forget whose points were whose, but someone pointed out that, like, you have made a review of a movie. And whether you like it or not, as somebody who is analyzing media on YouTube, you need to recognize that you've made a piece of media. And other people are going to have their interpretations of that media. You can call it bad faith all you want, but you've made a video similar to a movie, and people will watch it and they'll form their opinions. And if you have not communicated your point effectively, or if your point is fucking stupid, then people are probably going to have issues with that. As someone that reviews movies and he's super fucking intellectual, this is the weirdest thing. There's so much he seems to just not get. But, like, he's clearly... I would never call this guy stupid. He's clearly an intellectual individual. He's clearly read a lot of fucking books, you know, but is, like, massive fucking blind spots and cognitive dissonance that just not... They just don't allow him to see... They just don't allow him to see what's fucking clear and present right in front of us here. I don't know.
Either saying lies about me, or really taking my words in completely bad faith. And every time that he does this,
He's an
it
opinion
hurts my
basher.
reputation just a little bit more. These things do have a very real effect, because if people say things enough times, then other people will believe it. It doesn't...
Yeah, so if you call people a fascist on the internet enough times, then other people will believe it. Yeah, it'd be really unfortunate if people did that, yeah.
matter if it's actually true. He was the first that I could tell to actually tweet something negative about me in the fallout from that video's release, when he said, YouTube film essayist, the cannibals in the Hills Have Eyes are actually the good guys, because they're poor, and the family is everything wrong about America.
Someone says, worst fate than being dumb, being a midwit. Is that the term? Midwit? That's a good term for this kind of guy. It's someone who's, you know... I think they're trying to be a lot smarter than they are. Like, they have a certain, I don't know, general intelligence level that's like, and it's not about like book learning or fucking media comprehension or skills at math, but it's just like general ability to understand and take in information and grasp concepts and things. And I feel like he's got a lot of the books and stuff. He's really overlearned in the areas where he kind of has some control over it. Like, he can learn as much as he wants to learn about Marxism or whatever. He can read as many fucking books as he wants, but there's no way he can actually make himself not stupid. And I think that is the situation here, is he is not a very smart individual. I'm wrong. He is kind of a dumbass. He's a big-time dumbass, but he has read enough books and things to kind of convince people, and even convince himself and even other people that he's more intellectual than he is. But I really don't think he has much capability of actually understanding these concepts. Because if he did, he'd be able to instantly recognize, like, oh, I am being a fucking fascist, clearly. And the things that I'm saying are hyper fucking hypocritical of this very video that you're watching. It's like you would recognize that. You would have some recognition of that. Like, it's not just self-awareness, but it's just like a general understanding of how you are perceived and how. But he lives in fucking fantasy land too. I mean, it's not even about being dumb, it's about being a fucking moron. It's just no. Wrong. It's not about being a fucking moron, which it is the case. It is about being, I think, in some way intellectually, in some way mentally troubled. Something's going on with this fellow. He's got something happening where he's living in a fantasy land. He's extremely paranoid of, like, a guy walking near his car and everything. And he lives in this world of, like, everyone should believe in me, agree with me because I'm right. And the chuds are all wrong. And the centrists are bad. And the moderate liberals are bad. And anyone left of Stalin, everyone right of Stalin is bad. You know, yeah, he lives in political brain rot fantasy land. So it's it's the worst possible thing. It's a combination of somebody trying way too hard to be intelligent and they aren't really. It's just the worst. It reminds me of the Richard Spencer talk with Sargon, where he's just like, what is the quote? It's something like, this must be very difficult for you, Sargon, because you think that you're... I forget, like, I remember Medicare summed it up as, you're not as smart as you think you are, which is ultimately the gist of it, but he says it in a very roundabout way, which, similarly to Hassan's weaselly little liar dude, is like the only thing Richard Spencer has ever done of value in existence, is just telling Sargon in as many words that he's a fucking dumbass. and just going like, this must be very tough for you because you believe that you're a lot smarter than you are, and yeah, that's the case with this guy. He's struggling to be a lot more intelligent than he is, but he just isn't. He just has Sargon syndrome.
YouTube film essayist. The cannibals in the Hills Have Eyes are actually the good guys, because they're poor, and the family is everything wrong about America. They're middle class, and one is a retired cop. Cuts to footage of January 6th storming the Capitol, which I hope you'll be able to see is taking my basic argument and contorting it to appear as ridiculous as possible.
Okay, so, but, like, he's calling this slander. He's calling this slander, and I think it was Harmful that pointed out, like, so this is not directly targeting you or anything. This is saying YouTube film essayist. You are acknowledging this as being genuine. You are acknowledging this, like, this is not, this is, I think the joke he made was like, I need to make a tweet that's like, YouTube film essayist rapes child, and then wait until someone, like, think, like, I keep wanting to call them Think Before You Sleep, because they're both retards. In Praise of Shadows just comes along like, hey, I didn't do that! She asked for it! Or something, like, I don't know, something like that. Because, yeah, I mean, you're responding to this, and you could just argue, you could just say, oh, that's not what I did. But you're acknowledging that this is ostensibly what you did in your video, so, like, what do you mean slander? This is, you've identified this vague posting about your video. I like that this doesn't even it's not even like a name search. It's this guy stalks people on Twitter to... God, this is so terminal. It's so terminal.
Storming the Capitol, which I hope you'll be able to see is taking my basic argument and contorting it to appear as ridiculous as possible, even though it did make sense within the context of the actual video. I mean, that video is an hour and 25 minutes. Reducing what I was trying to get across down to a single one-sentence tweet, of course, is going to make me look like an insane person. You can literally do that with anything that anyone says, but it isn't being done in the fair spirit of argument. It isn't an actual response to what I was saying. It is lashing out like a toddler. He got 370 likes with that one. Another time to
What was this cool edit?
An actual response to what I was saying. It is lashing out like a toddler. He got
What was that, dude? Oh, see, no, I thought you were a professional video essayist, but you're, like, jumping around all over the place here. What's going on? That's not a very good edit. Come on, dude. You know, maybe you'd be getting more than $500 a month if you were able to edit a little better, bro.
He got 370 likes with that one. Another time to 867 likes, he said...
lashing out like a toddler. I guess the better toddler take is supposed to be, by the way, this is like a little preview of what's to come here. This is great. I just noticed this. But lashing out like a toddler, I guess the better option was to make a video slandering you. I mean, like it's like slander. I guess that's another one that's like it's. I remember the there's an episode of Seinfeld where Jerry Seinfeld is dating a cop, and like a detective or something, and the detective basically wants to know if he's ever watched Melrose Place, so they get him to do a lie detector, and for some reason it's really important to him that she doesn't know that he's secretly a big fan of the show Melrose Place, and so George Costanza, the ultimate liar, tries to coach Jerry on it, and his ultimate advice is, remember, Jerry, it's not a lie if you believe it. And that's like a quote that's like good. That's a good quote that just can be used. Like it's like a fucking, you know, it's like a famous quote from a scholar or a philosopher, but it's George Costanza. It's not a lie if you believe it. And that's the case of this, isn't it? Like, if you call this slander, he would not say it's slander. He would call what the other guy's doing as slander. But does that guy believe what he's saying is also not slanderous? He would never... this fellow here, in Praise of Shadows, would never acknowledge what he's done to Wendigoon and Brandon Buckingham and all of them as slanderous. But it most definitely is. And, like, he's directly calling them fascists and Nazis and shit. That's slander, but he believes it. Does it count as slander if he genuinely seems to be insane enough to think that? I mean, I don't know. It's not a lie if you believe it, Jerry.
is lashing out like a toddler. He got 370 likes with that one. Another time, to 867 likes, he said, I like IPOS videos for the most part, but this man has brainworms. His Hills Have Eyes video is the most schizophrenic far leftist ramblings I've ever heard. He said the family deserved to be raped and killed because they represented colonial USA.
Yeah, no, that's funny. This is funny. Somebody made a joke in chat, and it's true. You know, this guy, Wendigoon apparently followed In Praise of Shadows because of his Slender Man video, but I think he's probably going to unfollow him due to his Slender Man video.
And the Hill people are
Thank
native.
you for that one, chat member. I didn't think to make that connection. That was a good one.
By my count, he has tweeted at least 10 times over the past 2 years about this, and that is without me actually even looking very hard. I'm sure it has happened even more than that. I have never once before now interacted with him or even acknowledged his existence. And he's often really condescending with this too. In one tweet saying that I must have forgotten my meds that day. Essentially, every single time implying that I think rape, violence, and cannibalism is literally a good thing, and that I'm also a racist. Around that same time in January.
And it's funny to me, it's this thing where I mean, obviously the guy's woked so hard that he's gone around accidentally to reverse woke. Like, he tried so hard. If you haven't seen the video, I mean, we're kind of going through this here, but I haven't seen it either. To my knowledge, and he isn't even showing us any clips here. He could show us clips to disprove this and be like, well, this was my actual point, here you go. He was wrong. But he's not doing that, probably because it would be hard to actually prove that, like, probably because ultimately that does sound like what it is that he's saying in the video, if I had to fucking guess. Like, why is there not clips to disprove it? I don't know, probably because there can't be, right? So, I mean, like, you know, he made this video, and he claimed that because there's, like, a cop in the movie, and I think it's made by Wes Craven or something, so, and he's, like, you know, got some progressive ideals and something. He makes this point that the cannibals that, like, attack this family in the movie The Hills Have Eyes, these, like, inbred weirdo hillbilly cannibals, are apparently supposed to be a fucking stand-in for, like, Native Americans or something. And it's like, it's funny, you know, it's like, yeah, you need to, like, you gotta make a little bit of it's a little disingenuous to assume that that's the point that he's making, but, like, that's the argument that he would make, though, is to point out how, you just said that those indigenous peoples were a bunch of like, that's exactly what he would do. It's obvious that's not the point he's trying to make. It's obvious he's trying to make a point about it's a movie that supports the indigenous people's struggle against the white man or something, and there's, like, a cop that gets attacked or something. I don't know the whole extent of it, but that's basically the point. He's trying to make a decidedly leftist point about the movie. But, of course, due to horseshoe theory, it accidentally fucking wraps around to being racist, and it is slightly dishonest. You know, it's slightly, like, you know, yeah, it's obviously not what he's getting at to call it, like, a racist take. But that is exactly what he would say. So it is very fair, I think, to call him on that and be like, by your own standards, if someone else had said this about this movie, you probably would have picked this apart and been like, bro, that's saying that the natives are cannibals. What are you doing? Like, by your own standards of, like, she was the object of my desire. I've never called a woman an object before. Like, that's exactly what this guy does. So, I don't know. I think it is fair to call it a fairly racist take in some ways, but it's also just, like, he'll never listen to that because he believes that it's coming in bad faith. He believes that no actual super cool lefty would ever look at what he did and could ever possibly believe that it's actually offensive. And I don't know, I mean, it's a little fucking stupid. I mean, it's a lot more offensive than, like, using the Wendigo, I think. Like, I feel like just using a fucking Wendigo as your name is a lot less of a problem to me than, you know, acting like, well, yeah, these cannibals, obviously they're Native Americans, what are you talking about? Like, yeah, bro, I'm woke. Yeah, I mean, that is a very, very dumb point to make. But, like, I would assume that it's possible that someone who is, like, as far left as him and as radical as him would probably look at what he said and be, like, genuinely not okay with it. If really believe the random anonymous people that show up in the last 35 minutes that are like, I just really don't feel, I feel icky about Wendigo using the Wendigo. I don't like it, because, like, the 64th Amina's Cherokee found it kind of cringe, bro. If we believe that the random anonymous Native Americans at the end, indigenous peoples, that are, like, speaking out against Wendigo, yeah, if we're believing that that's real, I don't know, like, we gotta believe a lot of things, I don't know.
I'm implying that I think rape, violence, and cannibalism is literally a good thing.
We gotta believe that there's actually people that would find this to be offensive. But he's just not willing to accept that. Even if you're as left as him, you probably would just get branded as, like, a fascist or yada yada yada, one of the, you know, bad boy words, basket of deplorables. I love that Hillary invented that concept, because it's just, that's the concept, right? You just throw them all in the basket. Throw them all in the basket. Bad people. Deplorables. They're bad. You know, so yeah, anyone, even if you are genuinely incensed by the way he's talking about indigenous people here, and clearly it's not, you know, but it is that reverse racism. It's that thing where someone tries so hard to, like, make some kind of fucking point against white people or something that they just accidentally, like, you know, infantilize a group or pin a whole fucking, you know, like a stereotype on a group. It's like when Brandon Buckingham calls him low T and a freak, and he's like, that's a homophobic remark. Really? Oh, geez, you must have some problems with gay people if you think that. Geez. Oh, that Keffel's thumbnail makes her look like a man. You think so? Huh. Interesting that you think that. That's crazy.
And that I'm also a racist. Around that same time in January.
Ironic racism, yes.
Said to me, I don't get how you can show more sympathy for the violent cannibals in The Hills Have Eyes than a kid who is defending himself during a riot. Or a competing YouTuber who has different opinions from you. Which, we're gonna get to all this in a little bit, but the kid that he was talking about defending himself was Kyle Rittenhouse.
Right, and I feel like just saying that is apparently supposed to be all the information that you need to know, I guess. For a lot of people, that's not the slam dunk that you think it is. And I don't mean Republicans or whatever, but, like, a lot of people are not, you know, gung-ho on string 'em up like you are, you know, so I don't know if that's quite as much of a point as you think it is.
The Hills Have Eyes is their favorite thing to use against me because it is really all they've got. And not that we should be really taking the opinions of Crackhead Clyde extremely seriously, but the issue is the army of Crackhead Clydes that will read a single tweet about you and then assume that it is true, and hold that against you for years. Literally, there has not been—
Remember when we looked at Kay's cooking? We should do another cooking stream. I mean, a stream where I cook, but also, I think there was a new bad chef I heard about recently. I forget who he was. It was a guy, I think. I don't know. There was a new bad chef in town, so yeah, maybe a bad cooking stream. It's just lately I can't help it. I've been enraptured. I've been engaged with users and drama. That's what I've been into 2024. I go with where I'm interested, you know? It's like, if I were to do the Darmay stream, you know, I thought about it, Darmay. I keep putting off Darman stream. It's because I'm not that interested in Darman right now, you know? As I would be forcing it. This is what I want to do. This is what I want to do right now. So, I mean, like, when I'm interested in cooking stream, that'll happen. We got some good cooking stream people. I gotta look more into, oh, fuck, what was her name? It was like Good Chef and Her Guinea Pig or something. It was like in December. We watched them once. It was a pretty interesting couple. They might deserve their own video, actually. But anyways.
A single week that has gone by in over 2 years.
Speaking of cooking, this guy's absolutely not cooking.
Didn't have somebody saying something shitty to me about that video. And I don't think that most of them have actually even watched it. And I kind of want to look at this, because posting that video was a huge negative turning point in my life. And the way that one video was received has really impacted everything around me. Before that, I was relatively comfortable financially. I could make the kinds of videos that I wanted to, and have honestly struggled very badly ever.
So he's getting into some inside baseball, as it were. He's kind of fucking, like, he routinely does this. The phrase has come up like fucking 7 times, saying the quiet part loud. You're not supposed to tell the audience that the reason that you made this, like, disingenuous, slanderous hit piece to generate drama was because you know, don't make enough money. Fun fact, once again, there's a video that Harmful Opinions did. A lot of people have been covering it, but I think he was the first one that I watched that watched through the beginning part of this video, like all of this segment, and not just the Wendigoon part. And he had a point, which is interesting. I'll share this. This is a screen cap from his stream, I believe. Apparently, shortly after his video, his Patreon suddenly got a big boost. Apparently, shortly after that, slander video came out, and he got harassed by all those fascists. It's funny how 10 years later, people are still crying to Patreon about how they got harassed and getting money. It's crazy. Hey guys, go donate to my Patreon. I'm getting harassed by YouTube. They don't like people trying to out pedophiles. I made a video outing a bunch of pedophiles that were actively grooming kids, and YouTube took it down and then rejected my appeal. So I'm being harassed by YouTube. Go give me $1,000 on Patreon, thanks. And also, if you hate pedophiles, I'm just saying, I'm also just unrelated to that completely, but like if you're like a big fan of pedophiles, it would be really, really unfortunate if that video got reposted. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Since then. If you want to know why I make so many franchise videos now, it's because I still need to eat, and those are the only things that ever gain any traction now. Everything else I do dies as soon as it's released. For transparency, this is a graph of my total lifetime views on my channel, and this is the point where I posted The Hills Have Eyes. There is a clear delineation before and after me making that.
So, yeah, he's getting into just that he's a failed YouTuber here. I mean, this is so sad. Alexa, play sad violin. This is so sad. No, not even that one. Hang on, I've got way better music.
I've honestly struggled very badly ever since then. If you want to know why I make so many franchise videos now, it's because I still need to eat, and those are the only things that ever gain any traction now. Everything else I do dies as soon as it's released. For transparency, this is a graph of my total lifetime views on my channel, and this is the point where I posted The Hills Have Eyes. There is a clear delineation before and after me making that, and at least from my perspective, I'm not really sure if that response was entirely fair or justified. I don't think that as a person I deserve that based on my performance in that one single video. I understand that I'm not entitled to your time.
Guys, as a person, I am deserving of better YouTube success.
I don't think that as a person I deserve that based on my performance in that one single video.
Okay, no. Okay, so to be fair, what he's saying is, as a person, he doesn't deserve to have his career drop off because of one single performance, one mistake that he made. So it's a good thing that he doesn't want to ruin anybody else's career because of, like, a thing that they did 10 years ago or anything like that. It's a good thing that he's consistent about stuff like that. You know what? I'm going to be right back. Grab a drink. Grab an ice pack for my ankle that still hurts, by the way. Didn't hurt it while I was moshing. I was like the king of the mosh. It was great. When I went to see Symphony X, it was a fucking wild. It was a great time. There was this one part where there was this guy in, like, by the stage, you know, the stage end of the mosh pit. I just turned around. He, like, tapped me on the shoulder. I don't know if he knew my channel or what, or if he just saw me, like, with a hook and was like, hey. But he tapped me on the shoulder and he was just like, hey! He was just, like, very excited. And so I did this. I just grabbed his hand and I started jumping up and down and like, hey! Yeah! And we were just having a great time. And then I continued to shove people around like motherfuckers. But I didn't hurt my leg that time. But it is still just hurting from... I think I sprained it when I saw Blind Guardian, and I was the... You know, I was like the prince of the mosh pit that time. I was... Okay, I wasn't the king. There was a guy who got, like, body surfed. That wasn't me. So I wasn't the king, but I was like the Jack or something. You know, I was up there. I had a guy come up to me after the concert and be like, hey, this guy! So, like... You know, I could have been worse. But anyways, I'm going to go grab an ice pack and a drink, and we will continue with this hot garbage. I do want to do other stuff today as well. I think we're going to be recording a podcast at some point. What time are we recording? Let me ask the boys, actually. What time? All caps, fuck! So, I'll be right back. We might continue going for like another hour, or we might go for, you know, another few hours. I don't know. I think I got a podcast. I might come back later and do some more stream. I don't know. I want to make a video talking about the Rad Queer Pedo Hell site because, you know, again, if you are a pedophile, it would be very, very unfortunate for you if that video was to circulate and people were to know about it and to perhaps in some other fashion get access to a version of it that they could circle around for themselves. It would be very unfortunate if they had that ability. Yeah, anyways, I'll be right back. Just a sec. Let me just oh yeah. Oh, yeah. Alright. I got me a Rockstar Energy. I never got Monster. That's like the popular one, I think. That and Red Bull. But, I don't know, Monster, it looks like green or whatever. It just seems disgusting because it's green. It looks like acid or snot or something. Rockstar is also kind of disgusting, but... I have weird taste. I like energy drink flavor. I enjoy the flavor of Red Bull and, like, Rockstar. I do. I know that's weird. It tastes like fucking Tylenol, but it's not the worst. It's not the worst. Let's watch more of this gay cowboy.
I understand that I am not entitled to your time whatsoever or anything like that. I'm just a guy on the internet. But if you stopped watching me over the public reception to that one work, then I kind of want to talk about that a little bit here. Because there's not an insignificant amount of people who frequently say untrue things about me. And in the long term, it has kind of ruined my ability to make a living doing what I want to do with my own work. And all of this has been built on a misconstrued idea.
So, I'm gonna... You know what I'm gonna do? This part of this video is important. I want to slow this down to normal speed. I want to hear what he's saying here, because this is going past too quickly. It's all washing over me. Charlie Brown noises. Wah, 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 wah. RE basement noises.
Whatsoever, or anything like that. I'm just a guy on the internet. But if you stopped watching me over the public reception to that one work, then I kind of want to talk about that a little bit here. Because there's not an insignificant amount of people who frequently say untrue things about me. And in the long term, it is kind of
people who say untrue things about... This is like Mama Max, where he was canceled for a bunch of allegedly fake bullshit. Stuff that mostly seems like fake bullshit, although he does seem like a fucking weirdo also. But, and he just didn't have the thought to be like, maybe I shouldn't, you know, do this like cancel campaign against a guy. I mean, I guess maybe the whole thing was fake, so I don't even know if that even factored into it. Maybe that was part of his decision. But that was a point I made a whole lot, was like, it's so weird that he wants to like cancel this dude and end his whole fucking life and have everybody know that the Leviathans are coming and yada yada yada. And it's like, you had the same shit happening to you. Praise of Shadows, you have people causing you harm with YouTube comments and whatnot, and spreading false allegations. Why did you not do your due diligence about, like, the Brandon Buckingham rape shit that you said, or any of that? I know he sort of apologized for that, but, like, he knows that this is something that can hurt people, but he very thoughtlessly went ahead and made this anyway. Either stupid or malicious is the takeaway. I would go with malicious. It seems very malicious. I would go with both, really. Stupid and malicious. If you're gonna be malicious, at least do it better. I don't know.
Ruined my ability to make a living doing what I want to do with my own work. And all of this has been built on a misconstrued idea of what I was actually talking about. But before we get to that, let's take a look at some other movies made by Wes Craven, so that we have proper context.
So he's more or less saying that his YouTube career should not be forcibly, like, run to the ground because of his Hills Have Eyes video being bad. I mean, like, I see his point a little bit. Like, yeah, okay, you know, it's funny to look at this like he is entitled to views. That's not really what he's saying, but it does sound a bit like it. But what he's saying is something more along the lines of, like, I don't deserve to have my whole career that I want to do, like, the videos that I want to make are no longer something that's profitable for me, and it's because it's because other people are smearing, sorry, he can't take like, accountability for it, so it's because other people are smearing him for his take on The Hills Have Eyes. So, I mean, but, like, you can't be the judge of that, though. Like, if somebody touches their kids, their YouTube views are probably gonna fall off, right? I mean, we know YouTube likes pedophiles, but jokes. It's just jokes. They're not probably not, but maybe. That's all maybe. I don't know. But, you know, like, if you do certain things, people will look at your actions and they will decide, you know what, I don't want to support this person anymore. And that's something that this guy can probably understand. You know, what with the Nazis and everything, and the whole Wendigoon cancellation part, that's definitely a concept he can grasp. And so when people see your one review, you're a film reviewer, critic kind of guy, you talk about media, and when they see how... This is a common thing for me, is like, I'll watch videos from someone. I remember there was a guy, I won't name the channel, but there was a guy I used to really like. He made gaming videos, kind of obscure stuff about, like, some Japanese games. He had a lot of style to his videos. He had a lot of great videos. And then it was in 2020, and Last of Us 2 came out in 2020. And as it turns out, he's one of those people that thinks that everyone who didn't like Last of Us 2 was just a misogynist, anti-gay bigot, or whatever. Bigot sandwiches and all of that. And so that was the moment when I was like, okay, well, you are a deeply unserious person. And I don't really take seriously what you have to say about media. This has proven that you're kind of an idiot. And so similarly, like this, if he makes this very outlandishly stupid point about The Hills Have Eyes, and, like, people see that, yeah, I mean, it's up to them to decide. You know, it's not on the same level as, like, abusing your fucking kids or whatever, but I'm just saying, people make up their own mind, and it's up to them to decide whether your channel is worth their time. I've said before, like, you know, he shows his graph of how his channel is falling off. And I mean, for one thing, he started his channel back, like, the peak of his shit was during quarantine times. Everybody's peak was during quarantine times, so, like, he shouldn't be too amazed that it's dropped since then. But, yeah, like, he started his channel, and he made some videos, and like I said, I watched I think it was the Nightmare Artist or whatever, the one about the Polish artist guy. Good video, and that was from, like, 5 years ago or something. And, I mean, yeah, it's like, then I've continued to watch videos from him since then, and every now and then I'll be like, oh, I remember this guy's channel, yeah. Oh, God, there's another guy! Oh, no, there's another great example of this. I've talked about this on stream, too. It's the channel, and I will name the name on this one, because this one really annoyed me. The other one, it was like opinion, whatever, but this was just fucking stupid. This was the channel, and another guy like this, where it's like he's had videos that are, like, interesting, I guess. It's a guy called Jacob Geller. He makes videos about gaming and stuff, sometimes art and stuff, similar to this, really. Less of a horror focus, though. And he made this video, and I forget what the general thesis of it was, what it was about, but at the end of it, it was like the final, like, minute of it. He decided to wrap it up with the bow and make it a point about how gamers harassed women during Gamergate. I forget what it was. Maybe it made more sense in context, but I remember just being like, oh, Jesus Christ, you're one of these. And just being like, I can't believe I got, like, molested into taking you seriously. You molested me intellectually by making me think that you had, like, opinions and ideas and weren't a complete gibbering fucking retard. And, like, that's what happens. You watch a couple more of this guy's videos and you go, oh, wait, this guy's kind of a fucking moron, isn't he? And then you stop watching him. It's probably not just the Hills Have Eyes video, dude. It's probably a lot of your videos. I've said I watch this guy's fucking videos. I've watched his stuff, not just that Nightmare Artist one, but recently one. I've seen videos from him. And yeah, I contribute to that falling off. I'll watch half of one and be like, this sucks. This is a more pretentious Watch Mojo video. This is shit. And I'll stop watching. His channel's just not very good. All this to say, TLDR, his channel bad. Like, that's the problem. That's the problem. And he can't, obviously, he can't cope and seethe with that. Anime sucks, cope and sneed. He can't, so...
We get to that. Let's take a look at some other movies made by Wes Craven, so that we have proper context to actually talk about The Hills Have Eyes.
Oh, he didn't apologize. He, his apology... You can watch my stream, it's public. It's over on the channel, it's called Wendigoon Evil. If you missed it, it's right toward the end. He does make a sort of response kind of thing. He does apologize to Brandon Buckingham for the fake rape allegation that he thoughtlessly parroted from Sneeko, of all people. I'm sure somebody that this dude is super aligned with, I guess, Sneeko. Sneeko made up this fake accusation against this guy, and he just parroted it without thinking. And so he apologized for that. And he apologized for using... It was mostly an apology to Brandon Buckingham. Because he also used a photo of him with his, like, dying grandpa or something. Which was also fucking cringe. But for the most part, his apology was essentially just... I'm sorry that you guys were too stupid to understand the point that I was getting at. But I was right, and I should have... I'm sorry, I guess I should have dumbed it down for you idiots. That was more or less what he was... That was kind of the vibe, as the Skibbities say.
Because Wes Craven was undeniably an extremely left-leaning filmmaker, who infused that into practically all of his work. He is probably about the most leftist mainstream horror filmmaker that was ever working at his level. The dude genuinely hated most things that modern America stood for.
So we're talking about Wes Craven now, I believe, and he's trying to make a case for his Hills Have Eyes review being not fucking stupid. In that case being that Wes Craven, I guess, was a progressive individual. I mean, I think it's possible that there's, you know, it's possible that there is some element of what he's saying about this movie that's not completely bullshit. It's possible that there's some, you know, greater theme about the... I haven't seen the movie, so I really wouldn't know. But some greater theme maybe about what the cannibal people are meant to represent. You know, movies typically aren't about the things you see on the screen. They're about something deeper, if they're good anyway. And, you know, it doesn't need to be a deep leftist message. It just needs to be about a theme, something. And so, like, maybe the cannibals represent something close to what he's talking about, but I feel like it's mainly... I feel like a lot of the pushback is mainly the way he phrases it and, like, goes about it. I haven't seen the video, though, so, like, I can't speak to it. I don't
including
know.
Corporate culture, the decline and failure of our systems, the harm and uselessness of the police, the damage that white culture has done to non-white cultures both within the physical boundaries of the United States but also on a global scale. You can find this subtext throughout every single one of his films. It's just an objective fact. Take Nightmare on Elm Street, a movie about a child killer who the government let go on a technicality, where the system failed them so badly that the parents of the victims have to band together to form some sort of frontier justice lynch mob.
Well, the thing is, chat, remember, when you say that, like, sometimes the mutant cannibals are just cannibals or whatever, it's like, I get it. Not everything. It's like Pac-Man. When I'm not one of those, like, all art is inherently political. That's retarded. Fucking, you know, Puyo Pop 3 is not inherently political. Eat my shit. It's, you know, I mean, like, I think that sometimes, you know, people might make something that they don't recognize as, like, saying something about themselves or what they believe. Maybe they aren't intending to make a message. I think that's often the best thing, is when it's just sort of, it's in there because this is just, you know, this person's worldview. They're not trying to make some grand fucking statement like it's the end of a South Park episode. You know, I learned something today, guys! They don't need to do that. They just believe this thing, and that's where the, like, the deeper meaning of something comes from. So, I mean, like, when I say, like, some, you know, it's not maybe intended to have a lot of meaning, but it might be derived from something that the person that made it believes or something. I don't know.
Because the government is so useless that they have let him slip through the
Yeah,
cracks.
porn is super political.
Nancy's mother, Marge, says at one point in relation to Kruger being able to walk free, well, the lawyers got fat and the judge got famous, but somebody forgot to sign a search warrant in the right place and Kruger was free just like that. In the end, a teenage girl has to take down the rapist herself while the cops stand right outside on the front lawn listening to her screams, watching and going, oh gosh, oh gee, whatever are we gonna do?
Oh, it's Uvalde, awesome. Yeah, I mean, like, well, you know, it's possible that this video is not, it's possible that this movie, rather, what is this, Nightmare on Elm Street? It's possible that it's not intending to have some kind of fucking message like he's talking about. I don't think it's wrong to necessarily, like, see that in something. Again, I've used the example of this, like, fucking anime game that I was playing recently that I'm not sure if it was intending to make a comment against redistributing the wealth, but, like, it did. It was explicitly pro-big business and anti, like, welfare to the poor. And, like, I don't know if they put that in there as some kind of fucking statement, or if it's just, like, an accidental result of some things that the people that, like, wrote the game believe. Either way, East 9 Monstrum Nox, excellent game, you should play it. But maybe some weird beliefs in there, I don't know, but whatever. You know, it's like, it's not necessarily intended, but it's like, it might still be there, you know, so like, but it doesn't mean that he's, like, that also doesn't mean that he's not, you know, beholden to not sounding like a fucking cunt when he talks, which is that was probably the bigger thing. He probably could have made the same point that he made without sounding like as much of a pompous jackass. And apparently cutting to footage of January 6th or whatever. Fun fact, by the way, the Pop-Tart movie apparently ends with a whole January 6th thing. So that's super neat. That's really topical and cool.
Which is something that is still happening in real life. And in that
Ys Origin is
a
great.
running theme throughout...
Well, I liked Unica in Ys Origin. I didn't care... I have not been caring for Hugo. I got to my favorite boss, which was the big centipede thing that wraps around the tower. I love that boss as Unica. Hugo, it's like... the game really needs like a lock strafe button or something when you're Hugo, because it's just like kind of a shitty shoot-'em-up. It's not great. It's not... I've heard people say they love Hugo. I don't know. I kind of want to play the other guy whose name is The Claw. Maybe I'll do that on stream. Ys Origin's great, though. Yeah.
Every single one of Craven's Scream films is how the cops are incompetent, and never once in any of the movies do they actually catch the killer. And that's not even to mention the criticisms of Harvey Weinstein in Scream 3. If you look at his 1981 follow-up to The Hills Have Eyes, Deadly Blessing, it too has a strong message on the ineffectiveness of the police, as when one of our main women protagonists is based...
But then I'm like, okay, you can read a lot into a lot of things, dude. Like, you could play the beginning of Sonic Adventure and go, oh, they shot the chaos. Oh no! Our weapons are useless! Yeah, strong statement about the cops being ineffective. Like, is that what we're getting? Like, maybe there's like one scene where there's like a stupid bumbling cop or something, and that's the strong statement. I don't know this movie. But, like, it's entirely possible this guy's reading way too much just because that's what he already thinks. He's just like, he's going into it looking for it and he finds it, you know?
Basically begging the sheriff to do something about a dangerous man instead of just sitting by and watching as bad things happen to innocent people.
That's a good point. It's a fucking horror movie. If the police were effective, it wouldn't be a very good horror movie, would it? That's a good point. Yeah, if the police were better, they probably wouldn't catch the guy. I mean, there's probably some horror movie. Again, I don't know the genre that well. There's probably some horror movies where it's like a cop that catches a killer. Seven is kind of that. I wouldn't consider it a horror movie, but apparently that convention did. You know, there's probably some movies that are like that, but yeah, by and large, if it's a movie that's not about a cop catching a serial killer or something, the police probably by nature can't be that effective. Yeah, I mean, this is a stupid narrative to go with, too. Yeah, I mean, you can extrapolate that to a lot. I use Sonic Adventure, but then, like, think about... I don't know. Die Hard, John McClane was a cop, right? I was going to say Die Hard, like, the cops can't do anything there. They're kind of ineffective. But like any Godzilla movie, you know, oh, the military is a strong statement against military. Well, Godzilla, actually, it might be, because there actually is, like, you know, some shit there, but I don't know. Just every kaiju movie where the cops can't do anything, the military, like, is that really, are you sure it's a strong statement, or are you sure it's not just, like, a trope of the genre? I don't know. Like, is every scene that, where a stupid idiot cop is eating donuts and, like, is Chief Wiggum an anti-police statement, dude? This is stupid.
To her, if something happens, I won't be here in time for nothing but cleanup. Vampire in Brooklyn is kind of a strange movie, one that dares to ask the question, what if we cast Eddie Murphy and Angela Bassett to play love interest, and then gave them the same haircut? And also, in that it kind of doesn't really have a protagonist, which is unusual for—
Is this a conservative horror movie? Or maybe we're getting into it here. Maybe there's an actual conservative horror movie here.
A horror film. Whoever the protagonist is really is determined by what part of the movie that you're at. But we start with Julius, who is
probably not a conservative horror movie. I mean, it's about two black people and one of them is a woman, so probably not made by, like, you know, probably not made by people from Utah, if I had to guess.
Struggling, works a bad job, and has a deep distrust of the police, who weirdly—
So in other words, if we're actually finally talking about movies, I mean, we're talking about movies that he's explaining are explicitly leftist, like The Hills Have Eyes, whatever, like he's trying to argue that they are specifically leftist. So where are we getting to the conservative horror movies? When does that happen?
German Shepherd.
30 minutes in, people!
You know, it seems like Wes Craven liked to use German Shepherds as a visual code for racist cops. Anyways, he has an older relative who is sucking him dry by overcharging him and other young people to live in the apartment building that he owns, while he gets rich and does basic—
Okay, so this is another Craven movie, so this is another movie that's, again, not a conservative horror movie. Again, not the fucking title of the fucking video!
Nothing, where they later literally try to eat their landlord before instead forcing him to be their servant.
Yeah, the thing with the German Shepherd, it's just, isn't that just like a cop dog? That's just like default cop dog, you know? Like German Shepherd. That's like, you think of cop dog, it's probably going to be a German Shepherd. Is that like a Nazi dog or something? Are those like the Wolfenstein dogs that you have to shoot? I don't know. I think it's just a cop dog. This dude really is reading a lot into this. I mean, he probably uses the term copaganda unironically, so like...
And drive them around in a stolen limo. Another instance of Craven using a cannibalism metaphor in relation to wealth and power dynamics. A movie that also includes a scene where a white woman holds a black man hostage in a park with pepper spray up to his eyes, telling him that she hates to do this because she understands what capitalism has done to black culture, but that she just doesn't feel safe seeing him in the park after dark. A total parody on the hypocritical mindset that liberals have held for decades now. It is also not the only movie that
This guy really hates liberals almost more than he hates conservatives. He hates the people that believe similar things to him, but, like, not as radically. It's astounding.
Made that primarily—
You aren't committed enough to the cause. Why haven't you killed any Nazis yet?
Features an all-black cast, and is based around issues that affect black people. The Serpent and the Rainbow is about an all-black—
Someone says she never said that. Is he just making shit up in this movie now? I wouldn't put it past him. I mean, like, at this point, I would not be surprised if he is just whole clothing some shit from a movie that never happened. I don't know. Maybe the movie's not even real. This could just be AI.
Imperialist American pharmaceutical company, who sends a tall, white, light-haired, handsome man to try and incorporate himself into the culture of Haiti, to learn their tricks of how they create Haitian zombies, to then steal their old folk medicines so that they can market them and capitalize off of them. Midway through the movie, at the dinner scene at the CEO's house, where they are planning and celebrating this, genuinely having a conversation about violence that they plan to enact against poor black people. Everyone who is at the table is white.
No, chat, I don't think he does. I think he specifically right now is talking about left-wing horror. So I don't think he will get to conservative horror. I just don't think he will. I don't know.
The butler who serves
I feel this is almost worse. It's like you're so close to just talking about what the fucking video is supposed to be, cunt. You're so close. But why can't you is there no conservative horror movie? I saw a lot of people making arguments that, like, a lot of classic horror, like again, Dracula, Frankenstein, a lot of the, you know, the foundational horror stuff is steeped in some level of conservatism. And some level of that, you know, mindset that's kind of brought that about. I don't know if that's true necessarily. I haven't. I think I started reading Frankenstein. I didn't care, but like, you know, I'm not sure. Maybe, but you know, yeah. There's probably a lot you could say. We're getting so close to it, but we're getting instead. He's like, here's a history of fucking left-wing movies. How did you do this? How did you make this video?
Is black. And because he's there to steal from them, the protagonist is never able to actually immerse himself in their culture, and never attempts to understand the Haitians on a spiritual level. He is a cultural leech. And just because he is the protagonist, does not mean that Craven is trying to paint him as a good person, just like with the family in The Hills Have Eyes. In fact, just like The Hills Have Eyes, Craven is using Serpent and the Rainbow to show a very complicated situation, where both sides have strong issues going on, as the black political antagonist of the film are using excessive violence and fear to politically control their people through police force. Everyone is painted in shades of gray, but Craven clearly does not think that our protagonist is actually a good person. The People Under the Stairs follows a black...
So, alright, that's cool. Lots of movies that are made that are not about conservatism. That's awesome. We're just talking about this movie for a long time now. Look at this font and text color that he has chosen with this background. Look at this.
Think it was actually fine that these cannibals killed, raped, and ate people who just crashed their car in the wrong spot because capitalism is bad, and actually they are the good guys, is the take that I would have gone with. You can defend your home without eating people. You have an extremely warped moral compass. Class this, class that, blah blah blah. I like your videos, but the commie talk is distracting and arrogant. We side with the vacationing family because they are a down-on-their-luck group, trying to get unstuck until they're hunted by opportunistic murderers who want to eat them. They're not inherently sympathetic because they're white or rich.
I mean, maybe the movie has depth because there's, like, arguments you could make on both sides of the thing, you know? Like, yeah, I mean, they're, like, encroaching on these people's fucking land or something, whatever, but they're also just innocent people. You know, there's probably multiple ways you can look at it. It doesn't seem like there needs to be any one fucking specific right answer, based on what I'm hearing of the movie, anyway. I don't really know the movie, but, like...
Pathetic because they're the victims in the movie, not just the victims in your metatextual want for what you think the movie should be. The Carters win because good should triumph over evil. Jesus, Wes is spinning in his grave for an hour and 25 minutes. Woke Overthinking presents a woke critique of a B-movie lacking any intellectual heft. If I had a nickel for every time a horror channel assumes something in a film is an allegory or a metaphor, I'd be rich by now. So tiring.
Well, there are a lot of people that are just anti-intellectual to some extent, and they're like, I don't want to think about things! And, like, if you try to gently inform them that the movie they're watching has a deeper theme, like, no, it doesn't! It's just about the things on the screen and nothing else! No, 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 no! Like, that's... Yeah, I mean, I don't know. There's a fucking middle ground here, obviously, but... You know, that should go without saying at this point. I don't know.
I think this dude is gay or some. He can't go a video without mentioning disrespect towards them folks. Also, the hillbillies are cannibals. How are you gonna sympathize with them?
Yeah, he's not really debunking any of this. He's also not really showing... I don't think he shows any footage from his actual review. You would think that this part of this segment would be like, well, this isn't what I said. This is what I actually said. You know, if you look at the video, you'll see that what I actually said here and the phrasing I used was this. And maybe he could make some point. I don't know. I don't really also want to have to fucking watch his Hills Have Eyes video, man. But, like, especially because I haven't seen the fucking movie. But, like, you know, in the context of this, you would think that he would be showing some proof of his... He really is just reading the comments, and it's like, yeah, I mean... I largely agree with most of this, not all of it, but, like, yeah, most of it. You're not really making a point against this. You're just showing me a comment that is Like about 70% agreeable, you know?
Had to stop watching at 15 minutes. I think you're viewing the film through a modern woke lens, and you're really stretching the themes to fit your personal bias. Really hard to take you seriously now. Just because you're a communist doesn't mean that every movie is about class struggle or social inequality. Holy cow, you make it sound like the cannibal rapists are the good guys. Gross, dude. Typical.
Are these random different comment? I thought this was like one long comment, but I think this is just a bunch of different. He's not even refuting them. This isn't like a comment response. He's just showing me a bunch of. And what's great about this? It's not even like he. You know, it's not even like he just shows screen caps of them. He takes this really seriously. He could screen cap them. I'll just put them in the video. That's what most people normally do. No, he like copy and pasted or God forbid transcribed. You know, probably copy and pasted the comment and formatted it into this video. This weird 4x3 video he decided to go with. He specifically did that instead of just the easy option. That's good for you, buddy. You look like you're really affected by internet comments. I think we did skip over the part where he said he got hospitalized over seeing a really mean internet comment.
Liberal garbage. Every time I think I like this channel, this guy spews some overthought lefty garbage that takes me right out of it. So what I have gathered from this video is people who commit tragedies such as mass shootings are justified because they have been wronged by society, and society should expect innocents to suffer.
Yeah, you're not refuting any of this. Like, this is people's takeaway. If you've made a piece of media that people are watching, it's within their rights to criticize the media and say, this is what I... Maybe they're dumb, I guess, but, like, if you want to say that, but it's also possible that you've just miscommunicated your shit, dude. Like, you're not refuting any of this. Yeah, if this guy's takeaway from this is you think mass shooters are justified, you have probably, like, this guy will talk endlessly about how responsible you need to be for your fucking fan base, but then when you make a video and you say a bunch of dumb shit and people have an interpretation of it that maybe you didn't intend for, what, it's their fault? No, it's your fault, fuck ass. It's your channel. You be responsible. Be responsible. You fucked up. This is a stupid opinion, clearly. I mean, I didn't see the fucking video, but I can clearly see that people... I mean, if you can't even respond to these, if you've got an argument, then present it, but he's not going to. He's just fucking shotgunning these comments. How long does this go for? It's a while.
I was rolling my eyes throughout. I mean, come on, man. LOL, I've watched a few other videos.
Why did we need to see that shot of him laughing? We don't need to see him laughing. It's like watching a little goblin laugh. Oh wait, I forgot Goblin was also... No, Goblin is the one you can't call iDubbbz. iDubbbz got mad that people called him gay and a goblin, even though his like #1 joke is dressing in green and going I'm gay. But like, yeah, the little laughing goblin shot. I don't know if we need that.
We're still doing this. His political leanings, and here's the thing: I don't actually care what they are. It's just pretty silly to inject social justice into a review of The Hills Have Eyes. LOL. Yeah, I can't help but disagree with this video. This might be your worst yet. I despise.
Why do we need that? Why do we need that? Can you come on camera and say, "Hey, okay, this is wrong because blah blah blah"? Can you say that about any of these? Nothing? Just laugh at them? Nothing. I guess if he responds to a Nazi, he's also a Nazi, so yeah, you can't have that. All you can do is laugh at Nazis. You can't talk to them or respond to their comments and like after the fact, like just reading a comment, you can't say anything about it. You have to just laugh. You're not allowed. If he engages incorrectly, it's like a weeping angel from Doctor Who. If he makes one wrong move, then they're gonna just bing, bang, boom, he's a Nazi. Like, one wrong move, and you didn't ask for this, you didn't choose this, but now you're a Nazi.
Analysis of this film. Calling police officers, people who put their lives on the line for a job, a symbol of oppression, shows a huge bias on your end.
Yeah, can't you, if you're gonna, this is like, it's astounding how bad this video is, because even if it's trying to be like a response to these people, it's not! You're not even responding! explain why you think that the cops are bad if you're gonna fucking show this thing. Like, explain why you're right to be like, oh, a symbol of oppression. Like, explain your fucking point. Even if you're trying to do this thing that's not what the video is about, nor should be about, and is pathetic and weird, you should probably, like, explain why they're wrong, you know? I don't know.
People are a lot more than their political affiliation, but I don't think you showcasing yours is very much appreciated by your audience. Would really appreciate it if you tried to be more impartial. 18 minutes in, and I had to stop because it—
Why does he keep showing us him laughing? Like, we're supposed to be... I don't believe that you're really laughing, dude. You are...
partial.
You're very affected by this. This is not... It's not funny, haha, let's laugh at the retard. It's not. It clearly isn't. You don't have any ability to refute their points. Maybe you just, their points are stupid. Well, okay, tell me why. You're not gonna? Okay, then you lose. Then you lose. And you can't just, I'm just laughing at them because they're stupid Nazi. No, you lose. You have not argued your point at all. You are just an idiot, and this laughing looks pained. He looks like he's trying to laugh the fucking pain away. You know, he's trying to laugh through the depression, and it's not really working.
18 minutes in, and I had to stop because it really is an unwatchable video. Incredibly sad because I enjoyed a lot of the In Defense of Nicolas Cage. It really feels like night and day in terms of quality of the essay. While everyone is free to think what they want—
This is like not even... What is wrong with this fucking weirdo? Jesus Christ. So it's like you got comments that are calling you a commie or whatever. Like, okay, fine. You can like point and laugh at those. I mean, probably should still like argue that you're... like your point, but whatever. But now you've got one that's like just somebody like, I like your channel, but this video sucks, and you're just laughing at them smug like are they also a fascist? I guess this isn't even political. It's just this video's nonsense and sucks, and I like your other videos, but we're just laughing at this guy? Or what's wrong with this person?
And I really appreciate and enjoyed some of your other videos. Here you're basically justifying that people should be assaulted, raped, cannibalized, based on their socioeconomic status and, dare I say, skin color. Would you have reacted the same way if the family was black? Or
yeah, so this sounds like, I mean, this is, what is this? This is a person who watches his channel, seems to be this is the hypothetical, actual angry lefty that is upset that he is, like, racially profiling these fucking cannibals or whatever the fuck. He's like, this is the actual... person, the hypothetical person we discussed that was like someone who in good faith and not just haha this is what you do so you should be beholden to your own standard, which like he should, but like as an equal, as a similar turbo lefty going, this is offensive to me that you are like racially categorizing these fucking people and socioeconomically whatever. And he's still just laughing them off like they're fascists or whatever the fuck buzzword, basket of deplorables buzzword he wants to use.
From another
it's all equal to him. They're all the same to him. They're all the Untermensch to him.
Background? Or is it only okay because the rich family was white? You are such a talented writer with an impressive ability.
Ooh. Okay, 1857 from Exile Postman. Thank you very much. I'll read the super chats in a bit. But he says, I've been laughing all day at work listening to you clown on this user. Here's some pizza money. Get something with bacon, pineapples, and, some jalapenos.
I like your choice.
That's good. I mean, I don't know about the jalapenos. I don't normally get that. But you know what I would do? I would get a cheddar one. I would get one of the cheddar pizzas that has jalapeno. I do like bacon and pineapple. Those are good. I know I'm bad. I know I'm a disgusting, naughty boy. I like pineapple and pizza. I don't care. You're all wrong. That's fine. You can all... I'm gonna be the opinion basher. You're all stupid and gay, and being gay is not connected to being stupid. It's unrelated. You're gay, and unrelated to that, you're stupid. I'm not homophobic, but I do hate women and minorities. Pineapple pizza. Maybe with some fucking jalapenos. That sounds pretty good. Thank you for the super chat and the suggestion. Now you got me hungry. I didn't eat. I was gonna eat. You know, I woke up this morning. I was like, I'm gonna make a bagel with cream cheese. and then I didn't. So here we are. Here we all are, born into the struggle to come so far, but end up returning to dust. By the way, shoutouts to the YouTube removing my pedo video. It's like a bi-hourly reminder or whatever, bi-half-hourly, whatever the fuck, that if you are a pedophile, it would be a real shame for you if a bunch of people were to re-upload that video. All I'm saying.
Digest a movie. But unfortunately, as so often these days, your politics tend to ruin some parts of your videos whenever you put your postmodern lens on.
Yeah, this is just a person. Can you please refute this one? I'm begging you, sir. I get it, you just want to laugh at the Nazis. I understand. I find it stupid, but you dehumanize them. Anyone who's, like, slightly right of you, you dehumanize them and think they're not human. I get it. You're a fascist, I understand. But this person is seemingly coming to you from your own level. They're coming to you from your own level. I watch your videos, I like your videos, but this is, like, offensive to me, and you're acting way too political. Please just respond to this one. This is a fair critique, please.
Sadly, you seem to be lost in...
I think he does have an actual response for this one, but it's also smug and dipshitty, so...
Sadly, I don't think you understood, sweetie.
Probably, something like this. What's the response?
Parts of your videos whenever you put your postmodern lens on. Sadly, you seem to be lost in a pretty bad... Sadly, you seem to be in a pretty bad place right now. Your so-called...
I think he's still reading the comment.
Anatomy is full of hate and cynicism.
I think this is not a response. I thought he was responding to that comment. No, he's just reading another one. He's just reading another one. You know, the great thing about the Xbox 360 isn't beating the games, it's telling all my friends online that I did.
I hope you'll get better soon. Buddy, maybe leave out the half-baked race baiting and focus on the movie. Yeesh. I thought I was going to watch a movie retrospective, not be morally grandstanded at LMAO. This was honestly exhausting. You know, you do this long enough and you kind of develop this weird, broken, detached mental thing that I'm convinced that everyone who works long-term on the internet has. And
dude, you're not detached. You might be broken, but you ain't detached. You're clearly very affected by these. Again, he didn't just... fucking screen cap the comments. He went out of his way to either copy and paste them, which is bad enough, or, God forbid, word for word rewrite them into Premiere or whatever fucking program he uses. Very clearly affected. Don't act like you're not. There was a part, we might have skipped over it, there was a part where he claims that he was hospitalized because of mean words that he was receiving on, like, Reddit or something. And also he claims that he, like, broke down in tears, I think also at the hospital, because he read a comment that finally understood what he was getting. This man should not be telling the internet how affected he is by the words that people send to him. That's all I'm saying. Jesus
I know
Christ.
that was a lot of hateful comments to read back to back to back,
Hateful
but I'm just trying
comments.
to communicate...
No, there wasn't a lot of hateful comments. There was a lot of people that were annoyed with you, and then specifically one person that was like, hey, I like your videos, but what the fuck is this? But they're all the same to him. Again, just dehumanize them. They're all fascists. They're all whatever. They disagree with you, so they are what? Put them in the camps, right? Yeah? I mean, this guy is significantly more, like, fascist in terms of the way he's acting than, like, I don't know, like a Nick Fuentes or whatever. I haven't heard much from him because he seems like a retard, but I mean, like, any of the so-called fascists out here that are apparently, like, evil fascists, it's like, you are extremely fascist, sir, the way that you act, the way you're acting. If he took an alignment chart, he would be probably pretty close to a Nazi. I don't know. I mean, or at least, like, radically far left, like, you know, ultra commie, maybe. But I think it would go so far as to go in the other direction. He'd take like 5 different political tests and be like, these are all broken. Why do I keep winding up a fascist authoritarian right-winger? That's not right. I don't know, dude. I'm not sure.
What it is like having the never-ending barrage of the internet saying bad things to you on a daily basis that are not founded in reality. What was really distressing to me though in this time is that I slowly started to watch it leave my comment section and just became an accepted idea about me outside on the internet at large. Someone on Reddit in this time said, "I like In Praise of Shadows a decent bit for horror analysis, but his video on Hills Have Eyes is such a wild case of tunnel vision that even his normally receptive audience calls him out on it across the comment section."
This is just sad. Just somebody who can't... This guy's like in his 40s, apparently? This guy we're watching here is apparently like 40-something, or late 30s. And he's never... I mean, has he ever been able to take... These people love talking about taking accountability, dude. That's like their whole deal, is taking accountability. Except usually what that means is just stop having a career, please. So, like, when it comes to them taking accountability, like, yeah, that's not really the same thing, is it? It's not a transferable skill in that sort of way, I guess. I don't know.
He digs into this interpretation of the first film as a critique of modern society, where the incestuous cannibals are the real heroes, and were tricked into rooting...
Did he say he was 24? Did he? I mean, I would believe it. He looks young, but like, he kept talking about how Wendigoon is, like, a stupid idiot child who doesn't understand anything. And someone in chat, but last time, said he was like in his late 30s or 40s or something. Maybe they were just guessing. I mean, I would believe that he was younger, but I don't know. Then why is he age-mogging fucking Wendigoon so hard? I don't know.
For the empty consumers trespassing on their land because they look like us. And it's just very weird, especially in how much he refuses to address the amount of sexual assault the cannibals perpetrate.
Mentally
I'm all for
40?
wild interpretations of
he's mentally freshly 18.
thematic meanings of art, within reason. This goes well beyond reason. And you know, these things are half-truths. It removes all nuance regarding the use of metaphor in the film. And I know I'm including a lot of examples in this section, but I'm just trying to communicate exactly how in this situation I said one thing, and then it got misconstrued as another that slowly...
He's refusing to show us any footage of him saying the one thing, though. Like, he's swearing up and down that all of these evil fascists are wrong, and they're lying and slandering him or whatever, and it's like, okay, play me the clip of you saying the thing that makes me go, oh, okay, yeah, they didn't understand what he was getting at. Like, because I'll be real, I have not seen many other people acknowledge what Illymation, that fat acceptance video she made, a lot of people were not able to get, I guess, like, the point she made. Some people just disagreed with it, and they did get it. But, like, a lot of people were just not able to understand the whole, like, food morality thing that she was trying to get at. And, like, so, you know, I'm willing, I'm super cool and leftist. So, I mean, like, maybe if he explained it, you know, like, I'd be able to understand it. But, like, no.
eroded people's view in my writing and their trust in me, which has made the past 2 years a very dark time in my life. And on the notion...
The last 2 years of his life have been very dark because of his Hills Have Eyes video. And he can't just apologize and say he took it, you know, he went too far in what he was saying. I guess it's good that he didn't, you know, bend the knee. He sticks to his beliefs, I guess. It's just that his beliefs are wrong. He has wrong think. It's unfortunate. Ironically, you know, but, you know, his beliefs are wrong. But, like, he does stick to them, I guess. He hasn't done the thing and just go, oh, I'm sorry. But I guess you wouldn't do that if you've convinced yourself you're morally superior. You know, like those people that, because the people that have to apologize are always the ones that are getting woke scolded at, you know. They're getting people like this wagging their fingers at them. So when it's someone like this, I guess the closest thing would be like Nick is Not Green, maybe. When he had to finally buckle and make like 7 different apology videos, you know, where he eventually, at least that guy, you know, all you gotta say about Nick is Not Green being a fucking slanderer or whatever, at least he did, even if begrudgingly, he eventually was like, yeah, I'm not good at this, and I have made a lot of mistakes, and yeah, and like, I don't know if he's improved, but at least he can say that. This fucking dude, I mean, he's having a dark time in his life because he's having mental fucking gymnastics, you know, every fucking day trying to deal with, my video was great, they just didn't understand it! They just didn't understand it! Ah!
Of refusing to address something. That is something that gets said a lot about critics and YouTubers in general.
By the way, good news, boys. It looks like we're going until at least around 4. Well, at most, rather, 4 to 4:30 is when we're going to be recording, so I'll probably, not that late, I'll probably want to go to like 3:30 or something, so we'll be here for another little while. I do want to get to some other stuff, but man, this guy's video just sucks! I love it! There's an art to sucking this badly in making a video. Like, a video this bad doesn't come along that often, you know? Like, a lot of videos I see are not funny enough to watch and pick apart. Like, this is 3.5 hours. This is a Lord of the Rings movie of terrible YouTube content. This is what I was put on this earth for. Thank you, In Praise of Shadows.
Thing wasn't directly mentioned, then it must be obviously a refusal to mention it, or a massive oversight that must be pointed out by the commenter. Neither of which are true in this instance, or in most instances that assertion is ever made. You don't work on—
I could order a pizza. I could just do that. There's no reason why I couldn't. I might.
A project for 100 hours and then just accidentally forget to include something. I assure you that thought was put into the words that I was saying.
So, he could just say, sorry, I fucked up, but no, now he's really doubling down and going into, yeah, you're stupid, I meant everything, I was right. Like, again, I guess I have some respect that he sticks to what he believes, but goddamn, you're just a fucking moron, dude.
I incorporated all forms of violence into one for that video because the metaphor of the movie is about aggression and revenge, whether that be sexual, outright physical, or—
Welcome, chat member. I see that you spotted the Star 1 thumbnail. We didn't start the stream with Star 1, but you know, I'm a fake fan too, because like I love I'm huge fan of Lucas, and for some reason I've never listened to much of Victims of the Modern Age. Don't know why. I have no idea why. In fact, another server person, chat member, I don't know if he's here right now, Baneblade, he was in Halo with us a little while ago, he was talking about it. I was just like, yeah, why have I not listened to more of this? It's a good album. I mean, I've listened to some of it, it's a good album. Digital Rain, great song. I listened to the first and third album, I don't know why I've just blanked on the second one. I don't understand, but I just start listening to it, and then I just go and do something else. I've got, like, ADHD or some shit. I don't know, man.
Even eating the victims. All of them to the Hill people
Should I order
are
this guy a
expressions of
pizza?
forms of revenge. One and the same. It literally makes no sense to talk about them as if they were 3 different things within that context. Because as far as the movie is concerned, all of the violence falls under the same blanket of metaphorical rage. It would only take up time to not actually end up saying anything that I hadn't already said. And if I went down a list and addressed every single act of violence individually, that just would be pointless. And also, it isn't me saying that I think that these things are good in real life. Obviously.
I mean, this guy can't take any kind of criticism is the problem. I really do wish that with someone like this, that somebody could, in their life, just look at them, take them, take them over to the corner of the room and just be like, listen, buddy, love you, love your stuff. But, like, he's got comments that are like that are really gently just trying to say, I don't like this video, but your channel's good, I'm just not vibing with the video. And he's still, they're all the same to him. They're all the same to him. It's like, it would be so nice for him if he could just listen to someone that he knows. I know someone near him. It's tempting to be like, oh, lefties, blah, blah, blah. No, there's gotta be somebody near him that's like, dude, this is a bit fucking much. There has to be someone that at least thinks that, but they can't say it because, like, it's whatever, it's some kind of ism or something, I don't know. Some kind of fucking, it's punching down or whatever, I don't know. Some fucking buzzword, probably. But, like, somebody needs, in his close circle, somebody has to be able to just tell him, like, dude, you talk like an F slur and your shit's all R-worded. That's how they would say it, probably. They have to tell him that.
We are talking about fiction here. The Hills Have Eyes never happened. Wes Craven made that up. These are not real people. And I know I normally don't have to go...
Dude, Ade, however you say it. I really am thinking of making a video that just goes into the entire Forever Y storyline of Arion, because there's no... I think there's some videos that do that, but they're not from my channel, so fuck them. I think I would like to just make a video unrelated to anything I've ever done in terms of lolcows, just going into the insane alien human population storyline of the Arion albums. I think that might be fun for a video. I know some people that would be really down for that, and I know some other people that would be really interested once they see it, you know?
At basic with what I'm saying. But in this instance, I guess...
It's like 9 albums or something? I remember somebody made all of those, they made all of the Forever Saga, like every story Arion song that's part of the main story, for Clone Hero, and it was like 11 hours long or something. So it's about 11... At this point in time, the mainline Arion storyline is like 11 hours of music. So that would be quite a video to try to get across. I don't know, but that would be pretty fun.
It does have to be said. Because near weekly for over 2 years, at least one person has insinuated to me that I supposedly think people's flesh should literally be eaten off their bodies because they can afford a camper.
And he can't recognize that. I like some of these. These are some good smear frames here. He's giving us the he's giving us the little okay, like, yeah, I'm totally not saying it, guys. Wink, wink. But like, yeah, that's not the point, though. It's not that you said that. It's that you have not worded yourself correctly. He's so pompous that he can't recognize that it's not that everyone else is dumb. It's that you are dumb. You did not word yourself well, and society has deemed you a retard. It's not... You're going to have to just accept that, dude. I don't know.
And I won't name names. But the thing that really hit me the hardest is that when I decided to stop reading comments and just tried to distract myself by scrolling on Twitter, and on my For You page, I found a
I was having a really dark time reading YouTube comments making fun of me, so to break out of my dark time, I decided to scroll through Twitter. Good for you, man. Good God.
Thread of mutuals openly making fun of me for my failure of the video amongst themselves. Just openly in public. Some of them using words like idiot and stupid.
They were using words like idiot and stupid! I do know that there's like a group of people that are trying to, probably this group of people, this kind of guy, trying to make stupid into like the new slur. Like it's it's like retard or something. It's one of those. It's like ableist or something. Like if you call somebody a retard, that's bad. But if you just call someone stupid or an idiot, I think that's also like an offensive slur to some people now. You know, stupid retard idiots, basically.
Many of which I could tell had not actually watched the video based on what they were saying. They were genuinely just calling me dumb without trying to meet me.
Maybe they didn't like your thumbnail. Maybe they thought your thumbnail was transphobic. Wouldn't that validate them not watching your video, dude?
On my level of what I was trying to say, instead just believing what other people were saying about me. And that was so hurtful that I can't even fully communicate.
What was so hurtful? Sorry, what was the internet hate crime that you received, sir?
Not actually watch the video based
People didn't watch your video and were mean to you? I'm sorry, dude. That's about the same as 9/11.
On what they were saying. They were genuinely just calling me dumb without trying to meet me on my level of what I was trying to say.
Well, they were calling you dumb, which is your level.
Instead just believing what other people were saying about me. And that was so hurtful that I can't even fully communicate.
So is this video... Oh, I'm sorry. So you recognize that people repeating things spoken incorrectly about other people and, like, spreading false rumors or whatever, you recognize that that's something that can genuinely hurt people. All jokes aside, yeah, that hurts people. It's funny to be like, haha, you know, get off Twitter, but, like, yeah, no, that can, like, make you feel bad. Sure. So why are you doing that to like half of YouTube, fuck-ass? Why is this awful human being trying to inflict this pain that he supposedly felt onto a bunch of other people? I guess because they're all Republicans, so it's fine. Right. They're all... Right, they're not human. I forgot. I keep thinking that certain people are humans and forgetting that they're not humans. Man.
To
Man.
see this notion escape the comments section, which, you know, it's YouTube. Sometimes
Yeah, he's being, like, genuinely hurt by people calling him a dumb person. They're calling him dumb. They're calling him dumb, and this 5-year-old adult is acting like this is the fucking end of his life or something. Dude, why would you ever put this on the internet? Why would you ever admit this to people? This is why we need classes in school. To fucking inform people, hey, you know, if people are calling you a fucking retard on the internet, I got an idea for something that's not going to help fix that! Make a fucking 3-hour clickbait hit piece about a bunch of people where you acknowledge what a little bitch you are about receiving comments that call you the most simple kindergarten fucking insults anyone could ever receive. Fucking Kendrick is a poopy pants. He's a poopy pants. Yo, Kendrick is a poopy pants. He a poopy pants. That's what he got. He got hit with the Kendrick is a poopy pants.
it can be a little bit out there, into the more real digital life on the internet and Twitter and beyond, to where even people who knew me were making fun of me in posts that the algorithm recommended to me, was the lowest point in my career.
This is the lowest point in his career. People that knew him, friends and colleagues and peers, were laughing at him for his hilariously bad video. Chad, is this... When I told you this video was going to be really funny, this is about where I remember being like, oh my god, the stream needs to see the rest of this.
Again, I won't say who they are. I don't want people to get mad at them for this, but I still remember, and to be honest, I will always see those people differently from now on.
You've been blacklisted in my life. Well, who gives a shit about how you see people? You are a fascist, so I don't care about your opinions.
And if I met them in person, I would never be more than just cordial. I would never be their friend.
You've burned a bridge with me, you unspecified user. I will never come to your birthday party!
And I'm usually not like that. I decided then that I was never...
He's on the Chris Chan enemy list. He's on Star Giant's block list along with Bill Cosby and Harvey Weinstein.
We're going to acknowledge that this was happening. I was just going to go on about my life, keep making videos, and hope that things would be fine.
I was just gonna go on about my life and keep making videos, but I'm just too much of a bitch to do that, unfortunately, and that's Republicans' fault. Did you guys know it's an election year?
They weren't. They never really were again after that for me. Like I said, this never actually stopped happening. It is still going on to this day. It keeps happening, continuing to mutate and escalate to where now people are openly making fun of me about The Hills Have Eyes to my face.
Oh god! I just imagine somebody walking up to this guy at like a Starbucks. Well, he wouldn't go to Starbucks because they don't support Palestine. Like a second cup. And they're just like, hey, aren't you that guy that thinks that people should eat people or something? Dude, that's so cringe! And then you just walk away. And you do a little Fortnite dab, you know?
In spite of being totally detached from the reality of what was even said in that video. They don't even treat me like a person. Recently, I said something related to the Cherokee on Twitter near where I live, which is something...
Cherokee people! Dun, 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 dun! Cherokee tribe!
I'm going to get to here in a little bit. And somebody said to me, hi, I live in Oklahoma and am a Native American. Go fuck yourself.
Oh, this person is all of the Jedi. They are, in fact, a Native America. That's all of them. That's all of them, all in one. Maybe two, because there's a slash there. Also, they're like Final Fantasy 14, right? Well, they're base. They want this guy to go fuck himself, though, so that's, yeah.
Like, what do I even do with that?
What do I even do to that? Well... You grab some lube, you go get your, a dildo, your fist could work, and there's many ways you could take this, sir.
Ever once in my life said something negative about Native Americans, but there are a whole group of people who treat me with open hostility over a perceived belief that I said something awful, when all I did was talk about something that somebody else had said. Another example for you is when one woman last year said...
He still refuses to show us any clips of this video that would exonerate him. I mean, he just won't show us any clips of the video to prove that what he said was less insane than how... Like, this fucker is gonna force me to watch this video, is the problem. And I don't want to, because I've never seen this movie. I'm probably not gonna get most of it, right? But, like, I kinda want to now. This fucking piece of shit. This fucking IPOS piece of shit! He's gonna make me watch a stupid fucking review of a movie I've never fucking seen because apparently he's so retarded in this review that his entire life has been snowballing downhill since. How am I gonna avoid that? Come on!
He is up his ass and has been for several videos now, and he apologized rape in media as art. What do you expect of someone who calls himself an artist on every video? And now, you know, I normally have a rule for myself of refusing to engage in purposefully combative comments, but this one made me really mad. And I said back to them, I can assure you that I have...
Oh, there's some extreme bad faith here. Ultra rare, super limited, deluxe bad faith. So what is this comment? Yeah, I mean, like, again, the way this guy treats himself like an artist is really obnoxious because, I mean, again, a lot of his videos are basically just really generic YouTube videos. I mean, they're nothing super fucking special, you know? So, like, him acting like an artist, there's a lot of YouTube people that are artists, sure. And I don't just mean, like, visual artists, but, like, whatever, Let Me Know, Ahoy, you know, there's a lot of channels where it's like, wow, they made something really amazing. You know, that was some really, you know, really great video editing, whatever. Not this guy, not really this guy. He just kind of writes and talks. In fact, there's a guy who I watch, huge fan of him, video game essayist kind of guy. I really like his style because he'll just basically read his script over, like, footage of a game that he recorded, and he'll leave in flubs and stuff. It's very raw. It's like, it's very raw. Noah Caldwell-Gervais. He's also kind of left-aligned. He's a great channel. He doesn't do any real editing or anything like I'm describing. It's very raw, but his actual writing is good enough, and his, like, speaking voice and everything, his presentational style, that when he talks about something, you want to listen to it. If you're invested in that sort of thing anyway, in that kind of video, you want to listen to it. He clearly knows what he's talking about. He's clearly a smart guy. So even without extensive video editing or anything like that, he can have a video that's just him talking, and it can be very entertaining. And I would call that some degree of, you know, art or something. This guy, not so much. He is very up his own ass about being some kind of pretentious artist. So is that Noah guy a little bit, but, you know, his channel's better, so it's fine. But, like, you know, this guy, yeah, he's just very undeserved sense of self-importance. For, again, I would recommend checking out, just for, you know, for the sake of whatever, maybe check out his video about the most dangerous movies, I think it's called. Because it was the last one that I watched from him. I've said I watched it just like a couple weeks ago. It was I think it was his previous video before this one. And I watched it, you know, because I didn't know about this Hills Have Eyes thing. I didn't know anything about that. I just knew this guy occasionally, and so I watched his new video. And I've described it as basically being a very pretentious Watch Mojo video. It was just a list of, like, shit you've all, if you like looked into movie stuff, you've probably heard about, like, what, like John Landis on the Twilight Zone movie, the cancer movie that killed John Wayne, the fucking, like, Brandon Lee on The Crow, all of the Roar was another one, the Lion movie, like, all of the stuff you've ever heard of. It was nothing special. You know, it wasn't any, like, deep cuts of, wow, I never heard, that's such a crazy story, and he told it so well. It was basically just like a shitty top 10 list, like, but with this guy's annoying voice. So yeah, for him to be so up his ass, like this person says, it's true and is unwarranted. But I like that this guy doesn't even take our question to that. His problem is the rape in media as art thing. I don't know if that's, I guess that's from the Hills Have Eyes video, maybe. I'm not sure to that effect, but that's the thing that he's upset about. It's not the part about being up his own ass. He's not going to refute that. He'll never argue that. But, I mean, you know, it's just this part. I mean, again, if this is what people have taken away from your media that you've put out in public, in the public space, as a person who critiques things and breaks and rips them apart for their deeper meaning, shouldn't you understand why people would watch your review and be critical of it? He wants people to unthinkingly watch his... He had this whole thing about horror and people, like, blah, blah, blah. You know, I forget. It was, like, completely unrelated, basically, to all of what we're watching now, by the way. That whole first segment about Kevin Spacey and the con feels like it was a fucking lifetime ago. It was, like, a whole other fucking video. But, you know, he was talking there about, like, yeah, there's a section of people within horror who just want to turn off their brain and, you know, not ask questions, just consume product. And, that seems to be what he wants people to do with his content. He wants people to not question anything he says or anything. He just wants them to consume the media that he has produced and not question it or ask what it's getting at or ask the deeper meanings behind it or anything like that. It's not just hypocritical, but it's like it's your whole career. You should recognize. You're very serious about this career, too. You should recognize what this is. Like, this whole bad faith thing. No, this is what you fucking put out there, dude. It's like bad faith is in this scenario is like saying, oh, M. Night Shyamalan is a bad filmmaker, is bad faith. No, that's what people think in the general public conscious, is that M. Night Shyamalan sucks. He's had, like, 1 or 2 good movies, and most of it has been shit. And, like, maybe that's not all true. Maybe you have to watch them all. You can't say that if you haven't watched them all. But, like, everybody can kind of agree. Like, as a general consensus, M. Night Shyamalan kind of sucks a little bit. You know, maybe he's better now. Whatever. Some people have said he's getting better. I don't know. But, like, that's just one of those things. That's an example of, like, one of those things. Like, Transformers movies suck ass. You know? Maybe they don't all suck ass, but people think that now. So... yeah, people think based on what you've put out there in your body of work as a media producer that you're an idiot. They think that you're a fucking idiot. And that's because you have presented idiotic ideas and beliefs, sir. It's not because of bad faith. So disgusting. He thinks of himself as an artist, but you can't critique his art. That's great.
I've never done that. That accusation is disgusting to me, and putting those words in my mouth is in extremely bad faith. To which she said, I wouldn't make that accusation if it wasn't something you have done. Either way, you sadly became full of yourself.
I like the person in chat who's, like, freaking out that I'm still watching this video. Oh, I guess you can't see it, actually. I should get rid of the troll-looking motherfucker.png. Yeah, the video's 3.5 hours long, so you really shouldn't be surprised that we're still watching this. Of course we're still watching this. This is a horrendous, horrendous nightmare. Of course we're watching this. It's gonna go on forever.
Mourning over your poor artist soul and drowning in self-pity.
Extremely bad faith.
Slowly, some people got the
Giga bad faith.
idea that I was just some crazy person with outrageous fringe views who shouldn't...
Why would they possibly believe that?
...be taken seriously by this unjustifiable snowball
Yeah, someone pointed out, too, that, like, this is the main thing
just
for him.
fringe views who shouldn't be taken seriously.
He calls that other guy a deeply unserious critic. He is absolutely textbook. He's, like, one of those people... I mean, it's different. His thing is horror, but he's, like, one of those people who used to... They still do, but, like... You know, they used to write during, like, the Gamergate era for, like, Kotaku and Polygon and all those kinds of sites, the gaming journalism sites, they were very clearly just, like immature people who were trying to, like, they were embarrassed by their interests, basically. They were embarrassed by the fact that they're, like, 35 and still play Mario. And, you know, there's not really any reason you should be, because Mario's objectively a very well-made series of games, most of them. However, some people, you know, have some views about that, and so, yeah, there's definitely people that kind of, oh man, you know, video games are very mature, bro, they're mature, I'm mature, and I like video games, I'm valid! And they try to bring in all this fucking shit that doesn't belong, and they just drag in all this shit because they're very insecure. And that's the same thing I'm seeing here, is, like, he's a horror guy, he's probably, like, self-conscious in some fashion about, like, no, it's not all just slasher movies for teenagers, no! You know, like, something like that, I don't know, it's probably similar to some of the gamer, you know, thing. And he's just, like, he's really, really trying to make himself seem like a big boy. He wants to be a big boy. He wants to be a serious film critic big boy. And so he uses all the big words. He's the one who... No, he what's the In Bloom lyrics? He's the one who likes the pretty Marxist buzzwords, and he likes to sing along, and he doesn't like shooting guns, but he don't know what it means. He don't know what it means. He's, he don't know what it means.
By this unjustifiable snowball of a reaction to me saying that maybe Wes Craven liked to write horror and metaphors, and enjoyed using visual shorthand symbols within his work, which...
That's right, chat member. It is exactly like DSP's unboxing video without an unboxing. We're now nearly an hour into this fucking video. We're nearly an hour in, and we have not even broached the fucking subject. We're not even approaching fucking bad conservative horror movies. We've talked about liberal horror movies, or whatever word you want to fucking use, lefty, whatever, horror movies. We haven't talked about anything relating to conservative horror movies, let alone bad ones. The whole thing is a lie. The title is just a lie. There's just no two ways around it. I'm surprised there hasn't been more pushback to that. I immediately clocked in on that because I'm epic, but I guess a lot of other people are just too slow, but, whole video title is a lie. I don't get it. Was this the title you needed to use? Couldn't you have just said, like, Wendigoon sucks? What would a better title have been, like, for a video? Charitably speaking, it would have been, like, I don't know, the problem with conservatism in horror or something. You could have made the video title something like that, and it might have been a little more... It might have made a little more sense, but why he just lied about what the video was gonna be is very strange. He could have just honestly titled the fucking video. Like, that really sums the whole thing up. Why did you need to lie about the video title? It's like pathological shit. Like, it's such a minor detail. You could have just named the video honestly and people would have still clicked on it. More people probably would have fucking clicked on it if you had Wendigoon in the title or whatever. But like, he just needed to lie about it for some reason. It's very odd.
Is what most people who write horror do, and that maybe he used Native American visual codes as his narrative symbols, which was very heavy-handed but also was commonplace in the 1970s. I said nothing that was either groundbreaking, or new, or outrageous, or even original there.
I am completely derivative and terrible at my job.
Anything, I was doing a basic recap of the history of criticism that has already been said 1,000 times before me.
I am basically a Watch Mojo video, like DeadwingDork said, who is a lot better than me and should have more subscribers than me.
Just to get past the first movie so that I could talk about the sequels, which is what I do in basically every single franchise video. That is the format. If you go back and look at all of those videos, they start with a basic overview of the first movie, followed by a more in-depth coverage of the less talked about sequels. That is why I make those videos. You can't say anything new about the Texas Chainsaw Massacre that hasn't already been said, but you could probably have...
Maybe you could if you were a good film critic.
A few new original ideas about the third and fourth movies. I used to hit 200 to 400,000...
He doesn't even... Yeah, we're getting more into how bad his views are now. This is gonna be funny. This isn't even getting into, like... I don't know. He's so... It's just so lame. Like, you just... Like... I have nothing I can say about this. Are you sure? Is there nothing? You don't have any opinions that no one else is... I mean, you don't have any opinions in general that nobody has told you to have, so, like, I mean... Like, where does it end, really? I mean, do you have anything original to fucking say about anything? Really? Probably not. Probably just fewer people have said the same things about this movie than have said it about the first, more popular movie. Like, Jaws 4 probably has fewer people trying to make capitalism, fucking communism shit happen. Oh, the shark represents the fucking, the Russians. I don't know. So, I mean, like, I don't know. It just seems like very lacking in, some level of ambition. Because, like, Red Letter Media, for example, will put out reviews on old movies, And, you know, sometimes they'll do, like, RoboCop 3 or whatever the fuck, but sometimes they'll do, you know, just Blade Runner or something. And yeah, everybody's talked about Blade Runner, but people watch, like, Jay and Mike talk about Blade Runner. I don't remember if it was them who talked about it. They watch them talk about it because they like them and their personalities. And they have interesting takes specifically. It's just telling to me that he's basically, again, self-reporting. Just like, you know, I have nothing interesting or cool to say, and so the only way I can have a YouTube channel is by, you know, spouting, like, Wikipedia talking points about the fucking, like, 4th movie that no one else has talked about. Like, that's basically what he's saying here, is if he was a better channel, he would be able to talk about whatever movie he wants, and people would click on it because they like him, and because he has interesting things to say. But he's admitting here that he doesn't have anything fucking interesting to say. He doesn't have any... I mean, Almighty Lolly's in chat. A lot of people have already talked about the fucking Wolfenstein reboot that happened, like, last decade. I think it was 2014, first one came out. I'm not sure. A lot of people have already talked about it. Almighty Lolly just made a video about it. I already shouted this out, but I just watched it the other day. It's very good. It's like, there's a lot of things in there that I haven't heard other people say about it, you know? And, like, so it's just a failure of you as a critic to be like, no, I have to talk about fucking, you know, Blade Runner 5, because that's the only one that like, no one else has covered. Like, I guess, dude, like, I don't know, don't you have anything? It's just lame. It's just weak. It's another brick in the wall of this guy being a bitch. It's like every little thing that he does, like, oh, I just chose not to talk to this man. Uh-huh, yeah, okay, you decided against it. Uh-huh, another brick in the fucking wall. Another brick in the wall.
Views per video, and now I'm hitting 50 to 100,000 most of the time, saying the exact same message that I used to say back then. But now I think with more skill than I used to have, with higher production values. And now, every time I make a video, the comments are often swamped with people still living off that meme of an idea, who only show up to say mean things about me and leave, that all started with The Hills Have Eyes.
See, like, I think it's funny that I've never seen this fucking review, because, like, apparently everybody hates this review, and I haven't seen it, and I already had a bad experience with this guy. Like I've said, his videos are uninteresting. I had no idea about any of this existing drama. I've seen a video from him before that was good, and now I watch videos from him now that are not good. And, like, yeah, he's just not a very good YouTuber. I don't know. I mean, like, he's really trying to pretend this whole thing is because of his one video. I had no idea that video existed, or I never even read the comments in the last one of his that I watched. But I was bored and didn't care for it, you know? So, like, no, he just sucks. I stand as a testament to this guy just sucks. He's trying to claim that it's his whole, like, his one video being taken out of context. No, he just sucks. He just sucks. And I exist as proof that he just sucks, because I didn't even know about that, and I already kind of wrote him off and was like, I'm probably not going to click on one of his videos again if it gets recommended to me. In fact, that's what happened. That is exactly what happened. I watched the Dangerous Movies one, and then this video was recommended to me, and I was like, oh, that guy? No thanks. That last video sucked. You know? And I didn't know anything about any of this. You know? So, like, no, it's all Cope. It's all Cope and Sneed, anime sucks.
I used to not have that happen. If you go look, literally there is a hostile comment on every single video now within maybe 2 to 3 minutes of posting a new video. Say if you were to go back and look at my recent video on blood tea and red string, within a minute of the video coming out, a man had posted, I'm just here to see how long it takes him to whine about the racist patriarchy. To which someone else said, if you dislike his videos so much, why do you watch and comment on them instead of watching something you actually enjoy? To which he said in return, 'cause I'm a dick.
You can't choose how people perceive you online, though, dude. You can only kind of, you know, put out there what you can, and people interpret it in their way. So you got to accept some people are going to be like this. Some people are going to watch your content because it's bad, in the same way, or they perceive it to be bad in the same way that people hate watch, you know, a movie or something. They watch Velma, you know, because it's bad and sucks and they want to cringe. So, like, he's just He's coping and sneeding.
This meme of
You are coping and seething. I hate that that's associated with Tipster, because it's a little bit funny. It's a little bit funny, but man, total Tipster death.
idea
Domination, sorry,
has
domination.
directly
Total
impacted
Tipster
my work,
domination.
my sense of self, and the videos that I am able to make. And I don't really think that that's fair. There was a month last year where I only made $500 in ad revenue. I can't live off that. The amount of times that I've almost had to stop making videos since then has been almost monthly. I've barely been able to keep this afloat. I've paid my rent late most months for the past year. The cruel and untrue things that you say about another person do in fact have direct impacts on them and the way that people culturally see them. It's why I've pushed my Patreon so much in the past year, even though I know it's annoying as fuck to do. Because it is literally the only
Remember to support me on Patreon if you dislike pedophiles.
source that is keeping this thing going after what happened.
YouTube is supporting the pedophiles. Support me instead on Patreon.
And you could say there's other
Or send a super chat. I guess they get a cut of that though, but it's fine.
contributing factors that led to the decline over time. It is true.
So yeah, I mean, he is just whining and about how his videos are not. This is why we need internet classes. What the fuck are you doing, dude? You're in a video complaining about how you're getting negative attention on the internet and you're just giving them ammo. You're just giving them tons of fucking ammo. It's like the fucking iDubbbz and Anissa podcast, where they're like their secret private podcast where they just like they self-report about how terrible their lives are and then they just put it online for people to see. It's amazing. Why are you letting us have this information? You should not be giving people this much for them to make fun of you, dude. What the fuck?
That views have gone down for everyone. But if you look at the hard data, there really is a clear line here with The Hills Have Eyes. I had just come off of one of my biggest hits ever with In Defense of Nicolas Cage. And then my next video after Hills, still to this day, only has 73,000 views. And I just personally believe that there has to be something that caused that kind of shift. And you know, I know that people have the right to say whatever they want about me, and that maybe it is foolish for a creator to try and fight back against a public response. I have said many times that once you release something, that it is public and no longer fully yours, and I still believe that.
How can you possibly believe that?
But at the same time, I do think that a conversation around a work or topic can be wrong or even misguided.
You're wrong for criticizing me. You're misguided for criticizing me. That is what is happening. He's gonna cope and sneed about what is actually happening, but you're wrong for criticizing me. Your take on my video is wrong. Your criticism is incorrect and invalid, sweetie. Fuck you. And then the nail care emoji.
Which I obviously think happened here. I think it is within my right to talk about this on my own channel. And if you have said this...
Yeah, he got the lolcow gene. It's unfortunate. You hate to see it. I mean, you gotta know, but you gotta do better, my man.
Things about
What
me
the hell
or
is
to
this?
me that is totally within your right to do. But I do want to ask you to consider why you're actually still saying them to me still 2 years later. What point are you trying to make besides baseless general cruelty? Are
Maybe they're just making fun of you because you're a stupid idiot.
these your own genuine
Sorry, I don't mean to hurl slurs at you, my bad.
original thoughts
An S slur, I slur. That's what you are.
criticisms that you have based on my
You
actual...
know, I actually like the slur, like, suffix. You know? Like, that just makes it sound... I think stupid idiot is whatever. Dude, you're a fucking S slur. Shut up. That's way better. Like, that's objectively, that hits harder. Like, because most people aren't going to know what it is, so they're just like, did you just call me? What did you just call me? You let them figure it out, you know? It's good. It's good.
words and things that I have done? Or maybe did you read something...
Oh, yeah, well, and calling people a slur is also good. You fucking slur. Stop humping my leg, you slur. You know.
Me 2 years ago that you thought was funny and that was not actually true, and have latched onto a meme that was not based in fact, that said that I'd become some kind of racist, pro-rape, pro-cannibalist extremist. I have always...
Wow, this guy's an R slur and an R word. Wow.
Will always...
The R slur is racist.
Speak on the idea that horror is about love, and that this is all about love. If you somehow took away that I actually think that it's a good idea for people to be eaten alive, then I don't know what to tell you. We are just operating in totally different realities. We
certainly are, sir. That's the one objectively true thing that this man has said. in this whole fucking video.
speak the same language. I would argue that maybe you are the one who has changed in their values, and not my
Yeah,
son.
horror. I don't like. I'm hesitant to question it because I'm not a horror guy. But the claim that horror is about love or whatever, it just, I've seen other people push back against that. I don't know. You know, maybe they also don't all know about horror, and maybe somebody, there's probably some element of it that there's some kernel of truth to what he's saying, maybe. But that sounds fucking dumb, though. Like, you just hear that, and it sounds really dumb. Like, I don't know about that. Like, I don't know what he means by that. As, like, a layman, I don't know what that means.
Or that maybe you haven't thought critically about what you were reading online. About other people. People often say to me when talking about my Hills Have Eyes videos that I used to not be like that, and that they liked my older work before that, often citing my Return to Oz one, which is always very funny to me, because I talk about Gilded Age capitalist rot, and the benefits of communism, and the tragedy of the genocide of the Native Americans in that video. In fact, I feel like whether it was my video on witches or the treatment of women historically, my video on Lovecraft and...
Oh, his whole channel is good boy points. Why do you need to... You know, I mean, we learned why, though, because, like, I was going to say, why do you need to virtue signal so hard? But he told us why. It's because he's white, and he's, I guess, from the fucking South or whatever. He's from, like, North Carolina or something. So, and he said specifically later on in the video that, like, unless you're constantly denouncing racism as a white person from that area, that you're obvious, that you are explicitly racist or something along those lines. Like, so I guess he inherently has to virtue signal. It's like, you know, it's like gasoline for him. It's fuel. He virtue signals to get up in the morning. Like, this is like breath itself. Oh, someone's getting a car stolen. There you go. We got into that one quick. Good for them.
Beksinski and the Holocaust, horror comics and government censorship, and attitudes towards sexism, racism, and violence in the 1950s, that my views have never actually changed. Which I think is the necessary thing needed to be a good critic. Perspective.
Yeah, you know, never changing your views on anything and always thinking the same thing. That's a great thing for a critic to have, is complete inflexibility even in the face of facts and logic. That's awesome.
You have to be able to clearly articulate your personal perspective and values in life and in art to do this job. And on that front, I have not changed since I started doing this. I've gotten better at expressing those ideas, but the core has always remained intact. All of my most popular videos back then were just as leftist as the type of content that I do now. The only thing that has changed is the conversation and culture around them, where now I get comments like, yeah, this channel is really good, but the wokeness is all over most recent videos, and really is super distracting and yes, disappointing.
I mean, there's a manner of communication, sir. I mean, you should know this. Maybe your older videos had the same themes, but you weren't being as annoying about them, or being as, you know, stupid and blunt with, like, fucking smash cutting to January 6th footage or whatever. You know? It's not about what you believe, it's about how you believe it.
Can you make anything without going on and on about irrelevant modern social justice shit? These videos have always been the same. If you say these things about me, then please revisit the older ones that you liked before.
I like him just basically being like, I've always been an insufferable SJW. You don't understand. I have literally always been a cunt. You don't get it. Wow, dude, you're gonna make people go back and realize even your older videos were shit too, I guess. Great.
You'll find that they say the exact same things as the new ones that you hate now. I was sitting in a doctor's office 2 years ago now, mentally dealing with everything that was going on, believing that my career was over, reading comments about what people were saying about me.
He was in a doctor's office, and he was sitting there at the end of his rope. Remember, this is during his dark time because of his video that he made, that made him, it was one of the darkest periods of his life. You know, again, this guy criticizing people like Wendigoon, criticizing Wendigoon, and you know, other critics or whatever for, like, not having perspective on things, you know, And this guy's over here whining about how getting mean Twitter comments was the worst period of his life. I don't know, dude.
Just generally, feeling pretty bad about myself when I read something by a Reddit user going by the name John Latour, who made me so happy that I actually cried sitting there in public reading that, because I felt like it was
the Reddit comment made him cry in public, everyone.
First time that someone had publicly seen
someone
and understood
really
the situation
sees
that I was
me.
in, and saying that they understood what I was going for and that my treatment had not been fair. One person had said about me, "He really is amazing when he can keep from white knighting for women and minorities. When he does that, he starts misinterpreting shit just to shoehorn things into whatever agenda he is trying to push." I lost it when he was trying to defend the mutants from The Hills Have Eyes as representative of the minority underclass and that we should actually sympathize with the horrific rapist monsters. Like, I highly doubt that was the point of those movies at all. To which John calmly responded, "If you want to watch horror movies for what they are on the surface level of tension, scares, and kills, that's totally fine. But tons of horror movies are deserving of a more contextual analysis, and many had filmmakers who went into those films with those intentions."
Yeah, and that's fine, but your video sucks shit and is stupid, so, like, irrelevant.
And there's nothing wrong if you don't want to subscribe to a director's views or intentions.
I mean, I haven't seen the video, but I'm just saying this is like the public consensus. Maybe they're all wrong. I don't know, but like if the people have if everybody has generally agreed that your video is fucking stupid, dude. I mean, you can fight, but this is just the classic like, "You didn't understand my art, man." You know, when the album gets a 0 out of 10 kind of thing. Like, this is basically Corey Feldman and his album Angelic to the Core. This is him responding to the hate,
Either, and have your own.
Just didn't get it.
Listen to the commentary on The Hills Have Eyes as well as Last House on the Left. Craven pretty clearly sought to make a statement with those two films. Here are some quotes directly from Craven. "When we were doing this, I was always thinking of the whole third world race."
Congratulations, Dr. Baldhead, on being part of history. Some of these comments are people in the chat. That's fun. I saw someone earlier being like, "I hope I got on here. I hope one of mine is in here." I don't know if you got in, but he's still reading them. He's got a lot of them that he has meticulously transcribed into his video editing application from YouTube instead of just easily one-click fucking screenshotting them and putting them in there. He's decided to fully copy and paste them or word for word rewrite them into his thing. I mean, he would have had to like rewrite them somewhat anyway to break them up into multiple parts. Like this ends in a ... and continues. So he would have had to edit this in some fashion. Just show the screen cap, dude. This is so much more effort. I can't get over how much more effort it probably would have taken for him to do all of this for nothing. And it's exclusively, it's like, oh wow, he put more effort into this video, good for him. No, it exclusively goes to the direction of just proving what a bitch he is. Of like, he did this, he was sitting here coping and sneeding for hours, listening to fucking BreadTube videos, I guess, and just like writing these comments in, or at least copying and pasting them,
Against the U.S. and white Western society. Jupiter's speech that he gives to the father's head was basically written from that perspective. "I'll watch your cars rust out." It was almost anticipation of the 9/11 rage of other people against us, that we can't imagine they would be as wild and as vicious as they are. I was so struck by how, on one hand, you have this feral family that's killing people and eating them, but if you look at it, they weren't doing anything that much worse than civilization did when they caught them. And I just
speed this back up now.
Just thought, what a great kind of A-B of culture. How the most civilized can be the most savage, and how the most savage can be civilized. I used the theme in a more conscious way with Hills. I constructed these two families as mirrors of each other. I found it very interesting to look at ourselves, to think of ourselves as having the capacity.
This is like quotes from the director, I guess. Thank you for not doing this well. Thank you for not doing this justice and like weirdly transcribing it in here in a way that it's like hard to tell that this is probably the director talking and not the random Redditor.
For not only
but
great
it just
good,
looks the same as every other comment. It's a good job,
but also
dude.
for great evil. Craven pretty explicitly does not view either sides as heroes. His goal was basically to strip one side of all of their material and civilized possessions, to show that we are both capable of the same
I guess there was quotes around it, but I think the other comments had quotes around them. Whatever.
Let's not forget how we are really introduced to Bob once they are actually standing.
Oh my god, I don't give a shit. Apparently, what? Hang on, what does he say?
Standing with Bob saying, 25 years I'm a cop, and the worst goddamn precinct in Cleveland. N-words, shoot arrows at...
Oh, I was hoping for, he clearly says it, but there's a bleep. That would have been funny. Okay, so this is the comment that made him cry in public. This is the Reddit comment that made him cry, because he was finally seen and validated.
Needless to say, I also recommend In Praise of Shadows, and hope everyone here has a great day. And John, I don't know you, but if you're watching this, I just want to say thank you, because I was in a really dark place in that time period, and what you said there I know you never thought that I would actually read, but I did, and your words mattered to me. It made such a difference for me that I still think about it. It is still one of the most important things that a stranger has ever said to me about my work. And
Jesus Christ, why are you so willing to put... This is like when Todd in the Shadows proudly proclaimed that Gamergate, that being against Gamergate was the most important thing that he's ever done. I remember that. I used to watch Todd in the Shadows, and then he said that, and that was one of those watershed stupidity moments where I'm like, oh, I should never listen to this person about anything ever. Oh. And, yeah, this is another one of those, where it's like, dude, this is way too much. You're taking this way too fucking seriously. It's some comments on the internet. Chill out, dude. I mean, I don't know. I see comments that annoy me sometimes too, or, make me feel good, whatever. There's good comments. But, like, this is a huge display of emotion, and you're telling people this in a video where you're talking about getting trolled. You have just told the trolls that it's extremely easy to make you, like, very emotional about, like, words on the internet, dude. You have really fucked up by telling people that. I'm just saying.
It came to me at a time when I was in a really rocky place, and I needed you to hear that, so thank you.
Oh my god, he's Thanosing! Oh my god, is it finally happening? We're like an hour in. Chat members, we're actually an hour in. Maybe I was wrong. Are we actually getting to it? Holy fuck. I think it might be happening. What if it's actually happening? Why is this chapter 3?! But what if it's actually happening? Yeah, he was in a real Enwa place, that's true. What are you wearing, sir?
In March of this year, Late Night with the Devil was released to theaters, which came with a fair share of controversy. Normally, this would be a film that would make some buzz.
What the fuck is he dressed in? What is this? Is this like Kwanzaa colors? Are you a Doctor Who? What the fuck is this?
And then be quickly
it's like a riverboat jacket or something?
Forgotten about by most non-horror people. But Late Night with the Devil ended up with several major articles written about it in the trades because of its use of supposedly...
So is Late Night with the Devil a conservative movie?
3 AI-generated title cards that appeared both in the trailer as well as in the film itself. The number 3 has been thrown around a lot, and I don't know if that's ever actually been confirmed. As far as I can tell, that number was stated by one of the directors in an interview, and it seems as if the production team may have been trying to minimize the actual extent that AI was used in their process. This was the narrative that they started, once people got mad at them. And I myself...
Is it conservative because it uses AI? No, Almighty Lolly, you need to recognize that, like, conservative just means, like, they went to Chick-fil-A one time. Like, definitions of words are backwards now. Don't worry about it. Like maybe it's AI, and so people that use AI are Nazis, so therefore this movie is Nazis. Maybe? I haven't heard anybody say this is like a conservative movie in any fashion, but alright.
This was the narrative that they started, once people...
Yeah, is the number 3 conservative?
And I myself have gone through the film and would argue that there's closer to an upwards of maybe 10 or so questionable images throughout the movie. But for the purpose of this, we will just say that it was 3 pictures. As you can well imagine, there were a lot of people within the horror community who pretended that this was either not a very big deal or wasn't unprecedented behavior, and had many excuses as to why this wasn't good, but also why we should still reward their behavior with our money. BJ...
We're really getting mad about the AI. I mean... Guess they shouldn't have used AI. I don't know. Does that invalidate the fucking director and writer and everything? I don't think it was probably their decision ultimately to use that. I mean, even if it was, who really gives a shit? Yeah, I guess it's better to not have AI stuff, I guess, but like That's the trend we're going towards, dude. I mean, at least they're honest about that. The fact that they used it. I maintain, and no one ever like talked about this. I maintain that in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, in the Junon segment, when you're like dressed as the Shinra soldiers, you're walking around in Upper Junon, and there's like these posters, these banner things, that kind of announcing the parade that's going on. Absolutely AI. I'm certain of it. They got like weird fucking faces and hands and stuff, and weird letters and shit. It's like it's not Japanese or English. It's like just some weird fucked up letters that aren't real. Total AI. Never saw anyone call it out, but they did call out a weird line that was mixed poorly about Sephiroth early on in like in the hotel in Nibelheim. So there's the AI is being used and they're not telling us about it. So at least this fucking movie was honest and said that, hey dude, honesty is a good thing. You should try it.
Langelo said. Based on the style, the AI was clearly experimented with around the time everyone was sharing their AI profile pics, before we had the widespread, hey, this is bad convo. And they should have replaced it in the years since. I hope they do the right thing and swap those shots. But I've not seen the movie, so I have no idea how easily, quickly they'd be able to do that in an edit. And unlike a multi-billion-dollar company using AI for title cards, I have no idea if they...
That's a silly argument. You can hire people to do art. It's not, like, unreasonable. They're just title cards. They're still images. It is stupid that they use the AI thing, but I don't think that invalidates... That could maybe take a number grade off your score or something, and that's fair. You know, but it doesn't invalidate the rest of the fucking movie, you know? Like, I don't know.
Have the money to do so.
It's like
Richard
bad
Newby
effects.
seems highly...
And yeah, I don't know what this has to do with conservatism. Is it just gonna make the... AI bros or like conservatives are AI bros or something, maybe? I don't know.
Necessary, and I don't like AI, especially when artists are looking for work. But also, I'm not going to boycott an indie movie and the work of everyone else for what amounts to 20 seconds of AI title.
I don't agree on that one, Lolly. The script is fine. I mean, if you don't like multiverses, I guess, but it's... I mean, spoilers. I don't know. Whatever. It's been out for a couple months, but it makes sense in the universe. It's got good dialogue. You know. I don't know. I didn't finish it because that final boss. I can't forgive the game having the option to go back to the 45-minute boss fight before the one you're fighting, and just having that be an option in the game. And like, why would anybody literally ever select that option? But you know, it's fine. It's fine. I think that generally the game was written okay. I don't understand a lot of the backlash, really. I don't know.
Because that doesn't help artists either. Sorry.
It's just a sequel, you know. It doesn't replace the... It's entirely dependent on the original. You can just enjoy the original and not care that there's sequels now. But, like, that's how people did it with, like, Dirge of Cerberus or whatever, you know. But, like, I don't know. I think it works fine with the original. You know.
This, Barbara Crampton said, agreed.
Oh, that's true. Zach did need more time. That's... I don't know if you're joking about that, but yeah, stuff with Zach is a little bit just kind of in there. I forgot Zach was part of the fucking thing for like 30 hours. That's fair.
Brett Goldman.
So I still don't know. We're talking about AI in this movie. I don't know how this fucking is going to wrap into conservatism, but we have to assume
AI-generated imagery, it's not art, is a scourge to creativity that has the potential to harm the film industry. But I'm not comfortable with dismissing all the work people put into Late Night with the Devil.
But this dude's really all or nothing, so I guess we have to throw the whole movie in the bin and fire everybody that worked on it because they're fascists. They're AI crypto-fascists, I guess. Is that what we're getting at?
Especially those who had nothing to do with
Get to it, I get it.
Deeply disappointing.
Dude, I get it. Your video is so long! Fuck off! Like, whatever. Some people on Twitter were mad. You've showed, like, fucking 40 tweets. Fuck off! Get fucking to it. Who gives a shit? Holy fuck, we're going forever on this.
For suggesting that people shouldn't go see the film when she tweeted, "Maturity is accepting wrong," after having people educate me on the timing in my DMs, while I'm still against AI in the creative space when it comes to creatives being replaced. They did this at a time when everyone was having fun with AI, and with it being an indie film, having to pay the talent they many days.
Right.
And by the time that more complex images like this were being created, it was pretty well established that this was very wrong behavior. The Wild West period of AI was really only generously a few weeks there, maybe. But in actuality, probably actually more like just a few days. That the argument that AI was just a fun little thing that existed before people started to seriously talk about it. And these images were made well beyond that, as you all probably well know.
I got so excited that we were finally talking about bad conservative horror movies. I got so excited. And we're still not talking about it!
No. Saying otherwise is revisionist history. And if you really believe and think that this usage is okay, because everyone was supposedly doing it, then that speaks more on you than anything else. Because it shows that you were not listening to artists who were essentially quite vocal about the situation near immediately. This was, pure and simple, a way to cut corners and test the waters on how much audiences would tolerate the slow removal of creative people in the creative process.
Yeah, because the fucking people, the big money salvias that run these fucking movie companies. I know it's an indie thing, but like, whatever, it's still, there's producers and shit, and they probably thought this was a great idea to like cut costs or whatever, and, you know, it's not the fucking fault of the guy who wrote it. It's not the actor's fault. It's not the director's fault, probably. Maybe the director signed off on it. But I highly doubt most of the people involved in the production of this fucking thing had any say in that, or would have supported it even if they had an option. They probably would have preferred not to do that if they, you know, had known or had any say, but they probably didn't. So, like, why are you throwing the baby out with the bathwater here? It's unfortunate that they did this, but as a piece, the guy is an art critic, but he's like, oh, product bad because AI. Like, okay, dude, think about all of the other artistry that went into making the film, that, like, those people, all the costuming and, like, the fucking makeup and the effects and everything, the actors, none of them should have to, like, pay the price of you fucking weirdos boycotting this thing because there's, like, some AI images. Yeah, it would be nice if they weren't AI images, but whatever. You're a fucking moron.
Making of films on all levels. There is no other way to look at this that is ethical. And in the weeks following, other companies started to do the same, such as A24 and their horrible Civil War posters. Now, for full transparency, I myself did post one single tweet that was positive about AI, which was clearly when it was still in the DALL-E mini phase, when it was just a strange curiosity. And when
so he's literally using the excuse that woman used before, that it was just a fun little thing people were doing. Maybe it's fine because that was posted at a different time or something, I don't know, but I don't know, man. That seems to be the exact same argument she made.
In the days following, I listened to the conversation and realized how harmful this thing was. I never did that again, and have never excused a large company using it to not pay people. It really...
So, yeah, in other words, I love this description of things. Like, this is the way that this is the way this guy wants the world to be. He started doing something that was fun and he enjoyed it, and then some people came along and told him that it was harmful nebulously to a group of people, maybe, that might be harmed possibly by it, maybe. And he was morally reprimanded and forced to stop having fun and enjoying the thing. This is the way he wants life to be. Like, I also don't love AI art, you know, but it's like, the dude was just making some fucking images, and then some people like him had to come along and force him to think different. And now he's acting like he's smug and, oh, yeah, I mean, I was just educated by people that it was harmful, bro. Like, dude, you're just a follower. You're just a go-along. You have no fucking brain in your head. You can't make any decision for yourself. You can't look at AI yourself and be like, that might be kind of weird. No, you just, people told me it was bad and problematic. That's probably the word they used. They probably said, AI art is problematic, actually. And then he decided he was scared and he started having like a baboon chimpanzee fucking, like, he just started fucking breaking fucking loose all over the apartment and flinging shit everywhere and having a fucking meltdown. And then he realized that he had to do better, and now here we are. And then he bought this jacket. Somewhere between then and now he bought this jacket.
That easy. Secondly, of course they had the money to pay for real title cards. They just decided not to. What do you think this is? How much do you think art actually costs? Anyone who thinks this can genuinely only have...
He's gonna burn his Aladdin costume. Wait a minute, not burn it. What should I do with it?
That idea because they don't know any visual artists themselves. This narrative is insane, and probably disingenuous on their part. Critic Rebecca Johnson said, "It is disappointing that they used AI artwork, and a shame that they didn't hire an artist. That being said, I would be more disappointed if it were a big movie with an unlimited budget. This is an indie flick with a
He's made the same point for like 5 minutes now. We've been listening to him just read off tweets from people for 5 minutes that are just the same tweet every time. I hate this man. Why did you need to make it 3 hours, dude? People weren't even gonna get to the Wendigoon part, probably. Most people? Like, what the fuck, dude? Why? Just show me like 2 or 3 tweets. You know, not just one. You know, show me that there's a pattern. Like, there's 3 tweets. Rule of 3s, right? Show me 3. And move on! Move on! Next question! Why are we still doing this? Why are we 5 minutes later and we're still... Oh, another person who's saying the same thing, basically. I get it. I get the point, bro. Got it.
budget. People are acting like
no, Dad, I don't want to be mafia. I want to be like doctor or like lawyer or something, Dad. No.
Those fake movies.
I can't kill people, no.
Dumped onto Amazon Prime. They could have paid for those assets for the same amount of money or less than they would have for a single advertisement for the film. The movie was produced by Roy Lee, who also produced movies like The Grudge, The Ring, The Departed, The Strangers, the Lego Batman movie, It Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, Barbarian,
The Barbarian,
Bates Motel,
The Bates Motel,
The Exorcist TV
there you
show,
go.
Dr. Sleep, Godzilla vs. Kong.
So, thank you for giving me a list of movies some guy made. I will really take this information to heart. Thank you.
And Godzilla Kong the Empire, among like 50 other
Yeah,
things.
shut up, you fucking M slur.
That you've heard of. It was distributed to movie theaters around the entire country. Do you genuinely think that they would not be able to come up with a couple $100 extra in the proposed budget if that was what was needed to complete the movie? Like, he can find the finances for this level of CGI destruction, but a JPEG is going to break the bank? To imply that you think they couldn't spare a few hundred on additional art is either purposefully dishonest or is willingly ignorant.
Okay, that's cool. What about the movie is conservative?
And anyone who played into that false narrative that this was just, the little old movie that couldn't do no better, makes me question your critical thinking skills. As a
You have none. Shut up. What is the fucking point of your video?
Writer, as well as your just motives within all of this. This was released on 1,000 screens around the country theatrically. For context on the number of screens that movies tend to get by their size.
I agree, chat member. Big boy! I agree. How cares? Yeah. Everybody always asks who cares, but nobody ever asks how cares. I agree.
Knives Out had about 3,000 screens, and Uncut Gems had about 2,000 screens. So while it is on the smaller side, to pretend that this was something that is virtually impossible to watch legally, and has no chance of making its money back is very disingenuous. And also,
Someone says the argument is because it has like 20 seconds of AI footage, it's harming artists, so it's conservative. I mean, again, I wouldn't be surprised if that's actually the point. By the way, yeah, can we point out that this guy lives in, he's currently in this enormous, fucking, Macaulay Culkin Home Alone garage? What the fuck? What happened to I'm living paycheck to paycheck and YouTube doesn't pay me enough? What happened to that? Because, this is a pretty big house, dude. It's a pretty big-ass house. Quite a sizable fucking garage alone. I mean, this is bigger than some people's apartments, with a few more walls in it, maybe. It is a pretty big house, it looks like. I mean, if it's his, that's quite something. Paycheck to paycheck, though. $500 a month. And so poor from YouTube and hard done by that he's able to take a month break, by the way. He's apparently taking a big break because of mental health and whatever. He's apparently taking a break because of all of the stress that the fascists have committed to him recently. So he's taking a break. And, yeah, I mean, someone with a house this big and the ability to stop working for a month and just chill for a little bit, that's cool. Working paycheck to paycheck, though. That's cool.
Everyone who worked on the crew of the movie already got
parents' house? That's true,
so
maybe.
Not seeing this is
he is in a dark place, literally. He needed better lighting for this video.
The only screwing over the production people in charge, who decided that this was a good idea. Our support of art has to be conditional. These things have to be a hardline issue. Just because they made a small horror film does not mean that they are automatically deserving of access to our money as audience members. And lastly, for context, in my Courage the Cowardly Dog video, I had 4 excellent title cards made by the artist Dr. Grambo. So, one more than what the directors say appeared in Late Night with the Devil. And that cost me $50 each. We aren't talking about an insane amount of money here. That is just
Cool, dude.
the cost of a few tickets to your movie.
Yeah, we can all agree. He's having a different... It's these people that try to have different arguments than what we're talking about. No one's saying... Like, most people are saying it would be better if they had used real art in the movie, but they didn't. And that doesn't invalidate the whole thing. You're acting like it does. I don't disagree that it would be better and probably wouldn't have been, like, significant impact to the fucking budget of the thing if they just hired some artist to make a couple of things. Whatever. True. Fair point. Dock a point or two off of your review of the movie, but acting like it invalidates its existence or something. You're just insane. You're just applying to movies now what you apply to people, and just trying to, like, deperson a movie. It's crazy.
If my YouTube channel, which as we
Get
just
to the
covered, has
politics.
been failing for 2 years now, can afford to hire artists, then I guarantee...
Well, Asmodeus the Clown, thank you for the super chat. He's made a lot of content. So that 5-hour stream was me just watching the 35-minute Wendigoon segment. But now he's, like, still going, and I don't know if I'm gonna get through the whole fucking thing, right? Because it's long, but, like, man, this is the same video, dude. This is the same... He's not made that much funny content. He's probably got one other video that might be funny, you know? So, like, maybe one other, but it's the same video. I've been saying, this is like watching the Lord of the Rings of terrible YouTube content. It's amazing. It's like an Omni King situation. It's so uniquely god-awful at every moment. It's truly like you think about the way they describe, like, the worst movies of all time. You get your, like, The Mask, Son of the Mask, and, like, epic movie and stuff like that. Like the IMDb bottom 100, you know? You get all these fucking movies, and they're all trash. And this is like trying to imagine, like, the version of that, but for YouTube. I guess that would have been like it was around 10 years ago or so. I Hate Everything did a video that was like the worst rated, most down thumbed YouTube videos ever, or something like that. Back when we still had a down thumb that was functional for most people. I've got an extension, but whatever. And that was like a while ago. But this is just, I'm thinking, like, what would qualify a video to be just one of the worst ever? Almost everything that he's saying is wrong or stupid or inciting some kind of, like, hatred or, like, misinformed, not sourced, sourced from like crazy people, like the Sneeko parroted rape allegation about Brandon Buckingham. Like, he gets an allegation from a person he probably does not care for, Sneeko. Probably not politically aligned with Sneeko very much, but parrots his fucking shit. Like, this is just an awful, awful video in every step of the way. He's allowing people to troll him. Like, everything that you can do, almost, to make a bad video. It's not, like, ear raping me, and it's not... I don't know. There's more. I guess it's not quite as bad in like visually as like the Birdie video was. You know, there's elements of it that are not the worst thing ever, but it's up there. This wouldn't be like a you know, epic movie on the worst movies of all time list. This would be like I don't know. This would be more like I don't want to say like a Birdemic. This would be like a House of the Dead or something, where it's like, it's pretty uniquely bad. It's not the worst thing ever, but, like, it just sucks at every point of the way. I don't know if there's another movie that would be a better fit for, like, for a film, what this is as a YouTube video. Like, I'm trying to think, like, maybe like a Manos, The Hands of Fate. It would be great if it could be a horror movie to fit in with this guy's whole deal. But yeah, one of the worst YouTube videos ever in a lot of ways. Maybe not like every way, like visually, whatever. It's just a guy talking, you know. He's dressed pretty stupidly, but it could look like the Birdie video, right? You know, So, like, it could be worse, but this would be like a... If you could rate videos, like, you know, percentage-wise, I guess you used to be able to. You kind of still can. This would be like a 3% video or something, man. This is a real low-quality Rotten Tomatoes score on this video. This video gets no bitches.
That a feature film production attached to Shudder that is owned by AMC could spare a few hundred for some asset.
Well, yeah, Almighty Lolly with the $10. He hasn't even given a list of horror films he considers right-wing. Yeah, you Straw Dogs, Deliverance. I mean, again, people have said that, like, Dracula and Frankenstein and a lot of the classic horror, like, staples are right-wing in a lot of ways. You could look into that in some fashion, but he's not even getting into that. I'd like to assume that he does eventually, but we're supposedly in the segment that he's going to, and he's just talking about this AI thing in this movie. This is so dumb.
Let's not be silly here. Weirdly enough, Flying Lotus initially got mad at me for criticizing the film.
Flying Lotus? Really? What?
Hire artists.
Did you meet Flying Lotus in a supermarket and and he was mean to you? Is that what happened? I forget that copy pasta, but I love it.
Then I guarantee you that a feature film production attached to Shudder that is owned by AMC could spare a few hundred for some assets. Let's not be silly here. Weirdly enough, Flying Lotus...
Are you just like name-dropping Flylo right now? Why is Flylo involved?
Initially got mad at me for criticizing the film.
Is Flying Lotus involved in the movie?
Did you shell out a few $100? Do you know the right artist capable of making said imagery for a few hundred with their schedule? There's no nuance in this conversation at all. Y'all just want to gang up on something. Probably will never make a feature film ever.
Damn, I didn't realize Flying Lotus was gonna show up and smack our fucking stairs muffin out of our hands at the supermarket, or whatever happens in that thing. This is a great tweet. This is a surprising the Flying Lotus cameo. I wasn't expecting this, but I guess he's based. All right.
Ever. To which I said, I actually did pay a few $100s for the title cards to be made by an artist for my video in December.
Is this fake Flying Lotus, though? This might be fake Flying Lotus. I mean, I feel like the real Flying Lotus would have more views. Yeah, 6 views? Yeah, I don't know. I can't confirm. You'd think also the real Flying Lotus would have like one of the gold badges, you know, the little check marks. This is probably just just some random guy. Maybe he's trying to make us think it's the real Flying Lotus, famed music man and producer and shit. If you don't know, he's like a musician guy. Maybe he's trying to make us think he's got like famous industry people in his comments, but it's probably just some guy. Maybe it's really him.
Gang up on something. Probably will never make a feature film.
I think this is the real him.
I said, I actually
did the real one.
$100 for the title cards to be made by an artist for my.
It's at Flying Lotus. Yeah, I mean, it looks like the real one. I mean, I guess it's the real Maybe I'm wrong. I'm wrong. In that case, I mean, this seems like I agree with this. You know, generally, like, they just want to gang up on shit and they'll never make something like this. So, like, why should we listen to them? If this is the real Flying... I don't know why he's only getting 6 views on his tweets. Maybe it's just because it's a response to somebody. You know, but, like, I guess he knows In Praise of Shadows to some degree. Enough to be like, man, this is a stupid opinion. I don't know. That's cool. That's cool.
Up on something. Probably will never make a feature film ever. To which I said, I actually did pay a few $100s for the title cards to be made by an artist for my video in December. They turned out great and I was proud to show them off. If my channel can afford it, a movie production certainly can. But
that's a valid point. I'm not going to argue that that's not. Again, I do agree the movie should have just had some fucking art in it. It's not probably the most expensive thing, although it's different for somebody like that. I mean, wouldn't it be like royalties and shit? It's probably a lot more complicated to get, you know, people paid for that sort of thing. I don't know if it's exactly the same, but, you know, it's probably not that difficult. You know, movie studios do that shit all the time. Probably do that shit within this movie. They just decided to cut some corners. Yeah, it sucks, you know? I mean, worth criticism, I guess.
Reaction from my perspective,
but he's still overblowing it so
much. A bit strong with heated emotions on both sides, became more level-headed as it went on. And I'd like to think that we ended in a good place, where we still disagreed, but were no longer kind of adversarial to each other, and ultimately agreed on who the real...
Wait, is that a fake Flying Lotus? I mean, shit, I don't know, man. I agree with whatever the real or fake Flylo is saying there. It's probably fake. I mean, I don't know.
...is in this situation, which is the large companies pushing this kind of
People are saying
technology.
they checked
We
it.
ended by sending love to each other, and that was genuine. I love his work. I think that he's super interesting as an artist.
I mean, I guess it's the real him. I guess the real Flying Lotus watches In Praise of Shadows. That's fucking bizarre. Alright. I mean, at least he's like, he's not like buying into the bullshit. I wonder, Flying Lotus might be watching this stream right now, just like, yeah, this guy sucks. I used to watch his videos, but now he's a stupid retard.
And I
met him in a supermarket one time, and I just mobbed him super hard, bro.
You respect him. All of this is about love and community. It's about talking with each other and working with each other and making cool shit. The whole reason
love.
I'm making this video is because I want people to think about.
He browses Mew too. That's wild. I didn't know that. I didn't know he was an internet guy. I guess, like, you know, there's some that I think of like that, you know, in that sort of scene, like a Tyler the Creator or something. You know, I remember not in that scene, but like PewDiePie is one who's like, I think he's still a 4chan guy. So like, there's a few I think of. I would not have assumed that of Flying Lotus though. That's cool. He's like Hideki Naganuma is just a super giant fucking meme lord. There's also there's a composer for Resident Evil. I don't think it's the basement guy. It's not the deaf guy who was a fraud. It's not him. It's a different guy who's now like doubly famous because he has a red parrot that got famous online. So he posts his red parrot, and it's like everybody loves the fucking parrot. But like originally that guy was just like a Resident Evil composer or something. And I think he still works, but he's just also famous because he has a famous parrot. It's cool. I like when there's just like random unrelated internet presence. T-Pain's another example of that. There's just some guy who just watches YouTube videos, but also he's like internationally successful. That's cool. That's cool.
They talk with each other, and how they engage in art and the world around them, and how to show respect if people have issues with something. I think if we had broad education related to
so he had a positive conversation with Flying Lotus here, I guess. They sent love to each other. I'm not going to go find the tweet, whatever. But they sent love, and they were just like, I like your work, basically. And I guess if it's somebody who's popular and, you know, bigger than him, and I guess also isn't white, maybe, he's willing to like back down and be like, yeah, we can agree to disagree a little bit, man. I love your work. But if it's like well, I mean, Wendigoon's bigger than him too, but he still shits on him, so I don't know. It's interesting that that's the one example so far of this guy being willing to reach some kind of common ground with people that he disagrees with, is the fucking internationally famous music artist Flying Lotus. I don't know.
How they talk with each other, and how they engage in art and the world around them, and how to show respect if people have issues with something.
Oh yeah, Danny Brown is another one. He doesn't like Cyrax. He made a whole rant against Cyrax because Cyrax sucks ass and he knows that, and he said go watch King Cobra instead. I don't know, maybe he's come around to Cyrax, but I remember specifically the rant that he did on his podcast where he was like, Cyrax is fucking stupid. He sucks. He's not interesting. King Cobra is the king. King Cobra JFS is Danny Brown approved. You can take that home with you.
Broad education related to media literacy. A lot of these things wouldn't have to happen. Horror author Amanda Woomer said during this hot take.
We're still just talking about this I'm skipping ahead. Fuck it. When are we getting to another movie? Please get to another movie, sir.
Different productions that had wildly different budgets from each other. But you should really write for the money that you think you're going to be able to get.
We're still talking about
Sometimes shooting for the stars.
We're still talking about
over
this.
One AI-generated image.
We're still talking about this. Cunt!
As an artist, and what he's trying to say.
Okay, I think this might be something else.
Does both. Fun and smart are not mutually exclusive concepts to each other, and it has always been that way. And it is crucially important to acknowledge that.
Yeah, I typically don't like the Zoomer yap meme, but like, damn, this is... If anybody's ever yapped about fucking nothing, it's this cunt. I mean, Jesus Christ, I get it. I got it after like 2-3 tweets, dude. I get it. You've made your point. This is so unnecessarily long. That's the biggest crime. Like, you could have made the exact same video, same topics and everything, and just made it maybe an hour, you know? Just tightened up the graphics on level 3 a little bit, and we wouldn't have had to sit through fucking 25 different tweets that all say the same thing.
Understand our history if you're going to then apply
He's
that
Japanese.
history to the works of the art form in the world that we live in
Absolutely
today.
fluent Japanese right now.
If you are far right and think that I'm wrong, genuinely your favorite horror filmmaker would not only hate the things that you stand for, but chances are they probably also made a movie about it. Now, on a surface level, one could see horror as anti-women or pro-violence or, you know, kind of the things that I was accused of in the last chapter because of the nature of the art form. Which, yeah, all of that stuff exists. That's all out there. But I think if you're viewing the entire art form that way, that is a
conservatives.
bit of a reductive and simplistic view of what these films are typically.
Don't talk to me about reductive and simplistic, you fucking brainlet. You fucking... this man may be conservative, so shouldn't be allowed in public. Reductive. Absolutely, dude, I agree.
Actually trying to say about how we should all treat each other as people. We have to remember...
Still not talking about conservative horror movies.
...that depiction in art is not necessarily an endorsement of what is being shown. I mean, looking at Lloyd Kaufman movies on the surface, you would think that they were practically directed by a Klansman. But if you actually pay attention to him as a person and as an artist, and what he's trying to say and the types of people that he allows on the screen, and also the people who are in his direct circle, then you do start to kind of realize that Troma has always been kind of one of the most radical and progressive, nearly anarchist film
Okay, so in other words, that's also not what the video is about!
Operating at that level within America.
I'm so mad just at the fact that we are nearing the halfway mark and have not even talked about a conservative horror film. The closest he got is Late Night with the Devil because it used some AI images. This dumb retard.
Cinema.
I'm so mad!
...in bad taste on a John Waters scale, but similar to him, does so not out of hate. At least, not hatred of common people. I mean, just listen to some of these quotes that he gave in an interview in New York back in 2001 with Roll Hannon on how Troma always approaches story as a company. We take the position that there is a conspiracy of...
Good, cool. Glad they're also good lefties. Give us a right-winger, please.
...art are merely tools that can be wielded by anyone to produce art and expression that can then be experienced by others. And often it is the case too that conservatives produce works of horror as well.
Lovecraft! Talk Lovecraft! Give me Lovecraft, please! Something, yes! Just mention like a Lovecraft adaptation, you know? Someone had to have made like a fucking Shadow over Innsmouth movie or something, right? Where like you could argue that there's some racism in there or something, right? Like you just come on! Just anything! Anything!
That only the left does. There's this dangerous myth that has been cultivated by the left that conservatives can't make art, that they don't understand people on a very basic level, that they're not funny. Norm Macdonald was a staunch conservative.
I don't know if that's true. I don't know. Is that slandering Norm Macdonald? Is that slandering Norm Macdonald? Would he describe him? I don't know much about Norm, but I don't know if he's a staunch conservative. That sounds incorrect based on what I do know of him, like, and what I've seen of him. Like, and this guy thinks conservatives are, like, evil fascists. He wasn't Norm Macdonald? He wasn't conservative, he was a moderate. Yeah, and the guy's dead, so it's just weird to bring him into this. It's just weird to bring him into this. Like, he makes jokes, that's the problem, I guess. He made some jokes. Yeah, Norm Macdonald probably made some jokes or something, so, like, yeah, so... so he's a staunch conservative. Well, I guess he was photographed next to George Bush, so that's all the proof you need, I guess. But, yeah, I mean, it seems, like, okay, here's the thing. I don't believe calling people conservative is, like, I hate crime, but this guy seems to. So when he starts calling people, like, Norm Macdonald staunchly conservative, it's like, okay... You're essentially just calling him a fascist Nazi. That's what you believe, right? When you say that, that's what you and your intended audience is supposed to take away is that he's a fascist Nazi. That's what you believe, right? So that is like slander from his perspective, wouldn't it be? I mean, I guess it wouldn't be, because it's not a lie if you believe it, Jerry. You know, but like from his perspective, in a way that seems like slander. I don't know. Like
David Zucker, who made Airplane, is a Republican and has specifically made films for the Republican Party.
Good for him.
John Hughes was a Republican and made Ferris Bueller's Day Off.
So are we finally getting into conservative movies, at least a little bit? Maybe. I think we might be getting there. It fucking took him a feature-length film to get there. You know, the real bad conservative horror movie was this entire fucking video, if you think about it. Bad conservative horror movie would be having to listen to some fucking retard with a dead animal on his lip talking about Marxism for like 3 hours. Yeah, this is a bad conservative horror movie. It's actually, it fits the bill perfectly.
Show of his idealization of what the freedom
and none of these are horror,
for us all. Milos Forman, who made One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest and Amadeus, was staunchly anti-communist. Sam Raimi, the director of the Evil Dead films and the Spider-Man films, is a Republican who donated to both George W. Bush campaigns and has been alleged to support Trump very much in private, but just doesn't talk about it because he knows that people wouldn't like it. Quentin Tarantino is a Zionist.
Yeah, because he knows that people like you are going to be mad about the beliefs people have privately. It's so crazy how quickly we went from like what a man and a woman or a man and a man do in the privacy of their own home, yada yada yada. You know, that old talking point, the privacy of their bedroom thing. We went really quickly from that into you're not allowed to privately think like that Trump is cool. You're not allowed. It's not acceptable. What? Wow, really quickly, within like less than a decade, it went from it's okay for everybody to do what they want behind closed doors to you can't think things. Crazy, wild stuff.
Israel. Roy Frumkes, who wrote the film Street Trash, has been accused of sexual harassment directed at his students for decades. I mean, hell. David Lynch said at one point, Trump could go down as one of the greatest presidents in history. A statement that he would later retract, but arguably as much as I love him, a great deal of his work does have some conservative values to them.
Okay, I think he might be finally getting there. It might be almost happening. Like, wouldn't an easy one be, what is it, Jeepers Creepers? Isn't that the one where the director's, like, a sex predator or something? And all the, like, Republicans try to say that it's based because he's like, not woke or something? I don't know. Like, that's one I keep hearing people, like, babble about, that guy. Like, you'd think he'd at least have mentioned that at this point. I feel like that's an easy one. Maybe that one's not conservative necessarily. Nothing else is. I don't know. That feels like it would fit a little better than whatever the fuck, you know.
Though he clearly believes in the spiritual nature and goodness inherent in the average human. Something that Alan Moore famously argued once that people really did not like. Trust me when I say that conservatives are perfectly capable, just like anyone else, of being funny and learning how to produce art.
So how is it that you think that they aren't allowed to exist in society? This is demented. Like, this is getting worse in a way. Like, he's humanizing people that are conservative now, which you'd think would be better. But then, like, how are you also able to come back to me later in a few hours and say, is it a problem that Wendigoon is conservative? Yes. Like, so, why? Why? Why is it a problem? Why? You're humanizing him. You're humanizing people with these beliefs. You're saying that they can do great things and make great pieces of art. So why are they evil monsters? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Are skills that anyone can do.
Schizopost!
Otherwise would be hopeful at best, but in practice is dangerous, and allows the slow infiltration of...
Wait, did he call Alan Moore conservative? Did he call Alan... There's no way he called Alan Moore conservative. That guy's like a radical fucking communist or something, isn't he? I mean, Alan Moore's insane, you know... Like, he's just a crazy man, basically. He's made some good comics, but I don't know, he's gone off the rails a little bit. I think he always was a little bit. Some of that crazy fueled some of the art, you know? But, like, I don't think he's right-wing at all. What is this guy's deal? Did he say Alan Moore? Did he?
Into places that they should not be allowed, because it creates this shield that allows us to ignore their red flags. The idea that conservatives cannot make good art needs to be abandoned, because it leaves us in a position to where we underestimate their potential to spread their messaging.
Oh my god, guys, Ferris Bueller is conservative propaganda. Oh. So they're evil because this is it's starting to make more sense, at least. Like the schizo post thing is, at least the dots are connecting, because like, okay, it's a problem that Wendigoon is conservative because his conservatism, I mean, again, it's a big self-report. It's essentially him looking in the mirror and going, well, what I do with my videos is try to spread my political message and like propagandize. So clearly that's what they have to be doing. Everybody does it, right? That's what everyone does. And like, no, not necessarily. I really don't think it's a testament to how he's talking about, like, Sam Raimi is a conservative. Okay, I never knew that. Okay, sure. It's like not a fucking element of his films, is it? Like, it doesn't really come up, I guess. Like, I've never heard anybody even talk about that before him. It's possible he's just making that up. Like, I don't trust anything this weaselly little liar dude says, but like, yeah, maybe. But it's like, if they're trying to spread their insidious message, then why did like half of the people you just mentioned, why were they like surprises to me? And like, why was it not me going, oh, that guy? Yeah, obviously. Why are you not mentioning like fucking Kevin Sorbo or whatever the fuck? You know, people where it's obvious. Like, what insidious message is the Spider-Man fucking trilogy getting across other than don't trust Avi Arad with your movie?
I would argue that despite the face of horror journalism and horror authors being more diverse than they ever have been, on the side of
maybe some shit in Drag Me to Hell, says one hardcore leftist in chat. Okay, I remember watching Drag Me to Hell and being like 12 and not getting it and just being like, this is stupid, I want to watch Spider-Man. That's all I remember about it. So, I mean, maybe. I remember there was some stuff with a lady at a bank. It was probably something to do with that. I don't know, but yeah, I mean, maybe there's themes of it somewhere, but I don't know, man. I mean, like, it's a big surprise, like, oh, David Lynch said this about Trump, did he? Wow. I did not know that. And, I mean, I guess he says that there's, like, conservative themes in Twin Peaks, but he doesn't really elaborate on that, even. You could argue Twin Peaks is slightly horror, even, but he's not gonna... By the way, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, everybody. We're at the magical 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 mark in this video right now. I just wanted to jump it back to exactly that moment. It's a very special moment. I just wanted you all to share in the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 moment. All right, let's continue.
Position to where we underestimate their potential to spread their messaging. I would argue that despite the face of horror journalism and horror authors being more diverse than they ever have been, on the side of horror cinema, we are living through the past 20 years of being some of the most conservative in the history of the genre. And within horror cinema...
What do you mean? Elaborate, sir.
Fiction at large.
What do you mean conservative horror cinema? What are you talking about? Is he talking about, like, those shitty, like, blockbuster horror movies that are just, like, the call coming from inside the house or whatever? You know, the garbage slashers with, like, the boy living in the walls or some shit? Or is is that conservative? I don't know what he's even getting at, because isn't the last decade when you've been getting a lot of, like, A24 films and indie shit? That's been like the explosion of that, so what do you fucking mean?
Been a gradual slow creep, as there's always been some figures producing art within
Ciesler?
the medium, obviously who hold right-wing beliefs.
Right.
But more and more, I will sit down to watch a horror film and be blindsided by what it is actually trying to communicate to its audience. And I hate that-
you are just an insane political crazy person who is unable to... Like, it's legitimately at a point where, I mean, like, they, you know... It's granted some validity because politics, lay epic politics, you know, discourse. But if you changed slightly what he was, like, fixated on from politics to something adjacent to politics, like, say, lizard people, like, the video would be insane, right? Right? I mean, like, if it was the same video, but it was just... Yeah, you know, and you start to notice the Illuminati references in this video, in this movie, and, like, it's the same thing. It's, like, transvestigation or something, like, it's reading too much into your own, like, thing that you are, like, obsessed with, and it has to be present in every movie, I guess. I guess.
That more than just about anything when it comes to film. This myth that every movie that is ever made that is either horror or is a small independent production should be immune from basic criticism that we would level at any other work of media needs to be abandoned for this reason. We do not need to support every single small movie. Horror people love to make fun of what they view as basic lesser MCU fans, with their bizarre vanilla culture worship and their crusade against Martin Scorsese. But then we'll turn around and basically do the exact same thing themselves, just on a battlefield that is being fought on a smaller scale. A mindset of consume, 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 without even thinking to question how the sausage gets made. Just
Yeah, like with your video about in The Hills Have Eyes, where you just wanted people to consume the message and not ask questions about why you think that, or, have any interpretations of the video or anything like that maybe you didn't intend, but like, and he even addresses that he supposedly believes that once a piece of art is made, that it's like out there and it's, death of the author or whatever. He even addresses that. Infuriatingly so. Like, if he had just not even acknowledged it, it would have been one thing, but he's just like, and yes, I still do believe that. Like, how? But, whatever.
It's lacking any sense of moral fiber in their bones. A lot of them just genuinely have zero conviction most of the time. And there are films that I will never review here because of that, such as when I do my History of Werewolf Movies video, I will not mention The Wolf of Snow Hollow, because the writer, director, and star, Jim Cummings, has been very vocally in favor of AI-generated imagery
Oh my god, dude.
multiple times. I don't think anyone should support his work going forwards, and this is the last time that I will ever publicly acknowledge him. Horror is a mirror. It is
I was really hoping that he would just announce, he would mention like a conservative guy and be like, I will never review your movies. And it would just literally be like, I am never going to make a video on bad conservative horror movies. Morally, I'm against it. But I guess if he thinks AI equals conservative, that's basically what he just said, right? Is that he morally refuses to review movies, which is like the title of the video.
countercultural, it is punk.
Wild.
It is that way, and it always has been.
Sad
But
and
if we are
pathetic.
using punk as an example, then to further that example as a subculture, they have always had to deal with Nazi
I
punks
don't think it's that Jim Cummings.
trying to infiltrate their spaces.
Nazi
As a subculture,
punks?
they have always had to deal with Nazi punks trying to infiltrate their spaces
What?
and co-opt their style and language to try and distill a message of hate through their mouthpiece that it was not
Like, you have to learn, you have to listen to the code, like, you have to read between the lines. You have to listen to the coded language. Because, like, when he says Nazi punks, obviously he is, 99 times out of 100 not talking about real Nazis. He's talking about just, like, a left-wing person who doesn't agree with him, So, like, when you have to, like, read between the lines of, like, what he thinks these words mean. When he says Nazi, it means, like, person that he doesn't like. So, like, it's technically English, but it's, like, a different dialect of English. It's bitch English, is the thing.
designed for. As a community, they have worked for decades to build a set of tools and understanding to deal with those issues internally. And I'm here today to argue that we should be doing the same thing within our horror spaces. But there is this psychological issue that we have to get over first, which is that people are not willing to criticize others within the genre space when they are doing wrong, and are not willing to criticize aspects of horror films either out of social
Doing wrong in bitch English means being conservative.
politeness, because it is a small community, or more frequently, allow their values to take second place behind their love of genre, or out of financial benefit. All three of these are an issue that we need to address because they allow active harm to be transgressed and to be continued. To explain,
Nazi punks is not hyperbole, it's a real subgroup that were opposed by other punks. Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, sure. Well, it's probably hyperbole in this context. I mean, he's probably not referring to that real thing, if like in the probably in actual punk music, I assume you mean, like in the 80s or 70s or whatever. I would assume is maybe not, but like he's talking about horror films and stuff, so I mean, maybe I missed the context, I don't know, but I think he's just using that as like a pejorative, maybe, I'm not sure.
in this, I think it would help if we look at the film Abigail. That is not a conservative horror film, but the conversation around it helps to demonstrate this point. The film
Guys, guess what? We're watching another movie that's not a conservative horror film. I can't believe this. Are we gonna get to the middle marker here, the middle marker rule? Are we gonna get to the middle marker here and not not even see a footage from a so-called conservative horror movie. I think it's possible. I think at this rate it's possible. I think at this rate it's possible he never gets to it. He's like he's edging us. This is so fucked. You knew what you were doing, fuck ass. You knew. You're like an hour and 26 minutes in and you're like, well, this one isn't one. You haven't even told me one that is, cunt! Holy shit, give me one example! He's giving me counter examples. Holy shit!
A group of hired goons who infiltrate
This is
the home
torture.
of a wealthy businessman to kidnap his daughter to hold her for ransom in an abandoned mansion outside of town, where group tensions...
No, you know what this is? This is the unironic version of the first part of the best of the worst video talking about the Star Wars holiday special. If you don't know it, that's a two-parter. The second part, they talk about the Star Wars holiday special. The first part, the meta joke of the video, is that they're doing everything they can to talk about anything but the Star Wars holiday special. And so it's like 40 minutes of them basically just a podcast of them talking about everything but, and then occasionally they'll go, speaking of horror, of holiday movies and Star Wars, did you guys hear about Jurassic Park? And like, that's basically this, but if it was an actual video that was just insufferable and like 5 times as long.
Begin to rise as they start to doubt what they have done, and they begin to infight as they suspect that the Mafia has sent a hitman to the mansion after them to retrieve the girl. And then near the end of the film, we actually learn that the girl herself is the hitman, and that she's also a vampire, who has orchestrated the whole thing, and the climax is her hunting the remaining team members who have to fight for their lives. Okay, so the only problem with this is that the vampire reveal is shown on the poster, and is in the trailer, and is in the name of the film. You literally cannot know that this film exists without also knowing that it is about a vampire girl.
And why is this conservative? It's not even. I mean, this is so off the rails. He's giving us an example of a movie that's not a conservative horror movie. He hasn't given us an example of a movie that is. And now he's just talking about, like, general grievances with the marketing. What the fuck did you... What kind of drugs do this to someone?
This is clear in every aspect of its marketing. You don't have films named Laurie, Clarice, Nancy, or Sydney, but you do have films named Chucky, Frankenstein, Dracula, Megan, Leatherface, It, Jason, Freddy, and Carrie. If a first name is ever in a horror title, historically that is to delineate who the monster is in the film. Every single piece of the film's marketing did not care if you actually had a good experience at the movies or not. They just wanted your money, and that's an issue. Now, I promise that this video is not going to turn into a list of people who annoyed me on Twitter, but to explain this concept, we're going to have to...
I don't even know... Yeah, he totally is, by the way, that's a lie. But, like, I don't even know what he's talking about. He's talking about, like, movie monster names and the names of the movie, and what the fuck does this have to do with anything? This is unbelievable. It's not even relevant to anything at this point. What the fuck?
Talk about Twitter for a short while longer. So, people, including myself, began to complain that Abigail was not fun to watch because you already knew how it was going to end because you'd seen the trailer, which I think is a valid argument.
Conservatives, am I right?
Not all movies are ruined by spoilers, but certainly some can be. You don't watch an Ozu movie for the plot, but if the work is designed to be a mystery, then you do. Abigail has several references throughout to Agatha Christie. It is clearly designed for you to initially not know
It's unfortunate that they marketed this film poorly. Am I right? Trump sucks, dude. Yeah. Absolute... Dude! Biden 2024! Fuck this movie! I hate this movie! Yeah, Biden!
What is going on here? It is steeped in the aesthetics of mystery films, and showing that Abigail is a monster in the trailer would be like showing the mask reveal of a ghost face in a Scream movie, or even more similarly, including Gabriel from Malignant in those trailers. It would ruin what is designed to clearly be a fun whodunit film, whose base appeal is not knowing what is going to happen next. But Bloody Disgusting Podcast...
Didn't he just spoil a couple of movies there? Like, I don't care, but I feel like he just spoiled the ending of a few movies with this whole thing.
Trace Thurman came out and tried to stop people from talking negatively
about... He didn't even give a spoiler trigger warning, that's crazy.
...film, because fanaticism means that every perceived attack on the genre must be quickly snuffed out, saying, gentle reminder that the trailer gave away the whole movie isn't a valid critique, even if it is true.
Why So this guy has fucking he, him, you know, pride flag, horror queers. Like, is this guy one of the evil conservatives? Is he one of them?
Came out and tried to stop people from talking negatively about the film, because fanaticism means that every perceived attack on the genre must be quickly snuffed out, saying, gentle reminder that the trailer gave away the whole movie isn't a valid critique, even if it is true, #Abigail. And this supremely got on my nerves.
I can see that, fuck ass. A lot of things do. You know what gets on my nerves? Not getting to the fireworks factory, you know? We are approaching T-minus like fucking 10 minutes or something. How long? It's like about 140. Yeah, about 10 minutes or so until we're at halfway through this thing. I don't know. I really don't think he's going to even bring up a real conservative horror movie. He came so close. He mentioned Sam Raimi, who is apparently conservative and has made horror movies, but didn't think to mention fucking any of his movies. Good job, dude.
Said,
great.
I mean, it's definitely a valid.
Heckin' valid.
If it makes the first hour of.
By the way, unrelated. YouTube took down my video about pedophiles. The video about the website abuse, where the people are abusing children. The rad queer pedo hell site featuring minors. That video's been taken down. Guidelines violation. And it seems that YouTube, despite my appeal saying that it's a video trying to out this website of dangerous predators and pedophiles, and try and, you know, expose their actions, YouTube's decided not to reinstate the video. So that's very unfortunate. It's very unfortunate that YouTube's decided to side with the pedophiles. But if you are a pedophile, once again, just a random reminder, if you are a pedophile, I really hope no one decides to re-upload that video, because that would be bad for you. If you're one of those people that uses that website and, like, you really like that website, it would be a shame if that video started to circulate or something. You know, if there were, like, hundreds of re-uploads of it. That would be unfortunate. That would be really a shame that everybody would wind up knowing about Ezra. Crazy. It'd be really unfortunate if I talked to if I I don't know, talked to some people and got the word out about it. It'd be crazy. It was just, what is happening out there? I think there's a war going on. Oh, what? Is someone shooting guns? I don't know. Something's happening out there. It's fine.
We feel completely pointless.
They're
because
coming after
you know
me.
all of the things that's happening on screen revolving the crime family don't actually matter because you know it's actually a vampire. No. To which he said, that only matters for your first viewing. Do you like all movies less on a second viewing because you know what's going to happen? And I just want to ask, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, I don't know, buddy. What are we talking about?
That basic argument is saying that it only ruins the first time you
I don't understand how he even thinks this is relevant at all. Like, I don't get it. I mean, this one is really out there. Like, it's different from everything else so far. Everything's at least followed a through line of, like, some level of conservatism, some kind of, you know, I could at least, like, connect, like, AI bro, maybe conservative, maybe. This is just nothing. I mean, this is just a random disagreement he had with another, like, gay leftist dude on Twitter. Nothing. This is nothing.
Experience the art.
Really outstanding.
Which is probably also the only time you're ever going to watch it. I really don't see a yearly rewatch of Abigail in my future. I only rewatch movies for one of two reasons. Okay, so the first is for work if I need to revisit something for the channel. But in my free time, I only do that if I really like a movie in the first place. And if an advertising campaign is so bad that it ruined the initial watch and put a bad taste in my mouth, why would I ever then go back to experience that again?
And did the Koch brothers do the advertising?
20 years ago, when I was a kid, I loved the series of Unfortunate Event books, and my mom took me to see the movie when it came out, and kids were yelling so—
I can't believe what's going on. This is a joke. This is a joke. I mean, it really feels like that Red Letter Media video, it's like the joke video essay that never ends or gets to the point. This is perfectly crafted. I can't believe we're talking about a series of unfortunate events, the movie.
So loudly in the
Holy
theater that you couldn't
fuck.
even hear the dialogue, and it ruined—
Dude, we're like 6 tangents deep! What the fuck do you mean tangent within a tangent? We're nano tangents inside of tangents! We're in the tangent zone!
and I never watched it again, despite loving the books. And I still today remember what a negative experience it was watching that movie in the theater.
Yeah, this video is a series of unfortunate events, that's true.
A fan base and years of dedication to your work of art if your marketing ruins the initial reception to the film. The second watches are defined by the crucial initial experience and impressions the movie made on us. Watching a movie for the first time and watching a movie for the second time are two...
I'm so done. What is this? What is this?
Like...
Spankin's footage of a big risk.
Something
We're
more...
still just talking about this. Okay, cool. Coffee table? Blind? Okay, what's this?
Defense of all things horror. And also, the very next day after our interaction, Trace tweeted about the new film titled The Coffee Table and said, "Hands down one of my favorite recent viewing experiences because my jaw was on the floor for most of its runtime. Go in blind. Go in blind." And this happens just about...
Cool. You really owned him on that point, dude. Good job. Great video.
Every time that you publicly make very little criticism of a horror movie. When the trailer for the new Strangers movie came out recently, I tweeted that The Strangers was never particularly good in the first place, and that we didn't need to keep getting these things that are essentially just remakes every single time. To which Vicente Francisco Garcia, who we have talked about before here, said,
"Oh my god, he's just turning it. I love that he said he wasn't gonna make this a just Twitter beef video. As if it wasn't already and would not continue to be. You know? Like, it started as a Twitter beef video. Well, it didn't start, but it became one and then continued to be one and will continue to be one.
"The OG film is a masterpiece," to which I said, "I mean, that is using the word masterpiece pretty liberally. Also, why comment on my post? I've literally seen you tweet that you think I'm an idiot before. It's not like I'm going to play nice with you."
Play nice with you.
You're in the big boy den now, motherfucker. You think I'm gonna play with kid gloves with you? Piece of shit. Oh, I bet I have more guitars than you, little man.
To which he said, "I have literally no idea who you are or any memory of prior interaction with you. But it's funny to me how you have no issue bashing a film but immediately get wounded by someone disagreeing with your public post."
Yeah, that is funny, isn't it? It's so funny that he decided to include this in a video and probably is not going to have any kind of rebuttal to that. Well, he does. He says, "I'm not wounded!" We have never interacted, but I'm the YouTuber you tweeted about insulting several times. Okay, so this guy knows this dude and has outed him by name here. Like, naming and shaming this dude because, like, at some point last week, last year, last month, whenever, at some point in time, this person was tweeting about insults about them or something. Demented.
Like that for a little while, and I wasn't
demented.
I really try not to take things like that personally, but
Bane, he hasn't talked about conservative horror films. He got super close. He talked about Sam Raimi being a conservative, but did not talk about any of his horror films. And he got and he talked about other horror films that are not conservative. So he got real close, but no, he is still approaching the halfway point. Not talked about conservative horror films in this 3.5-hour video.
Always curious about the psychology behind why people talk the way that they do. I've never really liked how that guy...
This is just a compilation of him losing arguments and getting fucking owned. Occasionally he has like a good point, maybe. Sometimes, but it's largely just him getting owned for 3 hours. He made his own fail compilation.
Talks to most people on a daily basis. Our interaction even ended with him saying, "Oh my god, you are that guy." Yeah, I was rude about that because I did...
Sorry for garbage noises.
...end up watching your video and hearing your side and completely disagreed with it. And thought it was a terrible, horrible, no good take. LMAO. Copyright is there for a reason. Good day, sir.
So this guy had an opinion and that's not allowed.
Nothing is allowed to be criticized by these people who subscribe to this kind of mindset.
What are you talking about, you fucking retard?
And this fanatical pattern...
What are you talking about, sir?!
...of blind worship...
Sir!!
...needs to be interrupted, because a healthy media relationship can only be achieved on a cultural level if we all acknowledge that nothing is beyond basic criticism, no matter how much we may or may not enjoy the work that is being discussed. I could talk for hours about things that I don't like in my favorite movies, that doesn't take away from my base enjoyment of them. It causes reflection, and actually reinforces the things I appreciate about them as works of art, and lets us learn how we can interact with the art on a deeper level.
That's cool, dude. And I think that's an interesting, point to make, really. Can we talk about what the video's about now?
Going back to that Abigail example for a second. The weekend it hit theaters, the most hated Hollywood...
Abigail, what she's specifically said is not a conservative horror movie, so is entirely irrelevant to anything!
Joe Russo said. Horror fans, it's important Abigail beats Civil...
Epic yap battles of history? Yeah.
War this weekend. Industry analysts have been sharpening their pencils for weeks, ready to write that horror is out. But we know horror is never out. Don't let them trick execs into taking the gas off horror. Plus, Abigail rips. This is the kind of language that fundamentalist Christians use, and we are subjecting people to...
What do you mean? What? Do fundamentalist Christians say Abigail rips? Is that true?
This is the kind of language that fundamentalist Christians use, and we are subjecting people to listening to it in relation to a moderately decent movie about vampire children eating people. I hate to make this comparison because it is so overdone, but it really is that kind of Orwellian fascist idea.
Oh god, oh no, oh boy. Okay, alright, hang on.
Because it is so overdone, but it really is that kind of Orwellian fascist idea that there needs to be a constant enemy to fight to keep morale high among the common people. That every new horror movie is...
Okay, no, I'm sorry, this is bad though. Every time he tries to explain what a fascist is, it's just a self-report.
It really is that kind of Orwellian fascist idea that there needs to be a constant enemy to fight to keep morale high among the common people.
Dude, you've decided that half of the fucking political spectrum is the enemy, dude. What do you mean? Not even half! More than half! It's like 75%! Anybody fucking right of Stalin, put him up against the wall. Against the wall!
That every new horror movie is a strange battle to be won that is fought in secret for esoteric reasons. That there is a clear winner and a loser. That all of this is exceptionally more important than it actually is. These people act like there's not been a constant steady stream of new horror movies made almost weekly since the 1950s. Horror is fine. It isn't going anywhere. It will outlast us all, and it is and always has been essentially always profitable.
I'm just like, I think he's making a point. I don't know. I think he's so I think his basic take is like there's two wolves within you, and one of them appreciates art and is leftist, and then the other one is a right-winger who only wants money and big money salvia box office returns. That's what they want. And so he's trying to, I guess he's trying to argue something to that effect. Like I think this is tied to that. I think this is tied into that, like, two sides of horror thing that he's trying to say, which is like even his opinion of horror is like two sides cucked. It's amazing. But like, there's two sides of horror, I guess. We are so close to the middle marker, and we are still not on anything conservative horror movie related, by the way. But I think I think that's maybe connected to what he's trying to say. Something about, so I don't know. I'm scared and disoriented.
There's no battle to be fought, and there never was. Never has been. There will be a new horror movie released this
I didn't even realize I turned the double speed off. I'm sorry.
Weekend, and another next weekend, and another the weekend after that, and the weekend after that, and the weekend after that.
There's gonna be lots of horror movies. Gotcha.
I kind of think that some of these examples will be somewhat seen as a dividing line, and is going to be a cultural linchpin within the horror community of who actually is coming at this from an art perspective, and who is just about raw and ending consumption, and defensive companies that are so large they could buy your whole town and sell you for...
So yeah, this is what he's saying, but the consumption thing is inherently Republicans or something. Like, he's trying to draw a connection between these two, but he's not really able to. Like, there's these 2 points that he's making about he doesn't like conservatives, and also he doesn't like people that are trying to, like, you know, capitalize a bunch on horror, and it's just profit, it's just for profit. I mean, like, most creative people don't like people like that in any space, really. I mean, any genre. Nobody's a big fan of, like, money vultures that come in, you know? So, like, I don't think that's really just a horror thing, but, I guess he's trying to make that point, but he cannot find any way to actually, like, link those people to right-wingers, and that's the, I think that's the baseline of what the fucking problem is here. There's like a disconnect there, because that's the point he's trying to make in the way that it's ruining horror, I guess. The conservative horror movies, I guess, are stuff like Abigail. He said it wasn't, though, but, like, that's the only way I can interpret it, is that the conservative horror movies are just the ones that are like, you know, product horror made for, you know, people to watch on the opening weekend and then fuck off. But he's explicitly said Abigail isn't that, so I guess that's not the case. I'm really trying here.
Parts. If you go back to Trace's Twitter, the only time
Yeah,
that he ever mentions
Afghanistan?
the devil controversy is through mocking it and making light of the situation, when he said during that ongoing conversation, "Would love for someone to make a themed calendar of the daily controversies that take place on horror Twitter. Like, seriously, what are we angry about today?" Although I couldn't help but laugh when days after our small argument, he seemingly was still steaming about me and subtweeted me saying, "Can't decide if I loathe people bitching about trailers or about publicity stills more." Someone else said, "Please don't
Not really.
be subtweeting me, I come in peace about trailers usually," to which he then responded, "Wasn't about a specific person, just a general reaction to everyone's thoughts on that Superman still, plus remnant feelings to everyone complaining about these spoilers in the Abigail and Trap trailers."
Again, there's like an element of truth, you know, like where Kingdom Hearts 3 was like totally fucking spoiled in its promotional material. I think so was FF7, the remake and Rebirth games. They have like trailers that just give away like half of the plot of the game. Like the trailer at E3 for Rebirth gives away a scene that happened, for me, close to 70 hours in, which is a thing that happens with a song. I'll just say that. There's a song that is sung. I mean, you've seen it if you saw the trailer, but, like, it's very, very late into the game, and they put that in the trailer. Like, that seems like a, you know, yeah, there's criticisms you can make. Again, occasionally he comes at this with like a kernel of something, but this is also not really related to conservatism as much as he wants to try to make it. Whatever point he thinks he's making is all well and good, but it's not in service of the overall title of the video and what anyone would have clicked on this video for.
From what I can tell though, I'm actually the only person they got mad at over Abigail. Then, several days after that, I think he was still mad at me and tweeted again, "Wonder how the marketing for Carrie would fly in today's spoiler-adverse culture." Okay, so, keeping with Late Night with the Devil, Tananarive Dew said about the film, "Late Night with the Devil is immersive and irresistible. It's the kind of horror movie that climbs into the car with you for a ride home and slips under your covers." And David Desmalchin, his performance is the star turn horror fans have been waiting for. Not once does she mention any of the conversation happening around the movie itself, because that would go against the general narrative that horror is thriving, needs protecting, and does no wrong. Just like Cody Leach ignored.
But you just said horror is gonna never go anywhere because horror is gonna make new movies every week or something. You just said that? I don't understand. I don't even get. Oh, we're off the train again. We're off the fucking rails. We're off the rails. We're into the ocean. I don't know. We're going down into the ocean. I don't know where we are at this point, man. I just don't know.
The Spacey situation entirely in his review of Mad Monster Con. Within hers, she's totally sidestepping the important conversation.
Yeah, she's forced to talk about the conversation around the movie. You know, the conversation. I'm so sick of the dialogue, the discourse surrounding the movie. Yeah, good for her. I'm glad she just talked about the piece of art.
About AI being used, which is bigger than the movie itself. She tweeted this the same day that everyone was
there's submarines outside, don't worry. They're planning to invade America.
Having this conversation about the film's use of AI imagery. And not mentioning it is a deliberate decision on her part. Centrism that is being done in the defense of horror, that is allowing conservative harm to be perpetrated. Mick Garris did this as well, posting essentially the same thoughts without ever actually addressing any of the problems surrounding it as a work of art. But that isn't all that surprising to me because his podcast took NFT sponsorships during the heyday of all that, and even had NFT trading cards featuring pictures of him sitting at the microphone recording the podcast on OpenSea. Something that I think will forever, at least in my mind, taint his otherwise very impressive and interesting legacy. For one last example of this, Mike Flanagan in this
guy is so... I mean, like, it's just impossible for me to... I can't understand how anyone couldn't see, how more people can't see what this is. Like, this guy did a thing one time, and he will forever be tainted in my mind. He is impure. He is one of the unclean ones. Like, everybody is impure to this guy. He is such a fucking fascist. If this was 80 years ago, he would be goose-stepping, dude. He would be fucking big-time goose-stepping. Just you believe it. This guy is such a fascist. He can't abide by people thinking things. He can't abide by fucking any of it. It's so obvious, but he can't see it.
Time did the exact same thing. When someone asked him his thoughts on the AI issue surrounding the film, and all he said was, "My thoughts are that I think that this is an excellent movie." He deliberately ignored what
someone made an NFT one time. They're evil. They can never ever. I mean, I don't like NFTs, dude, but like, just forever tainted, I guess. I mean, there's some things, if they're like a fucking rapist, maybe. But we know how this guy feels about child predators. We're over halfway through the video now, by the way. Hasn't happened. No conservative horror movies have showed up in the video so far.
Their question was asking,
Amazing.
but still responded to them so that they understood that he was deliberately ignoring them. At the end of every single year, there's an article published through some major outlet that collects the list of the so-called worst movies of the year. These are always extremely popular and get their intended goal of making people publicly performatively angry and talking about them. At the beginning of 2023, it was Variety with their list of worst films of 2022 that included great films like Bones and All and 3,000 Years of Longing, who had the honor of having that one that was quote tweeted roughly 1,500 times, having comments from the likes of Elijah Wood and Dan Slott. All in all, a pretty successful endeavor for something that probably took 30 minutes of real actual work. That they will, almost certainly repeat every single year to the same results. We all know that worst of lists are almost in every single circumstance critical malpractice. They're trashy, attention-seeking, purposefully contrarian, and clickbait incarnate. It is...
Dude, don't talk about clickbait, man. Why are you such a piece of shit? Why are you talking about other people clickbaiting? All you had to do at least was not mention the term clickbait in the video, and I would have at least not... I don't know, that's just somehow a lot worse now. Everyone's a hypocrite, Everyone's hypocritical about this or that. Everyone has at one point in the time said something and believed something else and whatever the fuck. It's everyone. But this is to an extreme. People overblow the hypocrisy thing when they're like, this person needs to be canceled. They said this 6 years ago, but now they said this. Like, who gives a shit? But this is... Everything he says is hypocritical. His whole belief system is backwards. He's talking about other people clickbaiting. He's made a video. We're halfway through, over halfway. It's over the length of a fucking, a theatrical film. This is unbelievable. You are such a piece of shit, man. I really, really hope you feel bad about this one.
Something that should be avoided in most instances, at all costs, and should not be given the attention or time of day. If nobody gave them any interaction, they just simply wouldn't exist. They're all made because they're popular, and most people would rather have their internet points dunking on those articles than actually having them, not exist. But I personally don't believe that these things are necessarily wrong 100% of the time.
The
logic should not apply to art.
Elf McNasty1 with the 5 DeadwingDork gift memberships.
We have a new enemy in town.
Thank you very much.
That is actively co-signing harm. And so we're going to do a little bit of that here this time. Everybody who's watched me for a while knows that I love Stephen King and respect him deeply. But there's something that we do disagree on. In his article...
Didn't Stephen King... someone pointed out in the last stream about this cuck that Stephen King also used the term Wendigo in Pet Sematary, apparently. So, like, maybe he even used a full creature, maybe not just the term, but, like, the full creature in Pet Sematary. So, like, why does he love Stephen King if not... I mean, maybe that was a long time ago, so it's fine. I don't know, man.
Why we crave horror, he famously said, "We go to reestablish our feelings of essential normality. The horror movie is innately conservative, even reactionary." And I flat out think this is wrong. It is a quote that often gets taken out of context and used in bad faith, as you could imagine. If you read the entire piece, he's essentially arguing that horror is often used to set and reinforce the standard of what is seen as normal versus abnormal. We have the idealization of suburban white homes, and we have the representation of evil that is attacking it. That is essentially something that is based in tropes, and in that, based in stereotypes, which is an argument that can definitely be made, especially...
What do you mean?
Seen as normal versus abnormal. We have the idealization of suburban white home.
That is such an insane, like, you really, like, okay, I do get it when people, like, Yeah, a lot of media contains themes, even if the creator didn't mean for it to. But there's absolutely people like this that are looking way too. Curtains were just blue, dude. The curtains are blue. It's not that deep. She just lives in a house. What the fuck are you talking about? The idealization of the yada yada yada. I don't know about that, dude. They aren't making Michael Myers fucking black. Like, what do you think? Like, what do you mean? Oh, they're the evil encroaching. What evil, according to your narrative? What would this be representing? Just general evil in suburbia? What is that? Like, what is... Oh, God, it's probably capitalism or something. I don't know.
We have the
Whatever.
representation of evil that is attacking it. That is essentially something that is based in tropes, and in that, based in stereotypes, which is an argument that can definitely be made, especially at the time of writing that, during the height of Reaganism and teenagers getting killed over and over again in slasher films. On a base level, you can see what he's trying to get to, and it isn't as radical of a take as it may seem on the surface, but I still mostly disagree. I do find it funny that around Halloween, conservative outlets will publish articles talking about horror movies that conservatives can enjoy without conflicting with
We're so close. We're so close. Just talk about one of them in depth, please.
their views, and I love reading those articles, because it takes a particular kind of skill to bend something so wrongly that by the end of the conversation it feels like we're talking about something completely different. I love art, and I
Sure is, isn't it? It's amazing. His insane takes on all these movies, and then he's just... Yeah, you know, people they have some weird opinions sometimes, dude. You're right, yeah.
I particularly love how many different people can watch the same thing and come away with conflicting feelings and inspiration and ideas about certain works. That's what, makes all of this fun. But these are clearly so far off the mark they aren't even in the same ballpark or playing the same sport as the rest of us. In their 2014 article titled The 8 Most Conservative Horror Films of All Time, The Federalist actually tried to argue that Night of the Living Dead is one of the best conservative horror movies ever.
So, okay, here's the thing, right? So we're finally talking about conservative horror movies. This is what we're talking about. This is what the video's about. We're over halfway in. But technically it's what the video's about, right? No, it isn't. It still isn't. Because the video title is Bad Conservative Horror Movies. It's not just conservative horror movies. It's bad ones. It should be specifically... would you not click on that title and expect, like, Daily Wire movies, Pure Flicks, stuff like that? Where is that? Why is that not here? Why is that not here? That video would be so easy to make. But it's not that, is it? I mean, we're just talking about a website that misinterprets, like, other horror movies as being conservative because they're fucking retards, probably. This is still not what we're talking about, dude.
Made. One of the
Come
first
on!
movies to have a black male protagonist that ends with a definitive statement about how black people are treated by lynch mobs at the time. Actually, argue isn't the right word choice there, because if you actually read what they said, no argument is made as to why it is conservative.
That's funny, like, he's talking about these articles being clickbait or whatever. He mentions clickbait, and it's like, I'm pretty sure the articles are at least telling us the information we're supposed to be getting from the thing, dude. You don't have to click through. This is like the equivalent of one of those recipes where you have to read the fucking life story of the person that made it and then scroll down 400 pages to get to what's in the thing and, like, the directions, and cooking times and shit. But it's like if that part just wasn't in there, you click on a recipe for, like, a pasta dish and it's just fucking 4 hours of, when my grandma invented this thing, like, God, get on with it.
They just say that it's a good movie, and that's because they don't actually have any values. They don't really believe in anything. These articles in general are pretty unhinged and give you a perspective on the genre that you never see in other spaces, because they're wrong. But it also shows that these people have to force pre-existing art to fit into their ideologies, because there's so little good art that reinforces their abhorrent beliefs. Breitbart...
Abhorrent beliefs, right, which is why you're having to shove your weirdo fucking fringe lefty beliefs into just every movie ever. Every movie with, like, police in it that aren't, it's like that, every movie that's got police in it is, if they're effective cops, then it's propaganda, and if they're ineffective, then it's a scathing statement against the efficacy of the police force in America. Like, if there is a police in a movie, the movie is now a political statement. That's what these people unironically believe. If a cop is in a movie, it's a political statement. That's what these people believe. Yeah, here he is talking about more clickbait articles or whatever. I'm pretty sure this Breitbart article probably gets to the fucking point a lot quicker, dude.
Did an article called 5 Great Horror Movies That Warned Us About the Woke Gestapo that includes They Live, which John Carpenter himself has said is a movie about Ronald Reagan. On another list, they talk about how good Jeepers Creepers was, because of course they do. They also praise Frailty for being a pro...
Couldn't you talk about it? Can't you talk about Jeepers Creepers, bro? That's what I said earlier. He's actively dodging. You can't tell me he didn't do this on purpose. Like, you can't do this by accident, right? Like, this is an active dodge. He's bringing up directors that are conservative, that have made horror movies, and not mentioning their movies and talking about them. He's bringing up horror movies by, like, rapists that, like, are held up for some reason by weirdo rightoids, and not talking about it. This isn't on purpose. This is on purpose. This is just it is not even an accident that this is like the fucking Star Wars Holiday Special video. It's just the significantly more annoying fucking smug version of that. It's like that if it was still the point to not talk about the thing, but also to just talk about just be an asshole, basically. Just to be an asshole.
Christian movie about a man who's on a serious mission from God, which, if you have seen Frailty, that is a very funny thing to say about that movie. But there's always been this thing that I've encountered more and more in recent years that is becoming—
What are we talking about?
Was because, of course they do. They also praise Frailty for being a pro-Christian movie about a man who's on a serious mission from God, which, if you have seen Frailty, that is a very funny thing to say about that movie. But there's always been this thing that I've encountered more and more in recent years that is becoming more of a growing problem among modern horror releases, that I finally decided I wanted to publicly talk about it, which is this kind of anti-horror horror movie, where you sit down to watch a film and you get tricked into watching basically a conservative propaganda think piece that is cloaked in the cinematic
What are you talking about, retard? Get to it. Show me the movie then. Please give me an example. I would love to see that. I don't think that exists, really. Not in any like popular— I don't think there's any famous— well, whatever. He'll call anything anything. He could be talking about the fucking Smurfs movie next. Like, anything is possible. Nothing is permitted.
Language of a traditional horror film, but one that does not align with the values of outsider horror art that you would expect going into it. Anybody who takes the form of horror cinema and then contorts it in a way to trick the audience into being exposed to a conservative theme that they believe in and want to share in their art.
Reminder that it's bad if they make movies about their beliefs, because their beliefs are inherently wrong, but if we make every movie we make be about leftist stuff, then that's good and wholesome and decent and right. And there's no argument that they can actually make that's like anything other than, but we're right though. It's like, oh, but their beliefs are harmful to people. Yeah, that's what the Nazis said. Oh, well, but we have scientific fact and proof to back it up. Yeah, they probably thought that they had various fucking statistics and shit that they, read off. Like, they were all convinced by the same shit. Same exact mindset. Dude would have been goose-stepping 80 years ago, dude.
Purposefully disingenuous to the very reasons
that 80? Was it like 90? I don't know how many years ago. I'm bad at math. Whatever.
Place and was created. These tools were not made to be used in a way that argues that the very people who created them don't deserve life, freedoms, and dignity. And this has been done many times before, and sometimes has been done quite successfully. Most famously, I would argue that The Exorcist has a very conservative—
But you don't think conservatives deserve life, freedoms, or liberty. Literally, you think that Wendigoon should not be allowed in public society because he might be conservative. So you don't think that. You are actively saying things that you are— oh god, I hate him. I hate him.
It is literally a tale of the American youth being corrupted and then only saved by the establishments that we are told are here to protect us both physically and spiritually. That doesn't—
Yeah, you could have talked about the Five Nights at Freddy's movie, Scott Cawthon. There you go. Find some— like, all you needed to do was find conservative horror filmmakers and then watch their movies and fucking plunder for, like, what he does with, like, Hills Have Eyes, but just, oh, well, this is a conservative talking point because this guy has a wife, it's heteronormativity. It's like the pronouns guy, but in reverse. Heteronormativity! All he had to do was that. He could have talked about FNAF movie, he could have talked about Evil Dead, because apparently Sam Raimi is conservative. No, not bothering with that. This is on purpose. He's trolling people.
Stop it from being an incredibly well-made work of art, though. It just needs to be viewed, appreciated, and critiqued within the political and cultural space that it was made and exists in. And you can basically say the same thing about any good horror film that has a major cop protagonist character. Near Dark is another example of an amazing work of horror that is, at its core, deeply fascist. A movie can be exceptionally fun, bombastic, and very well made, and still have that be true.
Is this it? We're finally getting to it. Near Dark. I think we have a movie. It's deeply fascist, everyone. Didn't they do a review on this on RLM? I think I've heard of this. I think. I don't know it, obviously. This isn't my genre, and I'm not super into movies, as a rule. I mean, I like movies, but, like, I don't watch a lot of them, so I haven't seen it, but maybe this is the first— we're an hour and 46 minutes in, and I think he might be finally getting— But is this a bad movie? I think people like this movie, don't they? I think people like this movie. He's even saying that it's— God, no, we're still not on what the title is! We're still not on what the title is!
Basically say the same thing about any good horror film that has a major cop protagonist character. Near Dark is another example of an amazing work of horror that is at its core...
Yeah, can he name the think piece horror movie from conservatives? He mentions that this is a thing, and then will not elaborate. He just drops that and won't elaborate. He just won't. Now we're talking about a movie from like the 80s or 90s or something. Like, I don't know, this is not a new movie. So this is not fitting the mold of what he's talking about. He's just pivoted into another movie that's apparently fascist or something.
Karen. Near Dark is another example of an amazing work of horror that is at its core deeply...
So we're still not on what the video title is because it's a good movie that's apparently deeply fascist, allegedly. Probably not really. But according to him, this still doesn't fit what the fucking title of the video is about. We are getting so close. This is a work of art. It really is. Congratulations. Maybe it was his point to make the worst YouTube video ever, because I think he might have succeeded in a lot of ways. Not in every way, maybe, but I think he wore stupid-ass clothing. Every argument was wrong. Like, we're so close to being what the video's about, but no, it's a good conservative horror movie, according to him. I am amazed. He brings up movies that would fit the description. Talk about the movies. Where are the movies? At least name one. Name the J word, sir!
A movie can be exceptionally fun, bombastic, and very well made, and still have that be true. In fact, spectacle is a huge aspect of fascist art. It tells the story of Caleb, the very picture of the idealization of the American youth. He is the son of a farmer, and the family live off of the land, until one day Caleb decides that this life is too small for him, and he runs away with a group of nomadic queer punks, who end up being vampires, who turn him into one of them and initiate him into their way of life that is hidden away in the shadows. He is only cured of his vampirism, which is merely a stand-in for sexual proclivities, when the lifeblood
Yes, spectacle in movies is fascist. I don't know, man. Whatever. You know, like, what do you even say to this at this point? Am I gonna stop the fucking stream for every ridiculous point that he makes? Spectacle in a movie is fascist, inherently. You know, liberals, you know, cool liberals like this guy who are liberal and cool and, you know, and they believe in everybody getting along and having, you know, having a good time and not being persecuted for their beliefs, you know. Cool liberals. Yeah, they don't like movies with spectacle in them. Not into that. Not into that. I mean, I don't know who he's considering as, like, a cool liberal, because I'm thinking about... I mean, again, he's not liberal. I'm using that term incorrectly. He's not. He's a militant fascist. But he's, you know, I mean, I'm not sure. I feel like there's a lot of movies that cater to a certain demographic that, you know, is probably not fascist, and they... I don't know, I think you're full of shit, dude. I think this is just another point that's retarded.
The symbol of the American conservative traditionalist message is injected...
We're speeding back up because he's still not talking about what the video's about.
Directly
so
into
close, no matter how far.
Veins, where he then wakes up from this haze of a cloud that he's been trapped within to realize how wrong he has been. And then
We're spoiling this whole movie, by the way, I guess.
Farmer team up to go hunt down and kill all the queers. I mean vampires. There are plenty of liberal figures within the pantheon of horror that help to prop up conservative values, or are just outright causing harm that still produce quality work. Again, I love Stephen King. I will always be thankful for him to help me on the path to loving books.
God, I love how much Stephen King looks like a fucking stupid loser nerd. Look at him.
Right, causing harm that still produce quality work. Again,
I mean, like, we're talking about a different stupid loser nerd, but, like, look, he's just so... He looks so gormless. He looks like he's about to roll in D&D.
I love Stephen King. I will always be thankful for him to help me on the path to loving books. But at the same time, you know, he sits at home every day for weeks tweeting about Trump in trial. But then the day after the police siege on Columbia, he was totally radio silence. Earlier this year, he tweeted, "I'm not worried about AI because I got my mojo working," which is the epitome of the Republican fuck you got mine attitude. A billionaire telling you that there's nothing to worry about because he is personally going to be fine. Francis Ford Coppola made one of the best horror films of all time with Bram Stoker's Dracula, but also was the financial backer of Victor Salva's Clown House.
He still has not been able to...
1989, where the star of the film, Nathan Forrest Winters, was raped by the director. Coppola would later say, "I didn't know of anything improper going on, although I witnessed some things that caused me to raise an eyebrow."
Okay, right, alright, that's almost... We're almost at something, maybe? We're still in the weeds, it's still not happening.
Only in retrospect did things really add up. You have to remember, while this was a tragedy, that the difference in age between Victor and the boy was very small. Victor was practically a child himself. Victor Salva was at the time 29. Nathan Forrest Winters was 12. According to the Los Angeles Times, just before Salva went to prison, he spoke to Coppola, who told him that the experience would have value. Francis said it will make you a better artist, Salva recalls. He left out one important part: if you survive it. After prison, Coppola gave Salva a loan to help him get reestablished, and I've read multiple times...
Big rapist Salva. Yeah, I mean, I don't know about this, but like, yeah, he did defend a pedophile. That's true. I mean, maybe not like, you know, intentionally or whatever, but like, yeah, a guy who died, a predator, a guy who was actively trying to molest children, was killed by the police, and he called him a poor, scared man. So like, yeah, I mean, I don't know if you want to, like, just, I don't know, dude, you know, you're... Pick a wall and stick to it, dude. I don't know.
He has been alleged to have personally sued Nathan Force Winters, the 12-year-old who was raped under his watch as a producer, for breaching his contract and publicly talking about the incident which harmed the box office returns of Clown House. After prison, Disney would famously hire Salva to direct Powder for them.
Yeah, Wendigoon shows up later. We already watched that segment. This is everything but Wendigoon, although he was hinted at one point.
1995, and the Tampa Bay Times...
What I love, too, is, like, we're very far into this video now. We've watched a lot of this. Can you guys identify why Wendigoon was involved in this? I mean, like, at least everything he's talking about is within the realm of, like, horror. I guess the only thing is Wendigoon makes, like, scary-related videos, horror-related. So therefore it's connected, I guess. I guess that's the only connection. But it's so unrelated. It's not about film. It's crazy. It's like... These videos are supposed to have a structure. You know, you watch this, and this is like a funny, bad video to look at as like a terrible example of like a video essay. But a lot of video essays that you watch will actually have like this has chapters and everything, but it's like Metal Gear Solid 5. Like, why does it have chapters? It's so fucking pointless. It's like fucking... The chapters don't matter or mean anything. You know, like, you just ramble about random shit for 3 hours. Like, it's not, and none of it is really connected. And then the last 35 minutes is Wendigoon, and it doesn't even have anything to do with movies at all, or horror movies, or your general thesis of your video being about, like, horror movies being corrupted by capitalism, and that's conservative, and AI, and yada yada. Like, it's not even related to the stuff that's not related to the stuff that we've been talking about, you know? Like, what this video has devolved into, it's not even related to that. It's not. It's not even related to, like, the secondary thing that the video is now about, which is, like, AI and shit. It's not even about that. It just becomes randomly about Wendigoon. This is insane. These types of videos, it's like that Patricia Taxon video about how she wants to fuck dogs. Like, these types of videos are supposed to have, like, a through line, you know, you're supposed to be able to follow them to some extent. They're supposed to have, like, a general, like, overall theme. You know, if you're watching a good one. I thought this guy's been doing this for years. He's fucking terrible at this. Holy shit! He's so bad at this! I mean, it goes beyond the micro level. It goes into just the whole video. The whole entire video on a grand level is a terrible example of a video essay. I mean, it's not just because it never gets to the point. There is no point. It jumps around to 15 different points. It's so unfocused, it's insane. If you're calling these, like, pieces of media, like, this is a piece of art, ostensibly, right? It's a crafted production with editing, and it's a video, and there's visuals and audio, and he's written it, and it's a piece of art. It's a reviews, it's a critique, I would say that's a piece of art, and it's such a fucking bad one. This is like I can't overstate. I cannot overstate that this is like watching the YouTube equivalent of like just a famous bad, like reading a famous bad book. This is like The Eye of Argon, but for YouTube. This is like The Room, but for YouTube. It sucks on so many levels.
Insider said Disney was concerned because...
Every possible level. I'm moving along. Okay, there's nuns. Is this movie conservative?
Pregnant, using their sin of abandonment and killing their unborn children as a catalyst to infect them with evil. The devil in this film is only really interested in women, who made these decisions for themselves. And this movie is very goofy. From one of the male priests in a few shots having a clearly visible neck tattoo, down to the girl boss kind of ending, where she doesn't have to wear her nun's habit anymore, and gets to wear robes like the men. Everything about what it is doing on a narrative level is extremely conservative coded, and that was a deliberate choice.
What, like having girl bosses? I love the half-shut eye, that's awesome, dude. These are some good smear frames, these are great. So I think we might finally actually be into what the video is about. Let me go back here. We're talking about a new movie. This is Pray for the devil, okay.
that lingering, conservative-leaning established and canonized in The Exorcist, with the worst that I've ever seen being the recent Pray for the Devil.
I think this is finally it. I think I was wrong. I was incorrect. It's not... I was really being too generous. I always am. I'm charitable. I'm a nice guy. I want to be nice to these people, you know? And so I look at this and I go, he's doing this on purpose, isn't he? No, he wasn't. He wasn't. It really did take him over half of a 3.5-hour video to get to a movie that I believe he is using as an example of a bad conservative horror movie. I think we're there, chat. It finally happened. It really wasn't like a purposeful thing that he was doing. He wasn't trolling us. He's just that incompetent. I know it's hard to believe that someone could fucking function and get out of bed in the morning and without drooling into a cup all day and make something this bad when they've been doing this for 5 years and it's ostensibly their fucking career and profession and they call themselves an artist. It's real, I guess. He's just this bad at this. He's just this bad. You know, watching something like this, I remember saying with the Patricia Taxon video, I said, like, this stands as an example of what I would be terrified of making if I ever made a video essay, because I'm not used to it. I don't make videos like this, you know? If I made a video essay, that video, her video about how she wanted to fuck dogs, was like an unfocused schizophrenic mess. But this is like, this goes so far into the direction of, like, being terrible, where I'm like, I could never make a video this bad. Like, if you ever watch something where you just watch it and it's like, it's inspirationally terrible, where you're like, oh, I could not ever possibly fail on this level. I'm so much better. Like, it gives you confidence. That's what I'm getting from this. This is a feel-good video. This is like reading Ready Player One and realizing, oh, it could never be this bad. Anything I write would be better than this. I could shit on the fucking page and it would be better than this. That's what this YouTube video is. Chat members, you can be a YouTuber. Look at this cunt. This guy, well, this is a re-upload. Praise be to Rob's Media Archive. But this guy has like nearly 400k subs. If he can make it, you can. This is the feel-good video of the fucking summer, people.
Everything about this film is awful. I think it is my least favorite horror movie that I have ever paid to watch. It tells the story of a nun named Sister Anne, who was given the...
Yes, it's the Empress Teresa of YouTube videos. Exactly. Exactly. No, it really is. It tells the story of an egotistical retard who, like, just somehow manages to make themselves the victim of every situation they're in, even though they exhibit wildly insane fascist views that no one in their right mind could ever support. You're right, chat member. It absolutely is it's the Empress Teresa of YouTube videos. If you don't know, Empress Teresa, yeah, it's about this girl that becomes like an insane dictator and she has superpowers and shit. And the writer's insane too, but that's neither here nor there. But the book itself is about this girl that she becomes like a wild, insane dictator that like fucks up the entire fucking planet and it's like Axis and shit. She fucks up the seasons and stuff and nobody's allowed to criticize her and she like openly ruins their lives if they dare to question her. This is totally Empress Teresa as a YouTube video, or as close as we've ever gotten, I think. Wow.
By the church to assist in exorcisms, and uses the vague visual language of feminism.
Oh no, I mean Empress Teresa's funnier than this. Like, it's better. It's better as a piece of bad media. I will give it that. But this is still really something, dude. This is really
that is strongly
something.
Anti-women's rights, as it uses the monster and metaphor of the devil as a means to preach an anti-abortion story. As the demons are able to enter these women, who either...
I can't believe it, guys. We're finally watching what the video is supposed to be about. So this is a pro-life, like, bad conservative horror movie. Amazing. It really did take us this long.
Had abortions or gave up their children for adoption, by literally moving into their stomachs and making them appear as if they are pregnant, using their sin of abandonment and killing their unborn children as a catalyst to infect them with evil. The devil in this film is only really interested in women, who made these decisions for themselves. And this movie is very goofy. From one of the male priests in the few shows doing on a narrative level is extremely conservative.
So the movie has girl boss shit, but it's also conservative coded. Maybe parts of it are, you know, sure. I mean, like here's the scary part. We're all jumping for joy that this video is finally on topic. An hour and nearly 2 hours in, it's finally on topic. There's a very I've never heard of this movie. It's not as big of a movie as anything else he's talked about. It's possible nobody here's watched it. This movie might not even be conservative at all. We can't believe anything he says. So when he calls it that, it could just be him reading into like insane shit into this like random movie. It's possible. We don't know. We don't know.
And that was a deliberate choice. You don't have to do that. One could look at this year's The First Omen, or Immaculate, to find examples of demon possession movies about nuns and about pregnancy that are both extremely progressive in what they are doing. The setting of being in a church does not necessarily dictate conservatism, and is something that should be dropped from future exorcism movies. The Dead Don't Die is an example of the kind of film that can become conservative by being misguided in how...
What? Become conservative by being this guy. Oh, you mean like your video about The Hills Have Eyes? You mean that one where you like woke so hard you accidentally unwoke? Is that what you mean? It's quite a cast here. Are they all evil conservatives? This movie has RZA and Iggy Pop and what the fuck? I don't think RZA is a conservative, dude. Like I don't know. I guess he also likes AI, so maybe. I mean, maybe. I think he was into NFTs or something, so I don't know.
Badly it is handling its writing. I actually do like this film a lot more than the average person, I think, as you ever really only hear negative things about it. It is a folksy kind of horror movie set in a small sleepy town that gets attacked by zombies. I actually do think that the film suffers because of the zombie stuff, because it is much better before they are actually introduced. Before we start though, it should be said that Jim Jarmusch is obviously not a conservative in any way. To prove this for the sake of the video, I'll include this here where he said in 2019, "The lesser of two evils does not appeal to me, and I don't like the two-party system anyway. I don't know why people aren't all over the Electoral College and this nonsense. Well, I do know why. Because it's the corporate media. What disturbs me now is that my friends who don't like Trump spend more time talking on Trump than the people who like Trump. Trump sets the content for the corporate media every day. And by corporate media, I mean MSNBC and CNN and...
Dude, I don't think this guy's talking about what you think he's talking about, dude. Like, I think he's just talking about, like, I wish people would shut up about this guy. Like, I don't think he's saying Trump... I don't think he likes Trump, right? But, like, I think he's just where a lot of people are. Like, I really wish you people would shut up about Orange Man bad. I mean, that's what I'm getting from this. Maybe I'm wrong.
Fox. They're all the same. It's just the Trump channels. I like some things about Elizabeth Warren.
Is he wrong? Of course, like
I don't know. I like what's his name? The governor of Washington State.
He says he likes Bernie Sanders. Alright, sure.
Who's the only really
It's kind of stupid, but whatever.
environmentally conscious one? Jay Inslee. And of course, I like AOC. She's too young. But I'm trying to stay away from it right now because the Joe Biden thing makes me deeply depressed. But with The Dead Don't Die...
AOC's problem is that she's young. That's the problem. Yeah. It's like the one thing she has going for her.
What he is trying to say is kind of
she's
so
not
vapid...
80 years old. I mean, she's a fucking moron, but she's not 80 years old. Let's elect her. Come on.
That it ends up playing into conservative talking points. He's doing Romero zombies here through and through, but much more clunky than Romero ever did. When the dead come back to life, the first thing a lot of them do is start playing on their cell phones and mumbling about the shitty Wi-Fi. It almost comes across as if your grandmother's Facebook posts were adapted into a horror film. Steve Buscemi's character, Farmer Frank, is a horrible racist who wears an altered MAGA hat to make sure that everybody knows that when he says "Make America Great Again," he's specifically talking about white people. And this is included in the film, but is never actually dealt with in any meaningful, specific way.
So now he's not even talking. I think we had a possible conservative horror movie spotted, but now he's talking about a liberal horror movie, I guess. You know, again, I shouldn't use that word, but whatever. It's got like, it looks like it has virtue signaling in it or something. It looks like a really annoying, it looks like it might be really annoying, possibly.
Before he realizes that zombies are attacking his property, he impulsively shoots a black one in the head on his porch, without warning. But then he ends up dying the next scene, and the film has no interest in actually dealing with this outside of the basic presentation of who this person is. And it ends with a scene where Tom Waits' character, Hobo Bob, who is a hermit who lives away from society because he dislikes us, and he's narrating about the empty-headed consumerist culture of America, while our main cop characters, who are the only survivors left in the town, are callously shooting people in the head that they've known for decades. And in a way, it is maybe trying to say something negative about the police, but to me, I think that...
Oh my god, propaganda!
...is kind of a generous reading, in my
Oh, dude, read as much as you want, dude, it's free.
...experience with it was that
free real estate, dude, go for it. Cops suck, dude, go for it!
It's a sad and depressing film where we're watching a 70-year-old artist kind of flounder while attempting to and failing to write anything...
Literally just police on screen. I know it's gonna happen. It has to. He can't not. He cannot show a cop and not foam at the mouth about ACAB. It's impossible.
About the
it's impossible!
While at the same time kind of misunderstanding how zombie stories traditionally function. They Slash Them is a movie that I am fully convinced was only made because it had a clever name, because everything about this to me is awful. It is another example of a film that might have had good intentions, but is so weak in its delivery that it wraps back around into being a conservative horror film in my eyes.
Dude, he is so fucking dumb. This is next level. I mean, it really is like an Empress Teresa level terrible. Like, in terms of for a YouTube video, this is to a YouTube video what Empress Teresa is to books. This is, how can you talk about you had a whole segment about how people didn't understand how fucking your video was, like, not supposed to be, it was a super heckin' lefty point, guys. I wasn't being racist, guys. You're all dumb. And now you're talking about something else that's wrapped around and woked so hard and anti-woked. You gotta be doing this on purpose. No, there's no way, dude. There's no way you just accidentally made this. This person can't exist. This person does not exist!
Like, even
he is not real!
People who put an emphasis on pronouns, it might not be deliberately trying to, but it certainly skirts that line. It is a slasher film that takes place at a conversion camp and basically does everything that you would expect with that concept. As a queer person, I don't really need the reclamation of gay conversion camps in films and works of horror. It has been a strange recent trend to me. There's been a lot of dramatized conversion camp works in the past decade. I don't really think that we need to depict people going through that and then standing up to their own oppressors in that kind of direct way. It worked once, but I'm a cheerleader, but only by the skin of its...
What about Get Out? Isn't that basically that, but for black people? I haven't seen it. I know it's good. I want to see it eventually, but, like, isn't that more or less the same thing? Like, that movie was pretty popular, so people are probably just aping on that a little bit. I don't know.
Camp 90s teeth. It is to me too on the nose as a setting for horror writing. You can build a horror monster that represents hate against gay people that isn't literally depicting the horrible things that
as a blank, he speaks for all blanks, absolutely.
happened to us for decades. To demonstrate my point, I'm talking about metaphors here. If we look at another similar group, I think what Jordan Peele did in Get Out by building metaphor that stands in for different kinds of actions done by white people to and around black people is far more interesting in its ability to analyze small social actions than if he had just made an outright movie about the Klan or neo-Nazis. There was much...
Yeah, so I mean, it's funny how much media criticism, like, politics has ruined media criticism, where a lot of videos will come out where it's some guy screaming about a video, a TV show, a movie, whatever, a game, being woke. And really what it is just, it's badly written. It's like a bad piece of media with, like, poor writing and maybe direction. You know, like, and the people always go like, well, but Star Trek was always woke. No, it used to be good, though. You know, like, those things that people say was always woke, they used to be good. Or like how Doctor Who is woke now, but, like, it's mostly pretty good. Fuck you, take that, heckin' anti-wokes. Take that, chuds. But you know, like, people scream about that, and it's like, it's just bad, you know? And so, like, he's screaming about this movie that's like, okay, he's not screaming, he's mild-manneredly, you know, moaning about it. He's whining and moaning about this movie that is, I guess, you know, like, it's just bad writing, you know? It's something that he would want to see, but it's badly written, and he's... Ultimately, the complaint is, why can't it be a movie that's better? Why can't it be a movie that does the same thing, but is written, like, better? I guess. I don't know, like... It's not that he doesn't want representation, it's that he wants it to be better, right? All of the time, every one of these fucking videos that's like this, it ultimately just comes down to, I wish the writers weren't bad. Yada 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 politics, but they wrote this poorly, didn't they?
more direct and heavy-handed in its messaging. The metaphor that he creates builds a distance from the real-life events to where we can talk about these things in a way that just works better most of the time, both in an abstract academic sense, but also as entertainment within horror itself. I think if we tried to think about these concepts more abstractly, we could come up with better material than just evil conversion camp man. Even from its base core concept, this is a huge mistake that ends up being the kind of movie that straight people would kind of expect gay people to make and enjoy. It more or less places us in their box, and ends up playing in territories of their language instead of our own, if that makes sense. I think
this is so, I mean, like, I get it. You want to have embrace your community and the gay, yada yada, but it's getting into very us versus them. The guy's very tribe-brained, you know, him ooga, they booga. But, like, it's, you know, he's, like, at this point, like, gay people need to speak a different language that straights can't understand. It seems very fucked up to me to be like, no, we don't want them to see this movie! I thought I was supposed to, like, educate myself on the gay struggle or whatever, and I'm not able to do that. Like, I guess that's not the point. It's that it's supposed to be on their terms. Like, again, it's maybe he's just not explaining himself that well. I don't know. But, like, I think ultimately his problem is just that this specific movie isn't very good.
Movie like Evil Dead Rise having casual trans mask representation that doesn't even acknowledge it, and just treats it as normal, and even goes so far as to allowing that character to be kind of a bit of an idiot, instead of handling them with kid gloves, does so much more good than the simplicity of a movie that has the obvious message that conversion camps are really bad and shouldn't exist. This one is not a huge offender, obviously, but has somewhat bothered me since it came out, specifically because it was made by Blumhouse, which we will get into here in a bit. It is another example of Jason Blum profiting off of minorities while working against their values simultaneously. And overall, it just feels like the kind of useless statement that a politician would put out that says something that everyone already knows and agrees with, and does absolutely nothing in any radical way like a horror film dealing with these issues should.
Oh, yeah, like your videos that just confirm people's pre-existing beliefs, right?
Also have horror movies that argue that the very act of making horror is a bad thing and should not be done, because of its real harm in the outside world, which...
I really wish he'd shave the mustache. I don't know who's telling men to get the mustache now. I don't know who is making this a thing. I blame Curtis Connor, you know, but, like, I don't know who's... It's probably not his fault. The hick lib. I don't know who is letting these men grow these fucking mustaches. It's so hard to look at. People stopped doing mustaches, and it was... Everything was fine. Society was great, you know? And now they brought the mustaches back. You know, it's so funny that these weirdo regressive progressives are like dressing themselves in the exact fucking mustaches. Soon they're gonna slick back their hair and wear suit and ties and fucking carry around briefcases like it's the 50s.
Can be done in films.
It's like how Anita Sarkeesian looked like a fucking librarian. Like, oh yeah, real feminist icon here. She's really liberated. She's buttoned down like a school marm. It's crazy.
Otherwise are good, such as Scream, or can be done very badly in bad movies, like Random Acts of Violence, a 2019 film by Jay Baruchel about a comic book artist named Todd. He has created the
but here's the thing, right? Like, look at this
Random
guy.
Acts of Violence, a 2019 film by Jay Baruchel about a comic book...
Look at this guy. He's got a mustache, but he's rocking it. He doesn't look like a bitch because he's got like a little bit of stubble. You know, he's got the face to go with it. Some people just can't do the mustache, like, even if you can grow it in. It's not even a question of, like, it doesn't... He can't grow in the stash. He's got the stash, it just looks really bad. It just... You can directly compare. Some guys can do it. It's like the fedora, you know? Like, the fedora, inherently, not a bad hat. It's just, like, a lot of people can't wear them. I can't. Most white people can't. Most white men can't. Women and, like, black guys can wear fedoras okay. I feel like Asian guys also probably don't wear fedoras, probably don't do that. But, like, the fedora, some people can do it, some people can rock it, you know? Similarly, the mustache, only a select few. You gotta look like this guy, basically.
Artist named Todd. He has created the #1 selling comic book in America called Slasher Man, which, honestly, should really tell you about how badly this is gonna go if they're trying to pass off that a book called Slasher Man is going to not only sell well, but also outsell the biggest titles from Marvel and DC. Which, you know, it's ultimately a small thing, but I hate when a film has so little respect for an art form that it is trying to depict, that it doesn't even do basic research on how this fictional work of art would fit within the actual landscape of our world and the industry that they're talking about.
Oh, you didn't do any research on anything you talked about, so shut up. But, I mean, I would say I agree generally, yeah. Whenever you see a movie or a TV show, try to do, like, a video game thing. And it's always like, we're in the game! Whoa! It just looks like the opening scene from Toy Story 2 in the video game world, you know, every time.
Jay Baruchel got relentlessly made fun of online when this came out, because while doing press for it, he was insinuating that this was going to be his big turn into directing full-time, and that most horror movies are bad, and that he was here to make one of the really great ones.
And you know what this video is, too? Is, like, if you've watched me for a while, and, you know, again, this is, like, the current drama thing, but the fact that it's drama is neither here nor there to me, really. I mean, like, this is just, it's very entertaining, and what it reminds me of is that guy Neo Jesus. Smug, up his own ass, anti-film critic, you know, fucking college intellectual with fucking fancy, epic, cool lighting. He knew what the words meant. He knew all about film lighting, guys. Take him seriously. Oh, please, take him seriously. And he hated YMS, and he hated Red Letter Media, and he hated every other film reviewer on YouTube, pretty much, because he was, like, envious of them, basically. And this is just basically like that, but extrapolated in, like, a political direction for some reason. Like, that guy... If only he looked like that guy, this would be even better. If only Neo Jesus made this video. Because, like, it's this guy, he looks funny, the mustache is funny, and the bad outfits, but God, if you've ever seen Neo Jesus, he looks like such a bitch It would have been he looks even more of a bitch than this guy. It would have been amazing. It would have been amazing if that was the guy, but, you know, I'm happy with what we got, you know?
Then the film comes out, and it's just about how horror is awful and anyone who likes it is a degenerate. And now, he's hardly worked since then. Basically, the film is about how an obsessive fan begins to kill everyone in Todd's life who is important to him, in ways that characters are brutally killed in Todd's comics. Basically arguing that these horrible things that came out of his mind have come back to haunt him, and that the
Wasn't YMS anti-Yoko Kanno hate? I thought he did some... I saw a video of him talking about it, but I think he looked more into it, and, you know, he changed his opinion on it or something. I'm not sure. I think he might be off about that.
Community is
Maybe
filled
not.
with mentally ill freaks. Todd hates
I remember looking into the Yoko Kanno thing, and, I mean, all the plagiarism in music shit is usually pretty fucking suspect. Like, 99 times out of 100, those are just bullshit, you know?
With all of his fans because it disturbs him how much they are into the gross things that he creates. And, you know, in general, it is a very dumb business idea to make and then try and sell a movie to a group of people that you are arguing are mentally unwell individuals who are not properly socially adjusted. That seems like a bad move to me. And, you know, sometimes this happens where a certain movie is done so poorly that we just have to laugh at it. Never Feed the Troll from 2010 is easily one of the most inept horror works ever.
Well, folks, we're almost 2 hours in. We're at an hour and 59 minutes. And here on Never Feed the Troll, I think I'll call it. I have a podcast coming up. I'd like to, I would like to get ready for that. I gotta go out briefly. I gotta eat something. So I'm gonna stop this here. There's more to go. I mean, there's a whole, 35 minute... I guess we only have a little bit left, really, but he just continues. It's this chapter for the rest, and I mean, I think he is kind of finally talking about... I'm, scrolling through it, the visual... the little preview that it gives you, and, he just goes back to the AI shit with the Devil movie, reading random tweets. Yeah, it's fine. We're not missing much. He spirals for a while before going into the Wendigoon thing, and we already watched that, so it's a garbage video. And yeah, I was gonna do other stuff today, but we went long on this. This was a really, really special type of bad video. It was really unique. I hope you guys enjoyed. We're gonna do some super chats here. Might be live tomorrow, maybe. Not sure. But we're gonna do some super chats here. Let me, You know what? You know what game has nice music? Is this better? Alright, that one's good. That's good. Alright. Check out the super chats. Great stream, awful video. Yeah, I agree. Thank you. It was a fun stream and a terrible video. $2 from Winter1205. God, it's too early for this. It was too early for me when I found out about my video being removed because YouTube does not support the discussion of how pedophiles are actively grooming children on a website. They don't support. They don't want that message to be out there, I guess. Wing of Ghidorah, Mothra, Deadwing, yes, Tamatoa, no, Xbox Fan 98 with $2. Gotta love YouTube and their rules. Yeah. Oh, that's the real rules. Well, supposedly it was false reported by some guy in chat, who I then reported for child abuse. So, we were gonna look at his channel too. He had a channel. Oh God. Hang on. We might do it on the next stream or something. I don't know, but yeah, he's got. Oh, cool. Ad block was updated. All right. Apparently, he's got He lives in filth. Just gameplay vids. Okay. Alright, no. Alright, nothing too crazy. He's got some videos about Hitler, though, so that's cool. Well, he seems like a cool guy. I don't know, he might have been joking around, and that's, that's fine. But, he did say that he's the one that reported the video, so, I mean, I don't know if there's a way to get in touch with YouTube and be like, hey, somebody just admitted that. I mean, I guess I did ban the guy. It's neither here nor there. Again, people have the video. They can, do what they... Again, if pedophiles were to see that video be re-uploaded, they'd probably be pretty upset about it. That's all I'm saying. Let me see here. $5 from Big Jack Films. I'm surprised you haven't talked about Doug's cameo on Smiling Friends and the Twitter backlash. Some people can't let go. Well, stay well, Dork. Well, I saw the cameo. We'll probably talk about it on the podcast, actually. Check out Loud Equals Funny for some epic fun times. We'll probably talk about it on there, but I've heard I've seen the cameo. I know Linkara and Movie Bob are very mad. We'll probably talk about it on the next stream, maybe. I think that'll be pretty fun. Arachnidroid with 2 months membership. We got a 2 months user in town. Thank you. 750 ISK from Baneblade. I was so excited when I saw the OG IPOS notification on my phone because I actually wanted to see a video on bad movies. I was very disappointed. That's such a fun take. Thank you for posting that. Yes, again, I feel like that's a video that I would have clicked on if I didn't already see his videos and was like, I don't like this guy's channel very much, but like, if it was another channel, if I saw someone else, if I saw, like, Dead Domain talked about bad conservative comedy, and I thought that was a pretty good, she did a stream about it, and that was great. All terrible examples of bad conservative comedy. They're all just like, it's just people like shouting the N-word, and that's the joke. Like, that's the joke. They go into a stadium of people and go, yeah, and they say it, and then the people just laugh, and that's the joke. And it's like, I was watching it like, okay, that can be funny, let's be real here. There's an element of that where that can be funny, but like, it's pretty lazy, a lot of it was just really lazy comedy, and so that was good. I was expecting something like that, basically. But no, it was a major in Japanese, let me see, $10 from Frenchy French. Here's a super chat that YouTube can't take down, maybe. Well, I don't think they're taking away the money that I made on that video, at least, so that's cool, but, I mean, yeah, it's like they're not punishing me for it, apparently. The video's removed, but, it's fine. People saw it, they heard the message, and the video exists. People have the opportunity to re-upload it. Not that I don't know if I would endorse it. Again, apparently it's a child safety concern, right? But, like, I strongly disagree, given that I censored everything that could be considered child safety, other than just words, other than just reading words. Strong disagree on that one, YouTube. But, I don't know. It would be interesting if certain other people start to get involved in this. I might see what I can do about that. Jabink, welcome to Certified Sicko. Thank you very much. I'll thank you again to Demon Cringe with the gift, the 10 gift memberships. Thank you. $5 from Edgelord Leon Extreme. Right/left leaners are both typically pretty bad, but in my experience, at least right leaners are blunt and upfront about their intentions. Yeah, I mean, that is true. Yeah, the insane right, they will just be like, usually like, yeah, we want to kill all the so-and-sos. A lot of these, this is the ongoing thing I'm learning from a lot of these, like, leftoid, like, culture war, controversies that keep happening. It's like they just keep being, like, just weird, dishonest liars, and it's like, it's very hard to deal with. I don't know. Like, you watch a fucking Nazi guy or whatever, they often use, like, coded language, But ultimately, they'll get at what they're getting at. These people, I don't know, man. I don't know. It's like this weird, slimy shit. I can't deal with it. I don't know. I guess I haven't listened to enough Nazi people. I haven't listened to Nick Fuentes or whoever the fuck. I don't know. So maybe that should be... We really need to do that as a stream. Watch some more Rumble or whatever. But the problem is, it's like... I don't know. YouTube gets, like, snaky if you talk about those people sometimes. Like, if I watch their videos, they get upset. I don't know. I'd like to. We should look at some more of those types. I looked at Andrew Tate. It happens. It's just that a lot of the time, those types of people are not... I don't know, I guess it's because I do align myself... I've said before, like, I align myself more with certain left-wing beliefs, and so it's more personal for me, Like, it's like, I got no horse in the race of crazy screaming right-wing guy screaming about pronouns. But over here I'm just like, man, this is not making any of these... nobody looks good right now. Nobody involved in this looks good. It's all about optics. And nobody's willing to police their own fucking side. They're all sides cucked. They're all team cucked. That's what it is. $20 from S. Marlin. I'd like to imagine your videos are like special limited merch drops. Yeah, I mean... you can still watch them. They're usually, like, unlisted on lists or whatever, You can find my list, my video registered and placed on Neighborhood Watch. You know, there's usually they're on like unlisted lists or whatever, like playlists that people make. But yeah, no, it's a bit of a special. It's a bit of a special thing here around here. We do special streams around here. Thank you very much for the 20. Nick M, member for 4 months. Walking for miles in the darkness is how you get home from parties in Eastern Europe. Yeah, I mean, like, the guy whining about walking in the fucking dirt, it's just insane. I can't believe... I mean, he starts the video with that. It starts off on such a great note already. And it's like, it's insane. By the time we stopped watching the video 2 hours in, did anyone remember that he started it with the whole thing about Kevin Spacey at the fucking con? No, that was so unrelated. That was so entirely unrelated. Like, that was so unrelated. Unbelievable. You know, he could have focused on that. He just didn't. He could have made the whole video be that. $2 from your friend Zippity. I love you, Dork. Thanks for the inspo on my channel. Hey, you know, best of luck to your channel. $2 from the Kestrel. This guy needs a swirly so bad. What a goof, lol. Yeah, bit of a goof. Bit of a ponce. Bit of a nonce. $2 from Tolgar. Been subbed for about a year. Got hot, fresh donuts. Ooh, very nice. You know what sucks is the Tim Hortons is near me. All of them. They all have like 2 or 3 donut flavors. Or Timbits. It sucks. They'll have like 2 or 3... what happened to that variety of donuts? They got nothing. I don't know, man. It sucks. I gotta find a better donut place, but they're all like really expensive. They're like $5 a donut. $5 from Clint Ficus. As someone who liked Hereditary and The Witch, Midsummer was so fucking... well, fudging boring. Right. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I've heard people say they liked it, but I've also... it seems like the whole movie is just like a lady whining. I've seen... I know the Red Letter Media review where they just say that she has a pouty face the whole time. I don't know if that's true, but like, I don't know. I can see why that might rub some people the wrong way. I don't know. Maybe she has reasons to whine. She gets like caught up in an evil cult or something. So maybe there's a really good reason for it. $5 from Jafer. Holy shit! It's the Republican Thomas the Train Engine guy. Just the opposite party. I like that you like censored the word Republican. Do they like ban that? That's so funny. Reminder that YouTube seems to not want me to spread the word about a pedo website that's operated by pedophiles and far leftist rad queers. It's just pointing that out. $2 from Joe Vinny the Hyena. I love false dichotomies. Makes a good breakfast. Yeah, dude. It's the best part of waking up. $2 from Tivy2Vs. Did my first stream yesterday. Feels good, man. Well, you know, best of luck with the streaming. I hope it goes well for you. I hope again, a great takeaway from this video. It really is inspirational. Anyone can do content. Any single one of you, chat, can make a better video than fake. I was gonna call him Noah Samson. Fake Noah Samson, whatever his name is. Any single one of you, and real Noah Samson, for that matter, real Noah Samson. But like, you can all at least do better than this guy. None of you would make worse content if you really tried, you know, with an editor and everything, like a video editing program, and you really set out with like a topic and everything, and you make an edited video. You will make a better video than In Praise of Shadows, at least in that video. Some of his other content's fine, but just that one is legendarily awful. Which is really interesting too, because it's like watching one of those directors. You know, he thinks of himself as like an artist or whatever. It's like watching one of those directors that have just fallen off, you know? Like a George Lucas. He was a revolutionary director that made Star Wars and fucking Indiana Jones and all this shit, and then he just moves on and he makes Red Tails. Like, this is this dude's Red Tails. That's what that video is. $5 from Jitters XP Claw. If you want actual good left-wing investigative journalism, I'd look at Dead Domain. I've mentioned them several times. Yeah, good. The trans person infiltrates CPAC or whatever. I've seen those videos, and it's funny to watch that, where you're seeing a trans person infiltrate an actual hate group that wants them dead, you know, spouting in like insane talking points, like, you know, genuine 4-letter word Nazis. Maybe not exactly genuine, but like as close to that, neo-Nazis, you know. And they're going in there, and it's boots on the ground journalism. They mail up to look like, you know, to look all hetero or whatever. And, yeah, really good video. Really good. Great channel. I mean, there was a video I saw from her where she, was looking at a website that had, like, hate speech game mods. There was, like, a Nazi Spider-Man and stuff like that. And she started to border a little bit into, like, this is what they all want whenever they're criticizing like wokeness and it was a little bit into like that sort of thing, but generally speaking, that was like a stream to unfiltered, unedited thoughts, you know, whatever. Edited videos, very good, very good channel, yes. $2 from Chad Sobodash. Caricature painted with soy on cruelty-free paper. That's good. That's the description that would be in the plaque under the exhibit at the museum. $2 from Seth McWeeb. YouTube is literally regarded, bro. This is insane. Very, very well regarded, yes. No, I would agree. I don't know why YouTube... They you know, they rejected the appeal within 3 seconds. Well, 3 minutes maybe. It was like a few minutes. It was a couple of minutes. They rejected the appeal. Certainly not long enough for them to have watched the whole video. They said it would be 72 hours. It was a couple of minutes. They definitely didn't. I had a whole explanation of like, hey, there's no child safety rule violation here. Nothing. So, you know, I mean, apparently it was somebody like falsely reporting. Again, it's fine. You know, it's annoying. I didn't get a strike for it, so like, it's whatever. But it gets annoying. You know, it will be a real shame for the people that did that, for the parties so interested in my video not being up. It would be a real shame if multiple new versions of it were to be uploaded, or something like that. Or you know, remixed, re-edited. You can do whatever. You can just take me out of context. Have it just be like DeadwingDork literally said this, and it's just a list of me reading like the horrible shit from that video. Go for it. Have fun. Have fun. There's also no context of me saying this, so like, you know, it's fine, like whatever. But like, you want to do it? Go for it. You know, transformative that shit up. Have fun. I mean, you know, but you know, I don't know. Just the main point of it is, you know, they not like us. They not like us. I guess. $2 from Dr. Grubius. Isn't Kevin a gay lefty? He doesn't ever say that. I don't even know what we're talking about. $5 from Macaroni. Dude is so politics-brained, he thought this video was his magnum opus. I really think he did, yes. I think he thought this was like his, Quentin Reviews VidCon video. I feel so bad. I think my video covering that still has more views than his actual video. And he put a lot of effort in. It's just very bad. And he's gotten better. Quentin Reviews is better now. He's a much better channel. He's made better content. I gotta watch some of his recent stuff. He stopped being an insufferable weirdo. But, like, that one video is real bad, though. I mean, I stand by that. It was a really annoying video. I mean, I feel bad that he put so much effort in, and I swooped in with a more popular stream. I do, but, like, I don't know what to tell. That video's terrible, dude. I stand by that. Your channel might be better now. I liked his channel before, too. There was just that one weird period where he wouldn't shut up about, like, politics and Trump and stuff. He got really annoying, but then he's, like, better now. He's better now. But God, that video was also bad. Unrelated even to any of that. It was just, like, a separately pretty bad video. Yeah. No, definitely magnum opus type shit. $2 from Dr. Grubius. This dude's outfit is a mental flashbang. All of them are. Yeah, he's got the gay tassel cowboy outfit. He's got the weird, like, rejected Doctor Who outfit. They're all bad. He also wears a hate group outfit. I don't know if you guys know about that, but he does. I got some chocolate popcorn here. It's pretty good. 750 ISK from Baneblade. I'd like to point out that IPOS gets sponsorship offers all the time, but he doesn't take them. He wants to make YouTube money, but not if it's icky. Well, I mean, like, you know, fair play to him if he doesn't want to take sponsors. I usually don't either. You know, I've had offers. It's like, unless it's a specific thing that I'm into, I'm not going to shill it. You know, I'm not going to be... That's like the absolute line in the sand, is I'm not going to sell products. Like on the podcast, we had the one weed sponsor. You know, I don't know about... You know, I'm Canadian. I don't know their quality, right? But I know weed. I like weed. You know, so I'll support that, you know, generally speaking. But, like, yeah, if it's like, especially if it's my channel, yeah, no, that's my line, too. I mean, like, I get it. But, you know, if he is gonna bitch, and I'm not bitching and moaning about how much I'm making from YouTube, either. Like, if he's gonna do that, that's where it's like, okay, well, just take a fucking sponsor, then. He's a decent-sized channel. He's making money from YouTube, which is probably supporting as much bad shit as any of the sponsors would be supporting if he took their money. I don't know, man. Just take the fucking sponsor. There's probably someone that's willing to sponsor you that's like fucking wants to free Palestine or whatever. You know, they've got like all the right pronouns in bio and shit. Just sponsor one of them. You know, get one of their sponsors. I don't know. Definitely would be an option, but he doesn't want to. Sloop EMP with $8. IPOS saw H-Bomber Guy's success and thought, I can do that, but much worse. You know what? I really enjoy that H-Bomber Guy invented plagiarism. That's really cool. Like, every time people mention plagiarism now, they have to bring up H-Bomber Guy. It's funny. He invented it. He's the person who... he's the progenitor of plagiarism. By the way, I don't know if Fuzo or Tristan are here. I know. Podcast soon. I'm wrapping up. £5 from James Smith. You're giving him way too much credit because you haven't watched Hills Have Eyes. He's so wrong and insane in his view of it. Oh, it's probably true. I do not know. Thank you again to Exiled Postman for the 1857, and I think I will get a pizza with some bacon, pineapples, and jalapenos, and I'm gonna get a cheddar cheese going on that. I think that'll be nice. $5 from the Theodore Hudbor. It's really funny IPOS made, then deleted 3 separate apologies to only shit on everyone criticizing him in his private Discord server. He also deleted the video. We were watching a re-upload, so, yeah. $2 from Darkside Philip. User from the Book of Claw. That's alright, that's right. $2 from Fuck2 Fort. Sick in bed all day. Thanks for the laughs. You're welcome. Hope you get better. $10 from Bleh. This guy looks like a randomly generated townie sim. Yeah, that's interesting. It's like they just slapped that. It's like Sim's mustache, too, that always looks weird. Yeah. $5.90 from Exiled Postman. If he's so smart, why does he look like he works in a Greasy Joe's garage? I don't know, man. It's a good point. You got him on that one. You really owned him there. You know, like he needed to be owned again. Rama Saltome, member for 6 months. Thank you very much. Hang on. I think that was 6. Lol, for a 6-month sicko, I wish I could catch you live more often. Curse my 8 to 5. I feel like you're here pretty often. I guess I stream pretty often, so maybe there's some you don't catch. That's cool. You know, you miss 100% of the streams you don't catch, you know, so it's cool. $10 from Fibonacci Sequence Titties. That's a good name. This guy looks like a homunculus of Claw with a Noah Samson stash. He got both arms, but he was made to grow up on Dig and Tumblr instead of 4chan. Yeah, there were I wasn't gonna call attention to it. There were parts where he looked like me. I'm not, you know, as much as I want to call attention to how much of a piece of shit the guy, you know, whatever, how flabby he is and whatever. There's parts where I'm like, oh boy, oh jeez, oh man, that angle, oh, with the hat too, oh no. But yeah, it's like Noah Samson a bit. There's like a few different people in there, but yeah, a little bit. I see it too. There's a lot of times people are like, Claw, he looks like you, and I don't see it. That time, yeah, unfortunately. I don't want to admit it, but yeah, it's true. $5 from Clunt Ficus. Hills Have Eyes was an allegory for people being made into monsters by the military-industrial complex. The terrible sequel was even more heavy-handed. Yeah, I didn't know there was a terrible sequel. He could have maybe talked more about that. If it was, you know, more direct in its messaging, then that would be a pretty, you know, convincing point, yeah. I mean, I don't know. I feel like there's maybe a possibility that it could have many interpretations. I don't know. I don't know the movie, but like, it's possible that it's not one actual definitive answer, you know. 50MX from Klaus Mystery. TLDR, Tanky is a nonce. I need to remind everyone he hates Kyle Rittenhouse, defended pedophiles twice in this video, and implies being a pedophile is an ideology. I didn't hear that. What? I must have missed some of that part. Okay. Oh. I mean, Kyle Rittenhouse. I know who the second pedophile defense was. I know who the first is. Or maybe that is the second, but it's the guy in the donut operator part. I don't know who else you're talking about there. Implied being a pedophile is an ideology. Okay. Well, maybe. I mean, yeah, I might have not picked up on something. $5 from Vaughn. Love hearing this guy in my ear at work. Also to hear Opeth is finally making music this year. That's pretty cool to know. Wasn't big on their last album. I don't know. I'm hoping that they have like a bit of a sound shift. I'm not one of the people that doesn't like, you know, soft Opeth, how they've, you know, stopped growling or whatever, but Yeah, I mean, it's just that they've all kind of started to sound a little similar. The last album just kind of sounds like B-sides from Sorceress most of the time. But, it's fine. The worst Opeth song is like pretty good progressive rock song, you know? Or progressive blackened death metal or whatever their old stuff was. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I hope it sounds a little different, you know. Still Opeth. It doesn't have to go back to metal screaming, necessarily. I wouldn't mind if it did. But, like, just a little shake-up would be nice. Maybe something more like Deliverance. Or not Damnation. Something like that. $5 from Cookies. Hi, Claw. I just wanted to say thank you for making my WoW grinding less painful with your manly, husky voice. Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. $2 from Niall. I feel bad for him. He was in an N-word place. That's right. It was a very N-word place. It's a very unfortunate place. $5 from Ron Marcel Tome. Completely off topic, but I just learned what skeet meant yesterday, and I'm 29. I thought it meant running up to something really fast. I'm retarded. I like that retarded wasn't censored in the super chat. Very cool. I guess they let that one through. Skeet is like coming on someone, right? I think there's a few. Well, there's also skeet shooting. Like skeeting on someone is like to give them a facial or something like that. I don't know. Something like that. $5 from Reverend Cudgel. These people are doing the same thing to AI that they did to LGBT. Non-stop cringe that will make people go the other way because they are so annoying. I'm not sure which people you're meaning specifically. I mean, I guess you mean probably the smug lefties, but I don't know. Like, they're doing it maybe in a different way, constantly talking about it and babbling. Like, there's a lot of people that are overly zealous about the AI art, you know. I mean, I get it if you're an artist. Like, I feel the same way. Like, you know, I made my Strange Odyssey, my music that's up on the channel. You should go check it out, Strange Odyssey. It's cool. It's a cool 20-minute little EP album thing that I made. It's really good. It's really good, according to me, the guy who made it. I'm the creator, and I think it's pretty cool. But I made that, and like the day after I made it, there was a video from Critical that was talking about this AI music creator that was just creating very, very convincing AI music with vocals, talking about like rimming buttholes or whatever, you know, critical stuff. And it was like, it was a real shock to the system, you know. It's like, wow, you make music, you put a bunch of effort in. One of those songs took me like nearly 10 years to finally decide I was done with it. And like, yeah, just AI can just make a song in 3 seconds, whatever, it's fine, go fuck yourself. Yeah, so I mean, I feel it, I understand, but there's still people that make it like their whole life. You just gotta be, I don't know. There's a difference between believing in something passionately and just being an annoying freak about it too. Like, you can believe in whatever you want passionately, but just being an annoying, in-your-face retard about it is the problem. It's always that. It's always that. $2 from Jim S. This guy desperately needs to get laid. That's L-A-Y-E-D. Yeah. $2 from Autistic Wolf. Thanks for the fire stream for my slow workday, Bear. You're welcome. I hope you had a slightly better workday. $5 from Asmodeus the Clown. Yeah, I mean, it's 5 hours of Wendigoon. It's more hours and hours of Wendigoon is evil. Like, not exactly, not all of it, but like, for the most part, you know, for the most part, that's what we're getting at here. $10 from the almighty Lolly, thank you very much. Well, yeah, he eventually did get to the list of films that he considers right-wing. He says that he hasn't even given a list of horror films he considers. He eventually starts to get into it, but, you know, not really. It's such a bad video. It's like a testament to terrible video essays. $5 from Goth Girl Bethany. I swear to God, most of these screenshots are puppet accounts. I would believe it. $10 from Big Boy Brian Butters. This guy is the tipster of horror. Oh, not the tipster of horror. Come on. You mean the tippy-top tipster of horror? No, man. $5 from Jim S. I bet this guy was thrilled about whether... This guy was thrilled about AI when he thought chud professions like truck driving were going to be automated out of existence before art. Well, I mean, like, I don't know. You know, that is a fair point, though. It is weird that, you know, the AI has decided to encroach upon our peaceful things we like doing, like making art, instead of our menial labor that nobody wants. Oh, now we got this cool song. Hell yeah. So, I mean, there's a point to be made there, but it's also just... it's also like, man, I don't know. You know. Yeah, probably. Probably. To some extent. It's just only a problem now that it's like his own thing that's, you know. I don't know, the whole thing should move us to a utopia of no work or something. Wouldn't that be like the communist view on it? Something like that? Like, we're able to no longer need to work because we're able to just live on, you know, the robots doing our work for us or whatever the fuck, you know? But we don't. We don't have that. And instead we're getting the robots doing our art for us while we continue to slave away in Amazon warehouses. Isn't that cool? We're becoming the machines, people. £5 from Squirt Adams. Oh yes, Norm Macdonald, famous conservative horror movie actor. It sucks to bring him into it too when he's like dead. I mean, and you're calling him a conservative, which is a pejorative for evil Nazi. It means the same thing. It's a synonym to you. So like, dead celebrity Norm Macdonald is an evil conservative Nazi fascist. In as many words. He might not believe it as strongly as that in as many words, but like it's basically the same thing the way he seems to describe conservatism. So like, yeah, I mean, like it is an insult. It is directly an insult to call someone that. So he's insulting the dead with that, and I don't even think it's true. £2 from James Smith. I'm getting retard fatigue. Absolutely. $2. I get that every time. $2 from Hunter Moore. Just joined. This guy is a loser. I like. How long did it take you to figure out the guy was a loser? You watch for 5 minutes and you're just like, no, this guy sucks. Yeah, I don't like him. I don't like him. $2 from Eggplant. IPOS will agree with Linkara about Frank Miller. I don't know what Linkara said about Frank Miller. I mean, Frank Miller's also crazy. He's like the Republican equivalent of Alan Moore, basically. They're both crazy, insane comic book authors who got politically weird, but they used to make some pretty good stuff. $2, $5 from Squirt Adams. Why didn't he talk about Red Dawn? That would be considered a conservative horror movie. Yeah, I mean, you need to consider what a conservative... Again, I made the joke that, like, a conservative horror movie would be... like a guy like him yapping for 3 hours. Like, his video is in and of itself a conservative horror movie. Like, it would be being strapped to a chair and forced to listen to some fucking guy like him tell you about, like, queer theory or something, you know? So, like, what is, like, in a conservative perspective, would it even be a horror movie, or would it be something that we wouldn't even consider horror genre? Like, I don't think Red Dawn is considered a horror movie, is it? It's like a thriller action movie or something, right? But, like, yeah, from the 80s conservative perspective, that was probably like that was like a grueling horror movie. That was like watching, you know, like watching 9/11 footage or some shit, probably. You know, so yeah, it depends on your perspective, but this guy can't empathize with other people and their views or anything, so like that's impossible. $2 from Crookies. Guy comes off as you need to be 100% left or right. Well, yeah, anything you do is. And if I think he hates centrist people and, like, moderate leftists more than anything. Because if you're on the right at all, at least you can just be comfortably called a Nazi. But you're, like, a real thorn in people like him's side if you're both left and disagree with him. You become a real problem for people like that. They cannot accept it. They need to paint you as, like, a fake... like a conservative pretending to be liberal for some reason. Which is, I always maintain, in and of itself, an insane thing that we've come to in society. Where it's like, you have to be pretending to be liberal because we've gotten to a point where, like, people have to do that, I guess. You know, like, I don't know. It's like, you should analyze what a weird statement that is in and of itself, that people feel the need to pretend to be a type of politics that they aren't, you know, like, sort of like McCarthyism or something. It's crazy. It's wild. £5 from Desert Penis, I think it says. Desert Pen 15. He's made the video equivalent of a lefty meme. It's taken an hour and a half to get to the fucking point. No, it took 2 hours almost. Hour and 50 minutes, I think, is when he finally gets to an actual specifically bad conservative horror movie. And we're only going by his definition of conservative horror. It might not even be conservative. That's just what he says. By his description, it kind of sounds like it has that theme, but he reads that into fucking everything, so, like, whatever. You know. $10 from Sticky Wiki. I like how these people can't decide if they should call conservatives anti-communist or just call them communist. No wonder Trump's gonna win. No one wants to be on the schizo team. I mean, like, I don't know what you mean exactly. Call conservatives anti-communist or just call them communist. I don't think I get at what you're getting at there. I mean, I don't know how many of these types of people are calling a conservative a communist. I mean, they also generally tend to view communist as sort of an insult. I think socialist is sort of the term they like, which is different, but like, yeah, it's similar enough where it's like if you are being referred to as a commie, socialist would probably be more what they probably align as, but commie is just sort of like an insult version of that, I guess. There are people that are proud commies, though. I don't know personally. I mean, I don't think I get what you're coming from. Like, how many of them are referring to like Republicans or whatever as being communists? I mean, I don't know if I've seen that. But like, yeah, no, I mean, the second half of that, I mean, again, I don't, you know, in 2016, I wanted Trump to win. I was like a gung-ho anti-Hillary. This is going to be funny, guys. It'll be very funny. It's going to be so funny. I had some points that I stand by that are like, people were more critical of Trump, at least. They knew that he was crazy and insane, so like, yeah, they were going to pay attention to every fucking thing that he did, which was annoying, but like, Hillary would have gotten away with fucking anything. She would have gotten away with fucking anything, and like, it might have been for the best that we got the one of the two evils that was being heavily scrutinized and not being given a free pass. So like, that was part of it, but like this time, I don't know. I don't like Biden. I don't like Trump. I don't really have any fucking stake in this claim, you know, and then in this race, I don't care. I don't give a shit. But like, I'm just saying, I feel like the same feeling that I had before, which is like these left people at this point have just become so smug and annoying that like, I don't know. At this point they deserve it. They just deserve to lose again. I will, you know, frankly, it would be funny. Well, like I said, I was saying that it would be funny. I think it would be pretty funny. But it won't solve anything. They're never going to learn. They're never going to wise up and go, oh, we need to stop being condescending and, like, dishonest all the time. And, like, trying to push our agenda in, like, a very dishonest way. You know, that would be probably for the best, but no, probably not. They didn't learn last time, right? You know, so probably not. 370 from Exile Postman. When are they getting to the fireworks factory? I don't think. 1 hour and 50 minutes in, kind of. $5 from Lobster Guy. No message, but thank you. $2 from Brian Isaacs. Can we go back to watching cringe early YouTube vids? I do think soon we should do. What I want to do is a wheel of trash. We haven't done that in a while. You know, put some like cooking videos. You know, early YouTube rants and stuff like that on the wheel, and really go to town on it. I think that could be fun. $5 from Lobster Guy. What's with white leftists and just having random beefs on Twitter? Well, it's because like people like this just don't have, like, the guy's biggest complaint, one of the most grueling times in his life apparently was like when he was being made fun of on Twitter or something. So, you know, yeah, he's probably not got like a whole lot of you know, bad experiences or whatever. So, like, yeah, he'll get into fights on Twitter about nothing, kind of deal. $2 from Hunter Moore. Bro got a degree in Yaponomics. Yeah, that's right. $5 from BogeyFan101. This user had such a great topic laid out to them. Why is this user trying to run for the Republic of Yapistan? Are they stupid? It does seem to be stupid. It's the stupid user, yes. $5 from Big Boy Brian Butters. Big Boy! This user is the opinion yapper. Indeed. Elf McNasty with the 5 memberships. Thank you very much. $2 from Eggplant. Anti-woke YouTubers are users. Well, so are the woke YouTubers. I mean, yeah. I mean, the politics people are users. £2 from James Smith. He's less user and more USSR. That's $2 from Jesus Christ. From Jesus Christ. $2 from Chad Sobodash. Jesus Christ, I can follow Iron Wrath better. Yeah, the way he rambles and kind of bounces between points. It is similar, but like, You know, he'll at least have, like, one general overall point he's getting to. He just does it poorly. This video has, like, 15 different fucking points. It's wild. $2 from Alric117. This guy's voice is like mental sandpaper. It really is. Oh, boy. It's so cartoonishly annoying. $2 from Eggplant. I have been reading Watchmen and classic Batman. Oh, so you're getting Alan Moore and some Frank Miller. That's cool. Good. Yeah, I mean, Dark Knight Returns is a great, I think I like the, like, animated movie a little better. You know, I think that's probably blasphemy or something, but it was a good comic. It's a good comic. Strange that Frank Miller became, like, kind of a weirdo later on, but, you know, whatever. $5 from the almighty Lolly. Francis Ford Coppola and Salva aren't right-wing. Salva is an LGBT activist, and Coppola's new film Metropolis is about how Trump will destroy America. Yeah, I mean, I don't know about these sorts of things. It doesn't, I wouldn't say, but, like, I don't know, this guy's view, again, you're operating from the real-world definition of these things. You have to know that he's saying these from his point of view, which is, like, fucking everything is fascist, you know? Like, these people could be anti-Trump and still be fascist. They could be LGBT activists and still be fascists. This guy unironically believes this shit. Well, and I mean, it's true, like, because it's true, because he is one. Because he is all of those things, and he is one. So it's, like, self-aware. But, like, he believes it in the direction of them being still right-wingers somehow. Like, it's some kind of insane mental gymnastics. But he is himself, like, a left-wing fascist, the way the beliefs he's espousing. And so, like, yeah, I mean, like, he can look at somebody that has all those beliefs and be like, oh, yeah, definitely a fascist. And not think that they might be a left-wing fascist, for one thing. Or just that he might be wrong and misidentifying them or something. I don't know. He's insane. He's having some kind of mental problems. I don't know. Some kind of mental break. $10 from Jafer. The word fascism has been rolled through the mud so many times, and for so long that it's basically interchangeable with racism or bad, which is magnitudes less impactful than actual fascism. Well, yeah, I mean, the way they overuse the buzzwords, it's like overuse of the word woke. There are things that are woke, and they're annoying about being woke. And, you know, it's impossible to point that out now without sounding like a screaming retard, just like it's impossible to call that pronouns guy transphobic, which he is, without sounding like a screaming retard. These words have been ruined. The meaning, the true definition of these words: racism was killed and raped and shot behind in the fucking head behind an Arby's by the Space Buns person. The person that told some white that they aren't allowed to wear space buns because it's cultural appropriation in fucking Animal Crossing. That racism died that day. It's all over. It's all over. It's all over. I mean, anybody who says it now just sounds like they're crazy, you know? And it's like, racism's real, obviously. So is all of this stuff. Transphobia, woke bullshit, they're all real. It's just that people won't shut up about them, and they're very annoying, you know? $2 from Eggplant. I got Stephen King's latest book. Well, I hope you enjoy. €2 from Speedy Door. Claws back with another block rockin' user. Absolutely. $2 from Eggplant. Pujo watches cringy losers and users. Pujo? Alright. Baneblade with the certified sicko. Thank you very much. Amber with $5. Thanks for the entertainment while I set up my vampire crab's tank. That sounds pretty cool. It's probably not. It's one of those animals where they name it in like a Komodo dragon. It's not really a dragon, but they just gave it that name, and you know, it's probably not a real vampire, but like that sounds cool though. It does sound cool. It's a bit of a jape, you know, animal, but whatever. So it's probably cool in his own right. $5 from Autistic Wolf. I always found it amusing that YouTube will send will send a response saying they read your appeal, but never program their AI to wait a day to make it believable. Keck. Yes, they will claim they super totally reviewed your shit within 3 minutes. You know, and it's like a fucking hour-and-a-half long video. Yeah, I believe it, dude. No, again, I mean, it would just be a real shame if, you know, if the video gets re-uploaded for, you know, for all the pedophiles. Shoutouts to all the pedophiles. $2 from the great Zambuni. Take care of yourself, Gama. That's Gamea. That's like gamer, but like the soft A version. Magama. I like that. I'll try. You know, I gotta Gotta shotgun back some food real quick here. €5, £5 even from me. Hey Claw, I recommend Dylan the Night Owl's 8-hour video on Linkara's books he wrote before the Lightbringer. Not even the farms got past the first book. Oh, that sounds very exciting, actually. Dylan the Night Owl. That name sounds familiar. Dylan the Night Owl, and it's a Linkara video. Oh God. Oh boy. Yeah, 8 hours. Jesus Christ. I think this person was a chat member at some point. I don't know if they still watch. I feel like I might have seen them in chat. I'm not sure. But yeah, no, we could maybe stream this. This sounds good. This is from 6 days ago. I'm gonna add this to the watch later. Also, I have a video that someone made that, forget the name of it, but it was a video that was basically a guy infiltrating. He was pretending to be a 15-year-old gay furry on Twitter or something, and it was like an escalation of how bad the responses were, and very quickly it gets to like groomers and weirdos, you know. But the very first guy is like another child who apparently is friends with zoophiles and stuff, and I only watched like 10 minutes of it before I was like, I should probably save this for maybe watch this on stream. It's like a year-old video or something, so people might know what I'm talking about, but it's a pretty interesting one, and I thought, you know, for one of those epic content react streams, maybe I'll take a look at that. Yeah, no, this sounds like a good video. Definitely sounds like an interesting thing to cover. God, 8 hours of Linkara books. That's terrible. I have 8 and 11 hour supercuts of those movies. But like I wouldn't subject 8 hours of Linkara to any oh god. Okay, well maybe we'll look at that. Thank you everybody for watching. Again, reminder that if you are a pedophile, I sure hope that video that got taken down of mine doesn't get re-uploaded. That would be unfortunate for you. If you're YouTube, it's weird that you guys decided to side with, you know, taking down this video that was exposing child predators, but alright, whatever. That's what we're doing, that's fine. If you're any other bigger YouTube channel, academics, please respond, you know. But anyways, thank you for watching. That'll be it for the stream. Go fuck yourself. Take it easy. Penis.